My fusion system, fusing 1,000 chickens at the start. Chapter 421, The Chosen One. After King Landar III's voice was heard, everyone on stage came to a halt. Non-stage participants appeared agitated, while stage participants like Watson and the others appeared composed. Some people collapsed on the main stage from exhaustion and dehydration, as well. Even if there was another battle, it appeared as if they would be unable to continue fighting. As the scene unfolded, King Landar III remained standing to take it all in. He said, "It appears that everyone is exhausted. Let's take a half-hour break. The second round will begin very soon. It's a round of elimination. After that, the remaining participants will draw lots. The one who draws the first lot will fight the one who draws the second lot. The one who draws the third lot will fight the one who draws the fourth lot, and so on until the 16 winners are decided." King Landar III explained the rules above while the contestants below complained. "There's only 1 hour left. That's too little time. I wasted most of my energy in the battle, and I also suffered a few serious injuries. It's practically killing me to fight in such a situation. It seems that I'd better forfeit voluntarily." Many people had the same thoughts. The vast majority of their attention was drawn to the main stage. Unlike Watson, who could split the stage with ease, they had to fight to get a chance to stay on stage. The hour-long chaos of combat between various foes had depleted their bodies' reserves of all remaining energy. The experts who had divided the arena were utterly unaffected by what had happened. They already had a huge advantage over those elites, and that advantage had widened. Their chances of winning had shrunk even further. It was as if King Landar III could hear what those competitors were thinking. He yelled, "Does anyone feel that the 1-hour rest that I have arranged is too short? Do not worry, I will make sure the match is organized fairly. Consequently, I have a little something for everyone. I promise that within an hour, all of you will be back to full strength." King Landar III's voice summoned a group of golden armored guards, led by Hone, to the competition site, where they arrived with a tray in hand. They had a pot of wine and a cup of fruit juice in their hands, both from the tray. That is the fruit juice and wine made from the forest of eternity's sun and moon gems. That fruit takes its time to develop, soaking them in the spring of life's water for 1,000 years. The high concentration of vitality in the wine made from that fruit is excellent for treating injuries quickly. The Holy Dragon Tavern and other taverns in the kingdom do sell that wine, and a bottle would typically cost a ton of gold. However, His Majesty is kind and generous to share that wine for free. The sun and moon wine is available for those who can drink it, while fruit juice is available for those who cannot. Hone's voice spread far and wide via his aura, and those who heard it had different expressions. "It is wine made from the fruit of the forest of eternity. That wine is familiar to me. The Holy Dragon Tavern does have it for sale. When I first arrived in the city, I was eager to try it, but it was too expensive for me. I did not expect to get it for free from His Majesty," one of the contestants said. "That wine has the exact effect that His Majesty said it would have. It certainly has the potential to aid in the healing process for those who have been injured. It can also help those who have not achieved gold tier strength and awaken the cultivation talent for their light or dark elements. It is great. His Majesty only ever gave the full sun and moon fruits to 10 geniuses at a banquet before. I had no idea he would give so many now. No matter how they make the wine, it will still cost a lot of money." A young noble girl who had previously attended the royal banquet sighed. The 3 people from the Winter Nation were the most shocked, not the people in the crowd. The wine was brewed from the sun and moon fruits. I remember that those fruits are important items in the Elven Kingdom. Their rarity is not inferior to water from the spring of life. The Winter Nation spent a lot of money to get some spring water of life from the Elven Kingdom. We hope to use the water from the spring of life to create an undead army to destroy the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Normally, the Holy Dragon Kingdom should not have things from the Elven Kingdom. Did the Elven Kingdom make a deal with the Holy Dragon Kingdom as well as the Winter Nation? Ash's expression was one of shock as she muttered to herself. As the princess, she knew about most of the Winter Nation's plans. For that reason, they sent their ministers to the Elven Kingdom to discuss with the Elf King about countermeasures to take against the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Their presence at the Holy Dragon Kingdom to participate in the competition was also a part of that plan. As soon as they had gathered enough information about the Holy Dragon Kingdom, the Winter Nation and the Elven Kingdom would join forces to attack them. However, things had changed. A valuable artifact from the Elven Kingdom had been seen at the Holy Dragon Kingdom. That was not normal. Your Highness, don't rush to a conclusion. Perhaps that so-called wine brewed from the sun and moon fruits is just a gimmick. They might be brewed from other things. Let's taste them first. Then we can understand what they are. Douglas consoled Ash. As he was from the Winter Nation, he was very good at drinking wine. Therefore, he had chosen wine. He drank a pot of sun wine that had a golden red color. Suddenly, he stopped talking. It seems that wine is brewed from the sun and moon fruits, indeed. I can feel a trace of the spring of life aura in it. This is significant. Something from the Elven Kingdom has appeared in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Maybe there is a deal between the two kingdoms. We must report this to the Empress on time. It seems that she was right to ask us to come to the Holy Dragon Kingdom to gather information. Ash drank a glass of moon wine. She felt a vibrant fragrance wantonly in her mouth, and then a comfortable coolness flowed through her limbs and bones. Then, she frowned. She stretched a finger outward, and a faint black light appeared on her fingertip. It was the product of a fusion between dark elements. Eating the sun or moon gem can raise a person to the gold tier. It does not affect any gold tier elite, but it will awaken their talent in light or dark elements. Even though the effect is weak, it is the same as the legendary moon fruit. Perhaps it's because there is only a small amount of the fruit in the wine. After drinking the moon wine, Ash confirmed that King Landar III was not using gimmicks. The wine was made from the sun and moon fruits, indeed. The second round drew between 800 and 900 participants. It was possible to divide the wine or fruit juice amongst them. So, King Landar III had to prepare 2,000 glasses of wine and fruit juice. He did say that the wine and juice were available at the Holy Dragon Tavern and other locations. A large number of sun and moon fruits had appeared to be in that area. It was a mystery how they got their hands on those exotic fruits in the first place. As Ash's mind was filled with doubts, Douglas had already poured some of the sun wine into Harold's mouth. The wound on his chest immediately healed. Then, he opened his eyes. With a confused look, he said, "Am I not severely injured? Why can't I feel any pain? And why am I here?" Harold guessed that he should have been eliminated by then. He should have been in the lounge or infirmary. He should not have appeared on the battlefield. Douglas explained faintly, "Harold, you've recovered because you just drank a bottle of sun wine made from sun gems. The sun fruit that is the Elven Kingdom's most precious treasure? That's too extravagant. Did the princess make the wine?" Harold looked at Ash gratefully. Ash was their princess, and the Winter Nation had signed an agreement with the Elven Kingdom. It would not be a surprise if Ash had one or two sun fruits with her. He did not expect Ash to shake her head instead. Pointing at the top of his head, she said, "King Landar III gave us the wine. Everyone here has a bottle. Everyone got a bottle of wine made from the sun fruits. Did I hear wrongly?" Harold could not help but notice the other competitors had each poured themselves a glass of sun wine. In addition, there was moon wine as well as sun wine. Harold was in a good mood as he got to his feet. He could not stop staring in amazement at what he had discovered. Wine brewed from sun fruits? I've advanced to gold tier. I've recovered my strength, and I've also become stronger. I might be able to win the battle later, a participant muttered excitedly. My physical strength has also completely recovered. It won't even take an hour. I'll be able to recover fully after drinking that wine for a few minutes. I can use the remaining 50 minutes or so to warm up or observe the other contestants. It is not only effective, but the taste is also wonderful. His Majesty said that the wine is currently sold at the Holy Dragon Tavern and many other taverns. After the competition ends, I'll definitely go to those taverns and buy more of those wines to store at home. The rest of the people also praised the wine. Some commended the effect, while others admired the taste. His Majesty is indeed great, indeed. Using that wine during the competition will let everyone recover and gain a wave of goodwill from the contestants. It is also an opportunity to advertise the wine produced by the Severed Fingers gang to become famous all over the kingdom. This will create a series of chain reactions. Perhaps there is also a purpose that I have yet to know. He is really cunning, indeed. Watson also picked up a glass of sun wine and downed it in one gulp. He clicked his tongue and raised his head to look at the sky. King Landar III returned to the sofa and poured a glass of sun wine for the two envoys from the Winter Nation and said, "Come, the two of you, have a taste of the wine brewed from the forest of eternity's precious fruits. Then we won't stand on ceremony." The two envoys picked up the sun wine and drank it. They looked surprised. At the same time, a hint of solemnity flashed in their eyes. Obviously, as envoys, they also doubted the appearance of the sun fruit in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. While the two envoys were drinking, King Landar III put the wine cup to his mouth and pretended to drink. However, his eyes were on the expressions of those two envoys. Sensing the indescribable solemnity in their faces, King Landar III smiled. He downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. The envoys were there to gather intelligence. They thought he did not know about that. However, everything was going according to his plan. The appearance of the sun fruit will make the Winter Nation wary of the Elven Kingdom for an extended period. Next, it's time to implement the second phase of the plan. I have Watson to thank for that. With him around, the things that I had planned to complete in 10 years will probably be reduced to 1 year. An hour passed quickly. After drinking the wine, all the contestants rubbed their hands in anticipation, full of confidence for the upcoming battle. Then, King Landar III's voice echoed in the sky. "Next is for you to draw lots. The remaining contestants have been counted, and the number is 801. Therefore, it is destined that some of you will not be able to participate in the first round of the battle. I hereby announce that the contestant who draws number 801 will immediately advance to the elimination round. If everyone is ready, then come to the drawing box that I have prepared." As his voice fell, Antonio's figure appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a massive ball of light immediately appeared beside him. From the outside, it was impossible to see what numbers were inside. Once a human body entered the ball of light, the numbers inside the ball of light would automatically be imprinted on their body. Since it was made of magic, those numbers could not be forged or changed. Who will draw first? I'll do it. Let me do it first. Following Antonio's question, the contestants responded one after another. They spread their combat aura wings and flew into the sky to draw a number. Those contestants were at least gold tier. A small number of them were at peak silver tier. At that moment, everyone on the field was at least gold tier, so there were close to 1,000 young gold tier elites. That showed the Holy Dragon Kingdom's strength. It made the audience proud when they saw that scene. The drawing was done very quickly. There was a minor incident during that time. Augustus immediately went to Watson after he drew his number. He stretched his glove with the number 799 engraved on it and shouted, "Watson, I hope you can draw number 800. That way, we can fight each other in the first round." "Young Master Augustus, you don't have to be so anxious. I also hope that I can draw the number 800. Watson glanced at Augustus, went to the light ball in the sky, and stretched his arm into it. When he took it out again, he found that a 3-digit number formed by symbols appeared on his arm. The first two magic symbols formed the numbers 8 and 0 respectively. "Is it really 800? Watson raised his eyebrows and continued reading. When he saw the last number, he was stunned because it was the number 1 he had gotten, the number 801. Casey, who had come up with him to draw the lot, let out a wail. D***mn it, 800. That's only one number away from 801. Why am I so unlucky? Drawing number 800 meant that Casey would have to face Augustus later. For him, who used to be Augustus' follower, that was undoubtedly a huge challenge. Okay, now the owner of number 801 has appeared. He is my disciple, Watson. From now on, Watson will stay with me for the sake of fairness. Everyone, continue to draw lots. Antonio announced that Watson was the lucky one. Then, he gave the young man a look, which made Watson feel strange. He suspected that his master had helped him get that number. It had taken Antonio and Reed 2 days to agree on the king's competition Watson had to win, no matter what. He would get to marry the princess and be a step closer to the king, and he would also be the next in line to inherit the throne. If Watson won, perhaps they did not need to stage a coup. They only needed to wait for King Landar III to abdicate and declare Watson the new king. The risk of doing that was shallow, and everyone would be happy. Before the competition started, Reed and Antonio had agreed to do what they could to increase Watson's chances of winning. Did they come up with a name for the mission? Was that what the two masters called a secret operation? Watson could not help but think so, and the other contestants who heard Antonio's words looked disappointed. All of them wanted to be that lucky person. However, they did not think that Antonio had done anything to help Watson get that number because that was the king's competition. No matter how everyone respected Antonio, he would not play tricks in front of the king, right? Of course, they did not know that the king had a good relationship with Watson, so he would not care about such a trivial matter. After spending half an hour, the drawing was over. Charlotte got number 100, Lily's was number 200, Lana was number 555, Christina was number 680, and lastly, Casey was number 800. There are no strong opponents in the area between number 100 and number 200. But Sister Nia is number 600. After receiving her number, Charlotte looked at Lana and Christina worriedly. The rules of that elimination round were to defeat the opponents until the last person standing. It doesn't matter. She knows her strength, and she doesn't intend to win. Lana, who was holding the parasol, was very calm about Charlotte's words, while Christina looked in the direction of Nia. Her eyes were burning. We'll know who wins and who loses after the battle. If she had faced the ice demoness before, then she might be scared. However, she was not scared at all. After all, she had already grasped the kingdom of the sword, and no matter how strong Nia was, it was impossible for her to block a starlight tear attack. Since everything has already been explained, then I will officially announce the start of the competition. There will be 400 matches in the first elimination round. After that, there will be 401 people left. The remaining people will draw lots again. From number 1 to 401, the battles will start again. The person to draw number 401 will not have an opponent, and we will do the same until there are only 16 people left. Since this depends on drawn lots, former partners will inevitably compete with each other. I will not deliberately adjust to such a situation. After all, luck is also a part of strength. If everyone has no objections, let the competition begin. The venue of this round is not within the academy but the kingdom in the sky. That divine kingdom is the stage that I have built for the participants. As the voice of King Landar III resounded throughout the entire Royal Academy, Antonio, who was in charge of guarding the light ball in the sky, raised a staff that looked very simple in his hand. The Academy mages on the ground also raised their staff. Then, they released powerful magic that rose into the sky and gathered in mid-air before it turned into a divine kingdom. The shape of the divine kingdom was similar to the shape of the royal city. There were also 9 massive walls outside. The only difference was that the houses in the divine kingdom were not ordinary manors and houses, instead, they were made up of magnificent temples and circular arenas. Participants could choose to fight in the arenas or temples of their own accord. That magnificent divine kingdom covered the entire sky as if it would descend in the next second, giving people a great sense of oppression and shock. How powerful is the astrologer to be able to create such a vast divine kingdom? Douglas sighed as he stared up at the night sky with the other two members. Harold's grouses of dissatisfaction could be heard right behind him. D****, Douglas, I got number 1, and you are number 2. We have already had our first encounter in the preliminary round. Is the so-called lottery a true reflection of public opinion? Just now, King Landar III said that the lottery is not absolutely fair. Luck plays a part too. Even if the king set up our encounter, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, we're in their kingdom. Douglas lowered his head and said helplessly. Even if they knew that the king had deliberately arranged for the people from the Winter Nation to defeat each other, there was nothing they could do. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. No matter how they killed each other, there would be one left in the end. Therefore, the king's conspiracy would not be too effective against them. If that's the case, I'll just admit defeat when the battle starts. Harold smiled miserably, revealing his serrated teeth. I'm injured anyway. Although my physical strength has recovered, my mental state is not the best. I'll lose if I have to face that swordswoman again. You and Princess Ash are stronger than me. As long as any one of you can enter the finals, it'll be fine. Don't worry, Harold. I will win this. I wonder what the people of the Holy Dragon Kingdom will think when we win this thing. Douglas pushed his monocle upward and clenched his fists. The divine kingdom in the sky had already stabilized while they were talking. Antonio had used the crown staff to build it, and he did it with the help of other mages. He did not release the divine kingdom's power. He only kept up appearances. Although there was still a sense of pressure, it would not affect the performance of each contestant. However, a moderate sense of pressure would make the contestants feel more tense, and they would be able to display more power than usual. After the divine kingdom was formed, the 800 contestants took up a palace or an arena in pairs according to their respective numbers. They took up battle positions, with only Watson remaining on the spot. Then, Antonio waved his hand, causing the divine kingdom in the sky to become semi-transparent. The audience below could see the battles of each participant as long as they raised their heads. I announce that the second round has officially begun. Whoosh! The 800 contestants immediately began to fight. Victory and defeat were determined almost instantly on some of the fields. Ice flower bloom. Nia snapped her finger, and her opponent turned into an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was the shape of an iris flower. Even the person inside it remained in an offensive posture. There was not even a hint of fear on their faces. On another battlefield. Platinum tier fighting technique. Infinite sword slash. Christina extended her hand and pointed at the enemy in front of her. Countless blades appeared on her body, cutting the entire arena around her. Her enemy fell to the ground after enduring 3 strikes. He voluntarily admitted defeat. In a specific temple, a young man dressed in colorful clothes that did not quite match the clothes of the people of the capital had a smile on his face. He held 2 scimitars in his hands. With just a flash, he had cut off the arm of his enemy. What surprised people was not that young man's actions but the scimitars in his hands. They had a platinum tier aura as if the young man's strength could only burst because of the weapon in his hands. There were many elites who could crush their opponents, which led to the end of those exciting battles before many of the audience had the time to watch them. Of course, there was one very eye-catching spot in all the battlefields, and that was Augustus and Casey's field of battle. Augustus, we are old friends, so I'm here to give you a piece of advice. Surrender. That way, you won't have to fight Watson. That is a good thing for you and me. Casey, you've been trying to stop me from going against Watson ever since I first came to the capital. It seems like you're terrified of Watson. I don't know what happened between you and Watson when you were in the floating city, but, Augustus said, his eyes turned cold. But don't think that I'm the same as you, Casey. A coward like you can only be a follower. You followed me before, and now I heard that you're following Watson. You're really good at throwing yourself into the enemy's hands. Oh, right, that platinum tier sword, he gave you that, right? How many rounds do you think you can go through by relying on that sword? Augustus, what do you mean by being a follower? I'm a person who can judge a situation and can clearly see the gap between the enemy and myself. As for me following Watson, I'm not throwing myself to my enemy. I can bend where the wind blows. And Watson didn't give me that weapon. I bought it at a high price, Casey retorted. This platinum tier weapon is very powerful. Plus, I am much stronger now, and you might not be my match. I don't wish for this battle to destroy our relationship. You should stop. Why are you babbling so much? Casey, your words make me want to vomit. Burn, scum. The fire in Augustus' hand flashed and disappeared. Flames immediately surrounded Casey's body. Platinum tier fighting technique, sky connecting waterspout. Casey waved his platinum tier weapon in front of him. A waterspout immediately appeared, extinguishing all the flames that Augustus had summoned. At the same time, the huge waterspout rolled toward Augustus. You see, Augustus? I told you that you might not be my match now. Is that so? With a sneer, Augustus extended his finger toward Casey. The black glove covering his right index finger suddenly expanded as if the flesh below was rising and falling. As he moved, the waterspout that was approaching Augustus stopped moving. A layer of pale blue flame covered the dense water element. In just an instant, the waterspout had turned into a fire tornado. Furthermore, it was rolling toward Casey at an even faster and fiercer speed. What's going on? Hey, Augustus, you can control the platinum tier battle technique that I released? That is too heaven-defying. Make it stop. Do you intend to let it burn me to death? I admit defeat. Is that not enough? Casey looked at the approaching fire tornado and hurriedly raised the water dragon sky sword in his hand, trying to block the high-temperature flames. The platinum tier weapon that had always been victorious had lost its effect in front of Augustus. The pale blue fire tornado swallowed Casey. His entire body was covered in flames as he fell to the ground. His body gradually turned into a small black dot in the flames. That made him reach his hand outward anxiously and shout, I surrender. I want to surrender. Ah, it hurts so much. As he said those words, a sky blue light screen immediately appeared in the Divine Kingdom. It washed over Casey's body, extinguished the flames on his body, and brought him to the ground. Before he fell, Casey looked at Augustus with a deadly gaze. His charred lips moved as he said with difficulty, Augustus, I have always treated you as a friend. Since you are very similar to me, you must remember my words. Do not provoke Watson. Get lost. Augustus did not wait for Casey to finish speaking and rushed forward as if he wanted to crush Casey's head. Unfortunately, Casey's body had already turned into lights and was transported to the ground. He curled his lips slightly to express his dissatisfaction. Then, Augustus lowered his head, and his gaze penetrated through the transparent terrain and landed on Watson. A mere ant dares to say that he is very similar to me and even says that he is my friend? What a joke! I will not be friends with a coward. If he had defected to the enemy, then he should die with the enemy. Watson, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to draw an empty lot. However, your luck will not last. Casey's end will be your end. Watson also noticed the battle between Augustus and Casey. He did not feel sad when he saw the scarred Casey. Instead, it was Augustus' cold gaze that made him feel uncomfortable. He had a hunch that Augustus' victory would be because of one reason to take revenge on him. Therefore, Augustus would not hesitate to attack the people around him. Fortunately, the first person to face Augustus was Casey. If it were Tina or Miss Charlotte, I would feel bad if they were injured in the battle against Augustus because of me, Watson thought to himself. He could not help but look at Antonio beside him and lowered his voice as he said, "Master Antonio, I hope that the Augustus next number will be separated from my friends. Otherwise, arrange my number next to his and let me finish him off with my own hands." "Really, Watson, what are you talking about? Don't tell me that you think that I could control the numbers? No one can do that without His Majesty's authorization. Otherwise, even with my status, I will still be punished. So, you can't control the numbers." I was overthinking then. "No, I didn't say that I could not control the numbers. I'm saying that the king told me to give you the empty lot. Did you make some kind of deal with him?" "So it was the king's intention." Watson understood it. He thought it was way too coincidental that he had picked the last one out of the 800 numbers. As for why the king had arranged it that way, he knew the reason for that, especially when the king had mentioned Kiana a few days ago. "But if you let me get the last number, won't it cause dissatisfaction among others?" "Don't worry, Watson. As long as we don't say anything, how would the people find out about that?" Antonio's face showed a proud expression. After waiting for almost an hour, everyone's battle ended. Most of the 400 winners dragged their injured bodies toward Watson. They were ready to draw the next lot. A new round of balloting has appeared. Watson has gotten the number 401. As Antonio's voice rang out, a heated discussion broke out among the contestants. They were not discussing Watson's luck but Antonio's fairness in the ballot system. D***MN it, why is it Watson again? Has he taken all the last numbers? Watson must have cheated in some way. Maybe because he is Master Antonio's disciple, and Master Antonio deliberately gave him the last numbers. That is really unfair. Yes, we must resist such a situation. His Majesty is holding a competition in the Royal Academy, and even commoners can participate. It has to be fair. However, someone is doing such a thing, he must be challenging the royal family's authority. All sorts of contestants were looking for reasons to attack Watson, they even requested to draw lots again. It was no wonder that they were fighting each other to the death in the arena in the sky, but Watson only needed to stand there, and he would be able to advance all the way. What right did he have to get that luxury? Augustus was the loudest in the crowd. He was still waiting to fight Watson and crush him on the spot, but he could not even touch him. That was too bad. Watson could only smile bitterly at those people's discussions. He knew that he had won the 2 draws in a row. The contestants would definitely feel that there was something fishy going on. He did not know why Antonio thought those people would not notice that. "Since everyone feels that the draw is not reasonable, then I will organize another round. This time, I will not organize it. Instead, Master Reed will do it. It is reasonable, right?" As he spoke, Antonio waved his hand and took back the numbers in everyone's hands. Then, Reed took his place at the end and distributed the numbers to everyone. After that, he calmly announced, "The person who drew number 401 is Watson. It seems that Watson is really lucky. He did not cheat. One might call him the chosen one. I did not expect the Sword Saint to do this. The result of the draw is the same. Perhaps it's really not a conspiracy?" "What? How is that possible? Master Reed and Master Antonio are the same. They are both Watson's masters. They're just changing from one hand to another. What's the difference? Draw again. Otherwise, we won't compete." The contestants were even more indignant at Reed's appearance. They pointed at Watson and cursed. Their voices were even louder. The problem had caused those contestants to be so emotional that they could not continue the competition for a while. Chapter 422, Watson vs Augustus. "Everyone, don't be too unreasonable. Who do you think I am? Even if Antonio cheated, would I, a sword saint, cheat for my disciple?" Faced with the voices of the contestants, Reed opened his eyes wide. Crisscrossing threads immediately appeared beside him. Those threads seemed to be connected to fate. They contained the aura of a god, causing the contestants to shut their mouths out of fear subconsciously. As expected of a sword saint, his strength was extreme. Even though they were afraid, they were still very dissatisfied. They only turned the scolding from their mouths into whispers in their hearts. Reed, what are you saying? What do you mean by being different from me? You even said that I would cheat. As an astrologer, am I inferior to you, a sword saint? I am furious. However, I am magnanimous, and I am too lazy to explain myself to you. The competition takes priority. Since we are unable to gain the trust of those contestants, we can only let His Majesty come personally to draw lots. Although Antonio had left the drawing venue, he did not go far. After hearing Reed's words, he rushed back and complained unhappily. At the same time, his subsequent words caused a huge uproar throughout the venue. It was such an honor to let the king draw the lots himself. For a moment, the contestants were excited, and at the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. The king would definitely draw the lots fairly. The king's purpose for holding that competition was to select geniuses. Judging from the king's generous behavior just now, it was impossible for the king to do such a thing. Antonio, Reed, you guys have been derelict in your duties. How could you cause such a big mess and let me draw lots? Fortunately, it did not affect the course of the competition. Otherwise, I would definitely hold you all accountable. Not long after Antonio's words, King Landar III left the room with the help of a few mages in the sky. He floated in the air with his flying spell. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. We are in the wrong. Although you may not have cheated in the drawing of lots, you are Watson's masters, after all, so you are still suspected of cheating. In that case, from now on, I will finish the draw. King Landar III waved his hand and dismissed Antonio and Reed, starting a new round of draw. The draw ended quickly while everyone was anxiously waiting. King Landar III looked around and asked lazily, "Let me see. Where is the person who drew number 401? Your Majesty, I have it." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Watson helplessly stretched out his right hand and showed the number 401 on it, attracting countless envious gazes. That is already the third time, right? To draw the same number 3 times in a row, what a small probability, a contestant said while gnashing his teeth. There would definitely be no problem with the number that the king had drawn personally. Since there was no problem with the king, then the problem was with Watson. Perhaps Watson used some method to get the last number, another person said, but was quickly interrupted by someone else. That is in front of His Majesty, the astrologer, and the sword saint. What method could Watson use not to be discovered? If that's the case, it also proves that Watson is strong enough that even the 3 important figures can't see through him. Or, it proves that Watson is simply lucky. Watson has drawn the last number 4 times. That is no longer luck. One might call him the chosen one. They had to admit that they had obediently consumed the sun fruit wine prepared by King Landar III. After recovering their strength, they returned to the battlefield in the sky. They were ready to proceed with another elimination round. Watson's name as the chosen one was also spread to the audience seats, causing many to look at Watson with admiration. Strength was something that was easy to obtain as long as one trained, but luck was different. Many people did not envy powerful people, but they yearned for the luck that ordinary people did not have. At the very front of the audience seats, in seats that belonged to the royal family, the 3 princes sat anxiously as they watched the draw with interest. Interesting. Even father stood up for Watson. That teenager is really something else. The eldest prince's gaze was profound as he spoke first. After all, he is the disciple of both Reed and Antonio. It is very normal for father to accord him with some respect. However, after 4 rounds of drawing the same number, that is no longer about respect. It can be considered as an official decision, the thin and tall second prince said. He smiled. He was a prince, so he understood more than others that the so-called heaven's chosen one was all nonsense. Even though he was born into a royal family, his luck was not much better than an ordinary commoner. If his status and wealth had risen, his luck would have improved. He would have long made a wish for his brother and younger brother to die suddenly. That way, he would be able to monopolize the throne. Unfortunately, such a wish could not be fulfilled. It seems that father really likes that young man called Watson. I originally thought that the selection of geniuses was the main objective of the Royal Academy's exhibition competition. Now, it seems that the most important thing is to choose a husband for sister. Father seems to have a candidate in mind already. The third prince, who had been silent the entire time, had a silly smile on his face. He could not help but cast his gaze toward Kiana, who was sitting in front of the three of them. A trace of kindness and gentleness appeared in his eyes. As the youngest princess of the kingdom, Kiana would not participate in the competition for the future throne because she was a woman. The three princes had terrible relationships with each other, but they were all very fond of Kiana. Her marriage was important for them. Kiana could not help but frown. She looked at Watson, who was yawning. Her voice was delicate as she said, "My future husband must be a peerless hero. At the very least, he must be a prince of a certain kingdom. Only then will he be worthy of me. As for that boy named Watson, other than being Antonio and Reed's disciple, I can't see any good in him at all." It was the same at the banquet held by father last time. Everyone else consumed the sun gem given by father, but he did not eat it. He really knows how to act. I don't know how much effort father put in to get that precious fruit, but that boy didn't appreciate it. It was fine last time, but father is obviously protecting him so that he can enter the finals, though he looks like he's dozing off. It's really infuriating to watch. Kiana was born into the royal family. Although she was not taught the principles of a king, she learned some things from her experience. In addition, her three brothers were all outstanding. Whether it was her own strength or her understanding of politics and military affairs, she was superior to ordinary people. That made Kiana have a very high standard about her future husband. If her future husband were not a man who could write and hold the world in his hands, a man who could control the world with his martial arts, a man with outstanding talent, a well-read man, a man with a graceful bearing, a man who was handsome and unrestrained, and so on, she would definitely feel very bored if she married him. At the same time, she would not be able to stand proudly in front of her father and her brothers. Kiana, don't worry. If you don't like that person, even if father wants to appoint him as your husband, I will try my best to plead with father not to let you marry him. Third brother, it is not your place to say anything. I will do it. Eldest brother, third brother, you only know how to do these things. But how can you leave me out? I believe that if all of us reject this plan, father will reconsider it, even if he already has an idea in his mind. Kiana felt warm in her heart when she saw how her three brothers were fighting to stand up for her and were not afraid of being scolded by her father. Joy appeared on her delicate little face. She raised her head to look at the youth in the sky and wondered, although that youth looks pretty good, I am an outstanding woman who looks at one's ability more than appearance. If I am strong enough, I can accept him even if his face is full of scars and the soles of his feet are covered in pus. As for that youth, even though the rumors say that he is very strong, the rumors are only rumors. If Watson were powerful, why would he cheat in the competition? That was proof that Watson's ability was not good enough. Kiana pondered and secretly made up her mind. No matter what, she would not let Watson win that match. While they were discussing it fervently, the match in the sky was finally decided. The number of participants changed from 400 to 200. At that time, the participants looked even more tired. Even if there was alcohol that could restore their bodies, the mental tension caused by their successive battles could not be alleviated. That formed a sharp contrast with Watson, who looked very relaxed and even a little sleepy. D***MN we are fighting fiercely up there, but that kid is so relaxed here. Later, if that kid doesn't get another last number, we must let him know how powerful we are and let him know the pain in our hearts. Many of them held their anger in their hearts and were prepared to let Watson taste their power. With that thought in mind, they participated in the draw. Soon, the result of the drawing of lots was announced. The person who drew the number 201 Watson. What the F***C.A.T.S? Why is it that guy again? Is he really the chosen one? Even though the contestants were unhappy, they could only suppress their anger and return to the sky. The battle between 200 and 100 had begun, and after the match ended, a new round of drawing had begun. The result was the same. Everyone was already numb to that result. Watson had drawn number 101 and was exempted from the round. Everyone anticipated becoming that lucky contestant, but in the end, they had not drawn that number once. Watson had gotten the number multiple times. The number 100 would turn to 50 and then to 25 in the subsequent two battles, and Watson would not need the last number again. Instead, he would participate in the competition as the 26th participant. However, compared to Watson, who had been empty all along, by that time, the contestants were mentally exhausted and at a natural disadvantage against the well-rested Watson. Next was the round to trim 100 contestants to only 50 people. Who do you guys think will be the one to get the last number this time? It must be Watson. There's basically no need to think about it. That guy's luck is really not to be underestimated. With that level of luck, will his opponent be eliminated due to some unexpected situation so he doesn't have to fight later? If it's possible, I really don't want to fight against such a lucky opponent. His Majesty has said it well, when one's luck is at its peak, it is also a kind of strength. It seemed to have fulfilled the claims of many contestants. The remaining 50 contestants had no choice but to start the next round. The remaining contestants no longer had the same contempt they had for Watson in the beginning. If they envied Watson's good luck and were hostile toward the young man, they had no choice but to be wary of him. How did he get such good luck? Perhaps there was some unique technique, or it was a kind of magic in itself. Furthermore, was Watson just lucky? Could he change other people's luck? For example, he could make people unlucky. Facing such an enemy, they might suddenly have a heart attack because of their bad luck, or they might suddenly trip on their left leg and fall on their right leg. Those were all possible. In fact, they were frightened of those possibilities. At that moment, Augustus was fighting a young girl who was holding a platinum-tier weapon. She was so tired that she was panting. That young girl did not seem to be there to fight with him. Instead, she seemed to be there to show off her weapon. As she fought, that young girl pointed at the sword in her hand and said, "This platinum-tier weapon is called the Great Sunfire Sword. Its effect is to summon the sun wheel to attack the enemy. Furthermore, when the sun is bright enough, the power of this sword will become even stronger. This platinum-tier weapon is not part of the 10 platinum-tier weapons in the kingdom. Instead, it was made by a blacksmith in the capital. It is said that the method to make a platinum-tier weapon was provided by His Majesty. With His Majesty's approval, the quality of this platinum-tier weapon is absolutely guaranteed. The most important thing is that such a sword is only sold for 10,000 gold coins. Well, those 10,000 gold coins won't hurt your pocket. There is no catch at all. I am a young girl from a baron's family, and my strength was only at the peak of silver tier. However, because of His Majesty's sun fruit wine, my strength rose to gold tier, and I was lucky enough to buy this platinum tier weapon and use it to be one of the last 50 contestants. What an honor it is! It was as if there was a loudspeaker installed in the girl's mouth. Not only did the audience below hear what she said clearly, but even the participants who were fighting in the other arenas could not help but look in her direction. When they saw the weapon in the girl's hand, they looked envious. There were 4 or 5 people like the girl, all of them holding platinum tier weapons, boasting about the weapons together. "We're the same. If a person survived until the end of the competition because of a platinum tier weapon, that's an exception. However, all of us have survived until now, which proves the power of these weapons. That forging shop is now launching an event. Only 10,000 gold coins for a platinum tier weapon. The first 10 purchases will even get His Majesty's signature. There are so many platinum tier weapons in the royal city. It has been decades since a platinum tier weapon appeared in the kingdom. Does that mean that the kingdom is entering a new era of development? The audience were bewitched by the words from the sky, and their eyes lit up. Regardless of whether it is true or not, let's not talk about the quality of those platinum tier weapons. There is a chance to get His Majesty's signature. Later, I will buy 8 of them. I can keep those signed weapons for decades, and after the dynasty changes, they will become antiques of a previous dynasty. It will be a huge profit, and it can even become a family heirloom that has been passed down for generations. Another onlooker, dressed in noble attire, could not help but say the same thing. There were quite a few people like that in the audience. Watson stood in mid-air, hearing many similar words, and he could not help but sigh. Let the contestants use platinum tier weapons as a promotion by displaying them in front of people. That was originally Marcus' plan, but it has improved and made more feasible with His Majesty's participation. After all, in the previous plan, if those people with the platinum tier weapons encountered a truly powerful genius, they would very likely be killed instantly. If they did not even have the time to use their weapons, then they would not be able to display the weapon's true effects. After King Landar III joined, that situation improved. After all, King Landar III could control the order of the draw. He could separate those people who held weapons and, at the same time, prevent them from encountering a mighty opponent. It could display the performance of the weapons to the best effect. Other people might think that King Landar III was there to recruit more talents. However, Watson knew that King Landar III's recruitment of talents was just a side effect. His real purpose was to make money from the sun gems and platinum tier weapons. After the competition ended, those weapons and sun fruit wine accumulated by the Severed Fingers gang would sell like hotcakes. While Watson was lamenting, the battle in the sky had also reached its end. Those people who held weapons did not have much strength because they wanted to demonstrate the performance of platinum tier weapons. After entering the top 50, they had no choice but to be eliminated when they faced a situation where the probability of encountering a truly strong person increased. You're talking so much nonsense. It's really annoying. Are you here to fight or to sell weapons? Admit your defeat. Augustus raised his hand and released pale blue high-temperature flames, causing the young girl who was selling the great sunfire sword to be covered in flames. Her entire body was charred black as she fell. The great sunfire sword was a platinum tier fire elemental weapon. It could create up to 3 platinum tier sun wheels, protecting the girl. Unfortunately, her opponent was Augustus. After the modification, Augustus' strength far surpassed a platinum tier elite. Even if she had a platinum tier weapon, she would not be a match for him. Casey was a good example for that. After defeating the young girl, Augustus turned his head to look in Watson's direction. His patience was almost worn out. God knows how many battles he had fought, from 800 to 50 people, and each time he could not help but want to kill his opponent. Then, the number of people had finally become 25. It's a situation where the contestants had entered the odd number. Watson would have to join the competition. He would have a chance to meet Watson in the next battle. At the thought of that, Augustus could not help but clench his fists and breathe heavily. Contestants, thank you for the great battles that you have presented to me and the people of the kingdom. At this moment, the competition has finally entered the most wonderful part. Currently, including Watson, there are still 26 people left on the field. These 26 people will compete to be one of the 13 winners to enter the next round. At the same time, 3 of the losers will get the chance to be revived. They will enter the finals together with the 13 winners, with a total of 16 contestants. As for which of the three losers will be to be revived will depend on the audience. From now on, the audience will have the right to vote. The three losers with the highest number of votes will be eligible to be revived. However, please remember that you only have the right to vote once. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Let's start the final phase of the second round. The fights will no longer take place at the same time. Instead, it would be fought one after another. I guarantee that everyone will enjoy watching it even more. The atmosphere in the stadium peaked. It was already evening. Many contestants had already experienced countless fights since they started in the morning. The audience below the stage was not bored at all. On the contrary, they were excited because they knew that the ensuing battles would be more exciting. After all, the remaining contestants were all geniuses among geniuses, and no one would be left empty-handed. As they drew lots, the sequence of the fight was quickly decided. Lily, number 1, would go up against Charlotte, number 2. Lana, number 3, would go up against Douglas, number 4. Ash, number 5, would go up against Amen, number 6. Christina, number 7, would go up against Nia, number 8. Also, Augustus, number 25, would go up against Watson, number 26. I'm number 25, and Watson is number 26. Finally, we can fight. After the drawing of lots, Augustus could not help but be excited. He turned his gaze toward Watson, and the other teenager happened to turn his head in mid-air, his gaze colliding with Augustus. Of course, if they were to lose, they would still have an opportunity to revive their standing. However, with the revival, they would only be competing for the kingdom's 16 genius rankings. There was no hope of winning. For Augustus, the upcoming battle would determine both victory and death. Only one of him and Watson would survive. As the battle between the two of them was the last match, the two of them returned to the audience seats with excitement and waited. I did not expect Watson's first opponent would be Augustus. Watson had defeated Augustus once, causing Augustus to sit in a wheelchair for almost a week. Would it not be a definite victory against Augustus? Is that Watson's luck? When Augustus left the arena, he heard many discussions from the audience. Many people knew that Augustus had been defeated by Watson in the Holy Dragon Tavern and hung on the plaque. Therefore, everyone felt like Watson could win the fight easily. Of course, some people refuted it. Looking at Augustus' performance in the previous competition, it's obvious that his strength is much stronger than before. He could even defeat a person with a platinum-tier weapon. I wonder what kind of potion he took to increase his strength before the competition, or did he undergo some inhumane training? In short, Augustus' strength is still something I am looking forward to seeing. Those rebuttal voices were tiny among the voices that questioned Augustus, making Augustus feel very uncomfortable. You guys just keep thinking like that. When the time comes, I will let you all understand what a real battle is and see the gap between Watson and me. When the time comes, when you see my true strength, I believe that all of you will stand up and cheer for me. Augustus sat down with his eyes closed. He reached out and touched his thick clothes. He had experienced many battles since the start of the competition. Logically speaking, he should be sweating profusely in such thick garments. In reality, he did not sweat at all. Even his breathing did not change. Only the increasingly intense heartbeat in his chest and the confident expression on his face showed his confidence in the upcoming battle. Following the draw, Lily and Charlotte soon arrived in the sky. The two stood face to face and smiled bitterly. Charlotte, I didn't expect the last round of battle would be between you and me. I thought that we had a chance to enter the third round together. Lily, we are no match for the real geniuses. We are lucky to be able to enter the second round. And I have always wanted to compete to see who is stronger. Only the winner can enter the next round, and the loser can't cry. Of course, Charlotte. Are you underestimating me? It's a promise. If one of us loses, we'll treat the other to a meal at the Holy Dragon Tavern. The dishes we order must include platinum tier magical beast meat and sun fruit wine. How about that? It's a deal. After a short conversation, Charlotte and Lily quickly took out their staff and started the battle. Both of them were mages. Lily was a gold tier light and dark elemental mage with a fire element. On the other hand, Charlotte was a light and dark elemental mage with an ice element. Their light and dark elements were awakened after they ate the sun and moon fruits at the Holy Dragon Tavern. Both of them were mages with 3 attributes. Their battle was like looking in a mirror. All kinds of light and dark spells clashed in the sky and dissipated. However, it was the fire and ice spells that determined the outcome. On Lily's side, flames surged into the sky and condensed into a giant python in the shape of a flame. On Charlotte's side, icebergs stood tall, and a lion made of ice roared. Ice and fire, lions, and giant pythons. The girl who controlled the two expanded together in the air and created an explosion. The entire arena used for the competition was on the verge of collapse. Amidst the fog created by the combination of ice and fire, Lily laid on the ground. She had lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Charlotte raised her staff with difficulty and fell to the ground. I won the match. Charlotte revealed a relieved expression and fainted with burns all over her body. Charlotte had won the first match. That match between two girls made the audience sigh in admiration. As expected of a genius from an archduke's family. She had mastered 3 types of magical elements. It's really exciting. They were also looking forward to the following matches. The next few matches were far less exciting than the first match. In the second match, Lana fought Douglas. The third battle was similar. Although Amon had platinum tier strength, the strength that Ash displayed was above platinum tier. In addition, every move Amon made was pierced by Ash. After a few rounds, Ash found Amon's weakness and defeated him. The battle between Christina and Nia was very much anticipated. However, in reality, the two women only used one move to determine the winner. Christina cast the Kingdom of the Sword that she had used during the elimination round. The majestic Kingdom of the Sword seemed to want to cut off Nia's entire body. Everyone thought that Christina would win with that. However, no one expected that Nia only needed to use her right hand to catch the Kingdom of the Sword easily. When the Kingdom of the Sword touched her right hand, a layer of ice rapidly condensed on it. The Kingdom of the Sword and Christina were frozen into ice cubes. The battle ended in that dramatic scene. Seeing that scene, Watson could not help but frown. Nia managed to withstand that Starlight tier attack. Even though it's not an actual Starlight tier attack due to Tina's limitation, it is still not something that an ordinary Diamond tier elite could dodge. Is she also a Starlight tier elite? But her aura showed that she was only at peak gold tier. What's going on? With doubts in his heart, Watson suddenly remembered that Charlotte had told him to be careful of Nia. If he really could not defeat her, he should admit defeat. He did not take it seriously before, but he had to change his mind about that. As the match continued, Watson stopped thinking about Nia and started warming up. Finally, the match came to an end after a few exciting matches. The penultimate match has ended. The winner is Cassette, a wandering warrior from outside the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Next is the last round. Contestant number 25, Augustus, will fight against contestant number 26, Watson. That match is also the finale of this round. Who will win it? Let's wait and see. Under the cadence of King Landar III's voice, Watson and Augustus rose into the air and flew toward the Divine Kingdom in the sky. Watson, you must hold back later. Don't kill Augustus. Although Augustus has beaten me to such a state, I don't want you to avenge me. Before Watson rose into the air, Casey, who had left the competition early and came to the audience seats, held the Platinum Tier Water Dragon Sky Sword to relieve the pain. His voice came from the gaps of the bandages that covered his face. Don't worry, Casey. Augustus and I will fight because of our own will. It has nothing to do with you. I have no intention of avenging you in the first place. Casey continued awkwardly. All right, Watson. Since you put it that way, I don't need to say anything else. Just like Augustus is my friend and you are my friend, I have already persuaded Augustus to show mercy to you. Oh, right, no matter which one of you wins, can you push my name into the final round? I also want to enter the final round as one of the 16 people. You and Augustus are so powerful, so with a little push from either of you, my chances of entering the final round will be greatly increased. Casey's shameless words made the corner of Watson's mouth twitch. Lana, who was also eliminated, sat beside Casey. After hearing that, she could not help but sigh. Brother Casey, don't think about that anymore. With your strength, even if you enter the final round, you will still be inferior to others. And to be honest, your words are completely powerless. If you try to persuade Augustus to stop, it might have the opposite effect. How is that possible, Lana? Augustus listens to me. Even when I told him not to fight with Watson, he did not even think of killing me, though he was angry. He only injured me and eliminated me. Isn't that a sign of friendship between us? Brother Casey, I don't think we should be sitting here right now. This competition is no longer important to you. You should go see a doctor. Lana, how can you talk to your brother like that? Just wait and see. I believe that under my influence, Augustus and Watson will definitely develop a friendship. Is there a doctor here? Someone is sick. Quickly, come and treat him. Ignoring Casey and Lana, who were acting like clowns, Watson took a step forward and entered the Divine Kingdom battlefield in the sky. That was the first time he had stepped into that place, and it was also the first time he had made a serious move in that exhibition competition. As soon as he entered, he felt the pressure. That pressure did not come from the Divine Kingdom but the enemy opposite him, Augustus. Watson, I've finally waited for you. It's been too hard for me to wait for you to fight. Fortunately, I waited until the end of the second round. Finally, you and I are on both sides of the battlefield. Isn't this the grandest and most satisfying stage ever? Augustus opened his hands in front of Watson. The thick clothes on his body fluttered in the gradually cold wind, coupled with Augustus' fiery red hair and fanatical expression. However, he seemed to not care about all of that. His gaze was locked tightly on Watson as if there was no audience in that world, no king, or even a battlefield. There was only him and Watson. I've been waiting for this moment for quite a long time. Come, Augustus. I hope that the battle between us can end as soon as possible. That way, I can still make it for dinner when I get back. Watson pulled out the holy relic, the holy sword of time, from his back calmly. Then Watson, I'll do as you wish. Augustus extended his right hand toward Watson. Diamond tier fighting technique, divine fire that burns everything. The sky changed color as pale blue fireballs appeared in the sky. They burned through the clouds, leaving a long flaming tail in the sky as they headed straight for Watson. The entire sky was instantly covered by pale blue fireballs, illuminating the land in blue color. That scene made many of the audience stand up. Even though a layer of the Divine Kingdom separated them, they could still feel the temperature rising, and they were nervous that those fireballs would fall through the Divine Kingdom. That had never happened before in the previous battles, and Augustus had not used such a powerful move. That made everyone guess whether Augustus had an even more powerful move. Newman, was Augustus that powerful before this? In the Campbell family's stand, McGee glanced at the sky. His hand was stroking the chair uneasily as he asked Newman, who was sitting beside him. Newman, who was also looking at the sky, had a complicated expression mixed with grief. He hesitated for a long while before he said, "The Augustus of the past might not have been this powerful, but the situation is different now. Augustus has undergone a complete transformation in the past few days. Even Father, who has been dealing with magical tools and puppets for decades, could not stop praising his transformation. Augustus is now standing at the peak of the kingdom's geniuses. Even the Sword Saint and Master Antonio can't defeat him, let alone someone from the younger generation. Second brother, is that true? Augustus has undergone such a huge change in such a short period. What did father do to him? His third sister, Freya, could not help but ask. That is a secret. However, as long as you continue watching, you will probably find out soon. In the entire family, other than Armand, he was the only one who knew that Augustus had been locked up in the laboratory for 2 days. At that moment, looking at Augustus in the sky, Newman could not help but feel a little heartache. You've ruined your entire future to defeat Watson. Augustus, is it really worth it? If it was a few days ago, I might not have thought so. But after seeing you working so hard today, I finally understand your persistence. Augustus, if that is your wish, then go bravely. No matter what you do, crippling Watson or killing him, I will support you. Be like the name bestowed on you, the Dark Consul in the past that swept 7 kingdoms. Be like him and crush the obstacles in front of you. Let everyone see the strength of our will. Chapter 423, The Duel of the Century. In the sky, faced with Augustus' diamond tier divine fire, Watson's expression changed slightly. Augustus, it seems that your strength has indeed undergone an earth-shattering change compared to a few days ago. May I ask what caused you to obtain such a great improvement? It's hatred or the desire to fight. Whatever it is, it's fine. Watson, do you think I'll tell you what my ability is? If you want to know about my ability and its effects, you can experience it in the battle. Augustus caressed his right hand and said with a twinkle in his eyes. A person who told his ability to his enemy before the start of the battle was a fool. There were no benefits other than showing off in front of the enemy and admiring the enemy's despair. The enemy he was facing at the moment was not a weakling. He had to be 120% focused to have a chance of winning. Augustus did not have any other thoughts after that battle. He only had one thought: to win. Thinking back to what he had experienced in the past 2 days, there were a few times when he wanted to give up because of the pain. However, thinking about how he was hung on the door of the Holy Dragon Tavern and humiliated by others and how he was sitting in a wheelchair when he returned home, Augustus gritted his teeth and persevered. He heard the maids discussing him in secret several times. Augustus persevered. As the most powerful genius in the Campbell family, he had yet to make any corresponding achievements before he became a clown in the eyes of others. How could he bear that? If he could not turn into a shining sun in the sky, at least, he could turn into a fleeting meteor. Even if it were a brief moment of victory, at least he would have tasted it. He would burn himself and step on Watson, turning himself into the most famous meteor in the history of the kingdom. 5th Era Holy Relic, 9-headed demonic dragon's Psi, maximum power. Augustus twisted the glove on his right hand. His right hand had been transformed into a 5th Era Diamond Tier Holy Relic. It no longer contained a trace of flesh and blood. It was not just his right hand. Every organ in his body, except his brain, had been transformed into various Diamond Tier Holy Relics. Those Diamond Tier Holy Relics complemented each other, and with their amplification, his strength was comparable to that of a Starlight Tier existence. The technology contained in the numerous holy relics was initially the technology of the gods. At that moment, the integration of those technologies allowed him to control their power. There was no doubt that Augustus, at that moment, was the strongest puppet that the Campbell family could ever create. It was a well-deserved Starlight Tier puppet. In the past, the Campbell family could not create anything similar, and it was likely that they would not be able to replicate it in the future. The Starlight Tier was the highest in the world. Even Reed was only a peak Diamond Tier elite. Therefore, Newman had the confidence to say that Augustus could defeat Reed for that reason. Knowing Augustus' current strength, Newman and Armand did not doubt the outcome of that battle. Instead, they were worried that Augustus would release too much power and kill Watson. Do you feel fear, Watson? The last time you came to the Campbell family, you displayed your might and forced everyone to kneel. This time, it's your turn to kneel to the Campbell family. Augustus' full power can reach the starlight tier. With that thing as the heart, there is no doubt that Augustus is now a living god in the human world. All the holy relics are connected. That was something that I didn't expect. Therefore, the result has far exceeded my expectations. That can only be called a miracle. Somewhere in the audience stand, Armand looked up at the sky. That is what our family's most outstanding genius got in exchange for not being able to improve his strength for the rest of his life. Watson, you should have a good taste of it. You're Reed and Antonio's disciple, but so what? Such a false reputation is not worth mentioning in front of true enlightenment. It is precisely because of that enlightenment that it can trigger an equal miracle. Next, you will see the hell that Augustus had prepared for you. The pain that Augustus experienced during the process of transformation will be repaid to you tenfold and hundredfold. Cry bitterly in despair because of that. As if he had already seen what Watson would experience, Armand closed his eyes gently. He looked victorious. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the pale blue flame in the sky had arrived in front of Watson. That breath was the flame of a divine dragon that was about to break through to the starlight tier, sealed by the elites from the fifth era because it was already standing at the edge of the starlight tier. That dragon's breath was not an ordinary dragon's breath. It was tainted with divinity and could transform everything attached to it into flames of the same origin. Previously, Casey held a platinum-tier weapon and summoned a powerful platinum-tier waterspout for an attack, but the flame burned the water element to ashes. The materials were not objects but the energy factors and the rules themselves. At that moment, Watson was facing countless blue flames. He pulled the sword on his back and slashed it downward. Diamond-tier sword technique, Water Moon Divine Dance. A long river made of pure sword aura appeared and rushed toward the raging flames. If the fire released by Augustus were the eruption of a volcano that would never be extinguished, then the sword technique released by Watson was an unfathomable, violent ocean. The monstrous flames collided with the ocean that filled the entire divine kingdom, causing a loud explosion. It was as if thousands of bombs had detonated in the divine kingdom at the same time, causing the entire divine kingdom to shake non-stop. It was still a little difficult for the flames to assimilate the sword aura as thick as water. The two types of attacks were in a stalemate, and they could only mutually cancel each other out. Watson, it looks like you can block my attacks. You are powerful, indeed. However, that flame is only the weakest of all my attacks. Can you still block the following attacks? Augustus looked as if he was not surprised that Watson had such strength. He extended his left hand as he spoke and clasped them together. Fifth Era Holy Relic, the nine-headed demonic dragon's sigh, and Fifth Era Holy Relic, Thor's Hammer, a temporary merge. Starlight Tier Kingdom of Thunder and the God of Fire's Descent. As his hands joined, the black gloves covering Augustus' hands suddenly emitted the aura of thunder and lightning and dense billowing flames. Two kinds of fluctuations spread into the air. Augustus' left side turned into a sea of golden lightning, while the right side of his body was burned to half the sky by the pale blue flames. At the same time, the gloves on his hands were penetrated by two powerful elemental forces, turning into ashes in the air, before revealing Augustus' hands. They were not human hands but were filled with a metallic luster and were forged into a magical tool in the shape of a palm. There was a hole at the tip of each finger on the magical tool in his right hand, and pale blue flames shot out of the hole. There were also holes in the gaps between each finger. There were a total of 9 holes, which looked very scary. His left hand was even more peculiar. The 5 fingers were bent at a strange angle, and the fingers were thicker than the roots. They looked like 5 hammers. When Augustus clenched his fist, the 5 fingers combined looked more like a hammer. The most surprising thing was that the hammer-shaped palm was not directly connected to Augustus' left hand. Instead, it passed through a layer of fine electric arcs and floated at a weak distance above the arm, shining with a metallic light. It seemed like that arm could fly out at any time. As Augustus clenched his left and right arms, his arm flew out as expected. His two fists merged in midair, and the hammer-shaped fingers stabbed into the empty space of the other hand seamlessly. The golden lightning and pale blue flames no longer spread out in all directions. Instead, they merged and turned into blue-gold lightning and fire. The flames and the sea of lightning that appeared beside Augustus also merged. After the two powers merged, they formed a golden and brilliant divine kingdom in the air, forming a square. Streaks of blue-gold lightning and fire flashed across the walls outside the divine kingdom, emitting a divine radiance. After the divine kingdom appeared, the one initially used as a battlefield in the sky, constructed by Antonio and the other mages, began to collapse as it shook. Cracks appeared in the temples and the arenas. That scene made the audience below cry out in surprise. What kind of strength does Augustus have? That is too terrifying. He can't even destroy the battlefields created by Master Antonio and the others. Also, what's wrong with Augustus' hands? Those don't look like human hands. Instead, they look like magical tools. Many people were surprised by Augustus' power, but they were even more surprised that Augustus' hands did not look like human hands. It seemed like Augustus had invested a lot to win that competition. Newman, what's going on? Did Augustus get the modification from the puppet that father had prepared? Freya also noticed Augustus' strange behavior and could not help but ask. That's right. With father's modification, Augustus has become the most powerful puppet in the history of the Campbell family. Most importantly, Augustus still retained his consciousness, but his body had been modified. Even if his body is damaged, we can still change the holy relics that make up his parts. He won't die. So, he is hundreds of times more powerful than the so-called King of Time puppet that Watson created, Newman responded proudly. Transforming himself into a puppet? Augustus is so cruel to himself. Freya could not help but sigh. McGee, who was not far away from her, looked at the sky with envy in his eyes. No wonder father did not tell us. It turns out he used the holy relics to transform Augustus' body. Those holy relics are our family's treasures. Any one of them is priceless. Father has also used so many holy relics on Augustus. Judging from the kid's current strength, he must have used quite a number of them. Even if Augustus has always been a genius of the Campbell family, that is too biased. McGee did not have any children. Otherwise, Augustus would not have become the future successor of the family. He had no objections to making Augustus the head of the family. After all, Augustus was very outstanding. However, giving the family's joint assets to Augustus without his consent made him feel very troubled. Everyone had their own thoughts. Watson felt intense pressure when he was facing Augustus' Thunderfire Divine Kingdom. Among all the people he had fought, the only one who could use the Divine Kingdom was Master Reed. However, at that moment, Augustus gave him the same feeling as when he first came to the capital to face Reed. What a powerful strength! I didn't expect Augustus' strength to rise to such a level in such a short time. Are his hands made of holy relics? I feel that they are emitting the same aura as the holy relics. In order to defeat me, he had fused them into his body? To be able to achieve such a degree is truly amazing. It seems like I have no choice but to raise my level. Unable to help but lament that Augustus could withstand the courage for the fusion, Watson's expression became serious. Since Augustus insisted on defeating him, he had to use all of his strength to show respect to such an opponent. He needed the Kingdom of the Sword and the Kingdom of Poison. Peak Starlight Tier Skill, Duel Divine Kingdom. Opening his left and right hands, letting the sacred sword of time float in front of him, black sticky liquid appeared in Watson's left hand. The black liquid expanded and spread on Watson's body, turning into a pitch-black divine kingdom that emitted a terrifying aura. The walls on the surface of the divine kingdom were filled with fangs. On the other side of the pitch-black divine kingdom, a brilliant giant sword-shaped divine kingdom appeared in Watson's right hand. The blade of the sword shot straight into the sky, and the sword aura swept across. The two divine kingdoms formed a brand new double divine kingdom in front of Watson. Pitch-black swords grew out of the huge mouth on the surface of the toxic divine kingdom, and the sword aura that rushed into the night was wrapped in a layer of poison that could corrode everything. The two opponents' divine kingdoms collided, emitting a loud noise that made one's scalp go numb. The lightning and flames on the surface of the thunder-fire divine kingdom collided with the toxic sword from the Duel divine kingdom, and the thunderous fire purified the poison. After that, it was cut off by the sword aura and turned into more lightning and fire. A series of explosions filled the entire sky. The battlefield that Antonio had built was already on the verge of collapse. Then, it ultimately gave. Quick, everyone, form a protective barrier. We need to prevent those attacks from spreading to the kingdom. Antonio shouted as he flew to the sky. The simple staff in his hand were pointed to the void. 6 huge balls of light instantly appeared in the sky. Under Antonio's control, the 6 huge fountains gathered and became an unbreakable protective barrier. After all, the energy of the magical fountains was endless. If they wanted to break that protective barrier, they would have to use a power that surpassed the origin power of the world. After Antonio used the origin power, Reed did not stay idle. Numerous threads appeared around his body. Those threads intersected and turned into a huge web of fate, which was written with indestructible words. The most unbreakable thing was undoubtedly destiny. The unbreakable destiny was Reed's second line of defense. While the two of them were doing that, King Landar III glanced at them. Antonio, Reed, it seems like your strength is different from what I remember. It appears that you have become much stronger. Did I see it wrong? Your Majesty, you are right. Reed and I have improved our strength, indeed. It must have been because we've been competing with each other for the past few days, Antonio explained casually. King Landar III obviously did not believe him. Your strength improved because of sparring? Does the improvement have anything to do with Watson? With the help of the gods, King Landar III was also a peak diamond tier elite. However, he had always pretended. With his knowledge, he could see that Antonio and Reed were both starlight tier elites. In addition, Christina, who performed beyond his expectations, and Casey, who did not manage to pass the first round with gold tier strength and platinum tier weapons, were also included in that. I remember that their strengths were not that great before, especially Casey. As one of the Ptolemy family's heirs, he had always neglected his job. Furthermore, the head of the Ptolemy family had come to plead with me, which was why I turned a blind eye to the fact that he had taken a potion to increase his strength. However, in just a few short days, that trash has actually turned into a gold tier elite. With the addition of platinum tier weapons, his strength was not weaker than ordinary platinum tier weapons. I feel that everyone who has come into contact with Watson has become stronger. That is not surprising. After all, Watson possesses the sun fruit and the method to create platinum tier weapons. However, the strength displayed by Antonio and Reed is not something that those two things can explain. King Landar III pondered that. He felt like Watson could do even more outrageous things. He did not know what those things were for the time being, but he was certain that as long as he could discover Watson's secret, he would definitely be able to strengthen the kingdom's strength. The premise is that Watson must obtain the final victory. It's hard to say whether Watson can defeat Augustus in the current situation. If I had known earlier that Augustus would dare to fuse the holy relics into his body to win the competition, I would have changed the order of battle no matter what. King Landar III looked at the sky. No matter how much confidence he had in Watson, he was uncertain about it. He felt the power of at least dozens of holy relics from Augustus. It was hard to say if Watson could still win under the attack of so many holy relics. At the audience stand. Princess Ash, who do you think will win between Augustus and Watson? Douglas was quite shocked by the battle in the sky. When Ash said that Watson was equivalent to thousands of heralds, he did not believe her, but after that, he believed it. He did not expect that Watson could not only use the Divine Kingdom, but he could also use the power of 2 Divine Kingdoms. He was a monster. If he were to face Watson, he would probably be crushed into minced meat. At the same time, he admired Augustus very much. Even though he had used various holy relics to become so strong, Augustus was also a top-notch elite as he could take Watson head-on. Initially, the Winter Nation's elites had a natural sense of superiority toward the Holy Dragon Kingdom. They believed that those who had been through cruel battles would not be inferior to any beginners in the kingdom. Then, they understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better. Just the strength that Watson and Augustus had displayed at that moment, they would definitely be regarded as monsters in the Winter Nation. Ash shook her head with difficulty and rubbed the space between her eyebrows as if she had a headache. I can't tell. The energy profiles of the two of them are too huge and too chaotic at the same time. I'm already exhausted just by being able to sense the power of the two of them. I don't have the spare energy to distinguish which person's energy profile is stronger. Furthermore, the aura around both of them is still growing. It seems like the attack is just the beginning for them. Master Antonio and Master Reed have already engaged in their power. It seems that I don't need to suppress my own strength. Watson was relieved when he felt the 2 layers of protective barrier that had been reinforced. Augustus, who was opposite him, did not seem to plan to hold back from the beginning. After the Thunderfire Divine Kingdom did not work, the thick clothes around Augustus' body exploded, revealing his steel body. One could clearly see various holy relics of different styles on his body. They were fused in a strange way. At the joints of each holy relic, there were joints made of gears in the shape of a clock. Even though the internal organs of Augustus' body were hollowed out and replaced by spherical holy relics, the heart was a clock made of gears of all sizes. It looked like the core of the King of Time that Watson had fused. Augustus had inherited many of those points instead of only one core. Watson, are you shocked? With my current appearance, I'm afraid you no longer regard me as a human. It doesn't matter. As long as I can defeat you, it doesn't matter even if I'm not treated as a human. Augustus, I really don't regard you as a human. I regard you as my opponent. Opponent. Seemingly not expecting Watson to say that, Augustus was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled. So, that's what you think. That's right. We are opponents, the best opponents in the world. Augustus extended his arms toward the sky. The holy fist separated and returned to his hand. At the same time, he used his right hand to take off his face. Augustus's originally handsome face instantly turned into a mask with 2 rubies embedded in it. Under the mask was a smooth metal face. It turned out that Augustus' body was not the only thing that was embedded in the mask. Even his face was embedded with a holy relic. 3rd Era Holy Relic, activate. The mask immediately assembled freely in the air and turned into a giant face as big as the sky. The face and the clouds were combined. It seemed like a creature was so huge that it could not be more significant than the sky. It put its face into the world and peered at the audience. That strange face in the shape of the sky had 2 rubies that were as hot as the sun in its eyes. That scene made many of the audience below look terrified. What is that? The 3rd Era Holy Relic, the Void Relic. It's ranked in the top 3 among all the holy relics in the Campbell family. Father gave that holy relic to Augustus willingly. McGee looked at the huge face in the sky in disbelief. The Void Relic was a product from the 3rd Era. It could open a void and guide the sun's power to the ground even though the sun was very far away from the land. Therefore, even when a Platinum tier fire elemental mage used fire element magic, the amount of fire element absorbed was still limited. However, if the sun was very close to the ground, even if a mage could still absorb fire elements, it could destroy the world. At that moment, under the relic's effect, the atmosphere in the sky seemed to have been destroyed. Behind the huge mask, the halo of the sun got bigger. It seemed to be getting closer to the ground. Meanwhile, the relic's eyes, the 2 gemstones that symbolized the sun's power, were also getting brighter. The power of the sun did create not only flames but also light. Even though Antonio and Reed had set up 2 layers of protection, the overly intense light still penetrated through the protective shield and fell to the ground, causing a layer of flames to burn on the ground. Some parts of the audience seats were also burning, making many of the audience stand up screaming. Furthermore, at the center of that power, Watson had already started to melt under the sun's illumination. Watson's clothes, including his skin, had also begun to melt. His clothes were platinum tier. However, they were not enough to withstand the sun's power. Watson, what do you think? It is one of the strongest holy relics in my body. If you can't withstand that level, then I can only say that you've lost this battle. As the sun's power approached the sky, Augustus' body, made of holy relics, also began to melt. Metallic liquid flowed out of his metallic arms or calves. Clearly, even though those were holy relics, the products of other eras could not withstand the power from Third-era holy relics. Augustus, I have to admit that that move of yours is very powerful, but it is not too unbearable for me. Watson looked up at the sky and stretched out his hands. Diamond tier chaos magic, eye of the world. Source of chaotic magic, full liberation. There was a buzz. With a loud sound, a huge grey ball suddenly appeared above Watson's head. That grey ball was like a newborn planet, its size larger than the 6 magic origins that Antonio had summoned combined. That grey ball was the source of the magical power contained in Watson's body. The source of magic power has existed since several years ago. After several years of nourishment and the absorption of faith, at that moment, the source of chaos elemental magic had expanded to the starlight tier. The moment it appeared, the void relic that had occupied the sky was immediately pushed aside. Cracks even appeared on the mask. Augustus' proud expression changed for the very first time. That was Watson's trump card. Although the Kingdom of the Sword and the Kingdom of Poison were also at the starlight tier, they could barely reach it. They did not have enough power, they could not reach the true power of a divine kingdom. However, at that moment, the source of chaos elemental magic in Watson's body truly contained the starlight tier energy. The moment it appeared, it was as if a grey sun had appeared in the sky. It blocked the solar energy that was getting closer to the top of his head in an instant. It was not only the solar energy, but even the 2 layers of protective barrier that Antonio and Reed had released below were corroded into 1,000 holes after touching the source of chaos elemental mana. Under Augustus' attack, the protective shield barely allowed the sunlight to seep through. At that moment, a large number of attacks fell. A few wisps of green-gray chaotic airflow fell from the ground, instantly corroding the ground clean. That scattered attack had such power. When the source of chaotic magic appeared in the sky, it immediately turned into a massive eyeball without pupils, inlaid in the sky, and dyed more than half the sky grey. It was as if the sky had opened its eyes. Wherever the grey eyeball passed by, everything disappeared. Whether it was creatures, things, air, or energy elements, they were all wiped clean. Augustus' Void Relic was a peak diamond tier item, and the spell that Watson released was also a diamond tier spell. Antonio created it after he obtained the crown staff. In addition to the characteristics of chaos magic, its power was no weaker than a peak diamond tier spell. Most importantly, Watson had the support of a starlight tier power, while Augustus did not. Therefore, Augustus had begun to retreat. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared on Augustus' body with a crisp sound. Soon, Augustus's body turned from a metal body to a semi-liquid body. Watson, you are powerful, indeed. It seems like I have no choice but to use my strongest ability. All holy relics are completely fused, and they are operating at their maximum power. Following Augustus's shout, all the holy relics on his body stopped melting and turned into ashes. Melting meant that they were wiped out by the chaotic airflow and were passively destroyed, and burning was Augustus' resistance by fully erupting all the energy contained in his body. As Augustus' entire body burned, his body appeared to have the color of a star. The star-like radiance contained the brightness of divinity. Dozens of holy relics fully erupted. At that moment, Augustus also possessed the same level of starlight energy as Watson. The green-gray chaotic airflow and the burning holy relics collided in the air, cancelling each other out. For a moment, the world was divided into two colors. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Forget about Watson. Why is Augustus so strong? How many holy relics has he fused with? Sure enough, the Campbell family has lied to us. They said that they did not have any more holy relics for us, but what are those? Antonio was surprised by Augustus' power. He was furious with the Campbell family. If he had known earlier, he would have taken all the holy relics from the Campbell family. That way, Watson would not be in danger. Let's not talk about that for now. The most important thing now is to maintain the protective barrier in the sky. Those two little monsters' battle fluctuations are no less than mine. I'm afraid that either of them can stand on equal footing with me, and they are only teenagers. As he sighed at Watson and Augustus' evilness, Reed tried his best to fill up the empty space in the sky with a barrier. The two elites sighed, and the spectators did the same. What is that? That's a genius? Such a person should be called an evildoer. Douglas stared at the sky, his mouth was wide open. He thought that the Winter Nation would bring the Holy Dragon Kingdom to a crushing blow. Well, it was indeed a crushing defeat. However, it seemed like they were the ones crushed. Just watching those two people fight makes my eyes hurt. The Holy Dragon Kingdom's geniuses are really terrifying. It seems like the Winter Nation's plan for an attack will have to be postponed. I have to go back and tell Mother about this so that we can find a countermeasure. Ash rubbed her eyes as she lowered her head. She had not dared to watch the battle between Watson and Augustus because it seemed like a fight of that level was enough to burn her eyes into two holes. It was not only Ash, but the two envoys with King Landar III were also staring at the sky in a daze. The red wine glasses in their hands had fallen to the ground at some point. The wine had soaked their pants, but they did not know it. Envoys, since you are so engrossed in the fight, I wonder what you think of the geniuses in my kingdom. King Landar III coughed slightly. Then, the two envoys woke up from their excitement and shock. They hurriedly dealt with their wet pants in embarrassment. At the same time, one of them said, "No, nothing much. The Holy Dragon Kingdom's geniuses are powerful, indeed. This fight has broadened our horizons. That's all." As for the two envoys, they had long forgotten their purpose at the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Their attention was completely drawn to the battle outside. The fight between Watson and Augustus did not seem like a battle between two youths. Instead, it seemed like two gods were clashing. If Antonio and Reed had not protected them, the entire capital might have been razed to the ground. Half an hour ago, the two envoys looked relaxed. However, at that moment, they were afraid that if they were not careful, they would die there due to the aftermath of the battle. The princes also stared at the sky in a daze. Is that Watson really that powerful? The eldest prince muttered to himself. No wonder father wants that young man as Kiana's husband. Father must have known about that young man's strength. I told you that father would not do something so meaningless. We thought that that boy wasn't good enough for Kiana, but we were wrong. Augustus's body had been fused with dozens of holy relics, so it's not scary for his strength to rise to that level. What's scary is Watson. He only relied on his own strength. What a monster! The second prince sighed. The third prince was similarly shocked, but he held back his shock and looked at his sister. Kiana, Watson is powerful, but if you don't like him, I will still ask father not to force you to be with him. What's important is not father's arrangements but your thoughts. No need, third brother, I think I can accept Watson. No, I should say that my future husband has to be him. Kiana clasped her hands together, her expression was excited as she looked at the sky. A strange redness appeared on her cheeks, her eyes were blurred, and her pupils were in the shape of a heart as if she was drunk. Her future husband must be a hero. He must be well-read and have extraordinary strength. She did not know whether Watson was well-read, but his strength was too remarkable. She only needed to look at the huge eyes in the sky. He was a human, but he could control the world. How powerful was that strength? That grey ball was comparable to the sun, and the energy was charming. She really wanted to be washed away by the power in it. Kiana, are you secretly fascinated with him? The third prince, who was familiar with his sister's arrogance, saw his sister's fascination. He looked at her with an odd expression. He knew Kaya well. He understood that his sister had a strange fetish called masochism. Perhaps it was because the education she had received since she was young was too strict, causing Kiana's psychology to be somewhat deformed. The harsher the environment, the stronger the power she faced, the more excited she would be. However, she seldom experienced that in the kingdom, so Kiana rarely fell ill. However, at that moment, Kiana's masochistic tendencies were triggered when she saw Watson's power. Yes, my dear brother. After the battle ends, I'll have to trouble you to request for Watson's presence in my room. I can't wait to discuss the use of that wonderful power with him. Kiana panted heavily, and her gaze became increasingly blurred. The three princes beside her raised their hands to palm their foreheads. Their younger sister was utterly infatuated with Watson. Initially, they were ready to help Kiana escape from the marriage, but it seemed like Kiana had fallen into it herself. Everyone had different reactions to the fight, but the battle in the sky continued. Each of the contestants was fighting against the Starlight Tier energy. The aftermath of the Starlight Tier battle spread out in all directions, and soon, the world was almost shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Watson and Augustus had also given up on all sorts of flashy skills. They gave up on using their weapons and simply threw punches and kicks at each other. Watson's fist landed and sunk into Augustus' face. Augustus responded with a kick, leaving a clear footprint on Watson's chest. Both of them had smiles on their faces. It was a battle where they were pursuing victory, and at the same time, it was also a battle where they were enjoying themselves. Watson, it's really great to be able to have such a battle with you. Now, I'm actually somewhat reluctant to kill you. Augustus ignored his heavily injured body and panted heavily. His expression was somewhat sorrowful. Since that's the case, how about you stop and admit defeat? It's impossible to admit defeat. It's impossible. I've already made a plan. I won't lose this battle, not even if I die. From the beginning, the battle between us has been recorded in the kingdom's history. As for now, it's time to put an end to this battle. Augustus reached out with his hand and inserted it into his heart, revealing a satisfied expression. Then, he crushed the bell of life that was supporting his heart. This is my final move. It's an attack that surpassed the level of ordinary Starlight Tier infinite time acceleration. Turn into ashes with me, Watson. With Augustus' voice, the time in the sky accelerated. In just an instant, it was equivalent to 1,000 years. The source of chaos elemental magic and the sun's power around their bodies rapidly expanded, then gradually withered. An instant was equivalent to 1,000 years, and a few minutes were equivalent to tens of millions of years. In such a long time, no matter what it was, it would decay, whether it was living creatures or powerful energy. Chapter 424, Fusing the God of Time's Wheel of Reversal. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tick. Tock. Tick. Augustus' heart, which had once been alive, gradually stopped beating. He subconsciously closed his eyes and felt the decay of the holy relic on his body. His mind gradually became stiff. Infinite time acceleration. That was the strongest move he could use at the cost of his life to drain the power of all the holy relics. Even if Watson was an invincible monster, it was impossible for him to live forever. As long as Watson's time was taken away, he would die of old age. No matter how strong Watson was, he would never be able to defeat him. This is the final act of mutual destruction. I had not planned to use it, but I didn't expect Watson to force me to take this step. He is more powerful than me. What a pity. At the end of his life, Augustus felt a sense of regret. He did not regret not being able to defeat Watson, but that he was about to disappear. He probably would not have the chance to meet his father and grandfather again. Augustus could not help but lower his head. He saw his father, Newman, who was crying into the sky, clenching his fists and roaring. If it were not for Freya and Maggie, his father would have run out of the audience stand. He also saw Armand, who had a lot more white hair and seemed to have aged dozens of years, slumped in his seat. Father, grandfather, you saw it, right? You saw my strength, right? Even though I have burned out, is the light and heat that I emitted a moment ago as bright as a shooting star in the sky? Was it like the Archon in ancient times? Although he was about to die, Augustus did not regret it because he had already accomplished one of the most glorious things in his life, dying with Watson. His name might be recorded in the annals of history, becoming an indelible stroke. With no regrets, Augustus's face rapidly aged, and the holy relic metal that made up his body also rapidly aged. It looked like he was about to be weathered into a pile of yellow dirt for a long time. At that moment, a familiar young voice rang in his ear. I say, if you drag me down with you, I will be very troubled. Although I'm sorry, but as you said just now, it's time to put an end to this battle. Hearing that voice, Augustus could not help but raise his head and see a shocking scene. In front of him, Watson's beard and hair were all white, his body was bent, and his face was full of wrinkles. He was already an old man. Even though he was an old man who could be buried in the next second, Watson's eyes were still firm. He did not have any intention of giving up. Instead, he extended his right hand to Augustus. Why? He had clearly used time to corrode Watson's starlight tear power. Why was Watson still able to resist? Other than that enormous power, what other ability did Watson have to have done that? Augustus was puzzled. At that moment, he heard Watson say, "Fusion system, activate." Whoosh! Augustus' holy relic that was dissipating into the wind came to a standstill with a muffled sound. Time, which was constantly moving forward, stopped. Then, all the holy relics on his body turned into light and peeled from his body. They converged into a dilapidated long sword in front of Watson that was emitting the aura of time. As the light converged, the dilapidated long sword suddenly burst with a dazzling light. The long sword that was rotating like the hands of a clock gradually turned into a wheel of light formed by sharp swords that floated behind Watson. Time, which had been advancing infinitely, suddenly retreated to its original point. The white-haired Watson's aged face returned to his tender appearance of 12 or 13 years old, and the massive source of chaos elemental magic in the sky appeared once again. It only appeared for a moment before returning to Watson's body. Even though the double protective barrier that Antonio and Reed were desperately reinforcing had disappeared, and the ground, which had been riddled with holes due to the aftermath of the battle between him and Watson, had also returned to its original state, everything seemed to have returned to how it was before their fight. Phew! Fortunately, the fusion system was released in time. Otherwise, you would have really killed me. Augustus, I admit that you are really strong. After returning everything to its original state, Watson spoke to Augustus in front of him. Everything had returned except for Augustus. At that moment, Augustus's body had changed from its original state of being covered by the holy relic to an empty metal skeleton. Other than the metal skeleton used to support his body and the brain used to support his head, there was no other holy relic on his body. Augustus did not even have a mouth, but Watson seemed to be able to hear his thoughts. Do you want to ask how I was able to defeat you in that situation just now? It's very simple. I had an easy way to win from the beginning, but I didn't use it because I wanted to give you a fair chance to fight. From the moment Augustus fused with the diamond tier holy relics, he had had no chance of winning against Watson. The young man, who had mastered the system fusion, could easily fuse the holy relics and turn it into his own power. The reason why he did not do that was exactly what he had said: he respected Augustus' desire to defeat him at all costs. I initially thought that after the competition ended, I would ask His Majesty for some rewards and then use the sacred sword of time that Marcus gave me to create a handy weapon. I did not expect that during the competition with Augustus, I would be able to gather the large number of holy relics that I needed. In order to fight against him, the holy relics that Augustus had fused with were all top-notch among the diamond grades. There were more than 50 of them. That meant the weapon that Watson had fused was a peak Starlight tier weapon. Starlight tier peak artifact, the God of Time's Wheel of Reversal. This item is bound to the user's soul. It can't be stolen or lost. Abilities: Absolute Acceleration, can allow time to spread forward at a speed of tens of millions of years, turning everything into decay. Absolute Reversal, can reverse the time of the target by a few minutes, or can reverse it to the time before birth, directly destroying it. Absolute Stillness, can make the entire world's time sink into stillness, only oneself can move freely. Illusion of Time, summons past and future self to come and fight with oneself. Each summons is limited to one. The summoning time limit depends on one's own strength. Time Divine Kingdom, construct the divine kingdom of time that can cover everything within sight. The time within the kingdom is controlled by oneself. Additional abilities: Time Explosion, detonates time at a certain location, causing stellar level damage and causing the time at that location to fall into a long period of chaos. Sand of Time, the sand that symbolizes time and contains sealed time, allowing others to gain more time than they originally had. Complete Immunity, using the still time to block all damage. Eternal Life, never aging, not to mention dying. As his gaze landed on the light wheel behind him, information immediately appeared in Watson's eyes. The light wheel was layered on top of each other as if countless times had overlapped, and the blade-shaped needle within it was pulsating randomly. Every pulsation caused a layer of time aura to appear on Watson's body, causing his face to be at times tender and at times mature. There was only one Watson standing in the air, but it was as if there were countless versions of him at different times. That weapon at the peak of Starlight has completely exceeded my expectations. With that weapon, it's equivalent to me having extra time to cheat. If other people only spend a second, I might have already spent a year or even 100 years, as long as I rely on that ability called the Sand of Time. Watson extended his right hand, and fine translucent grains of sand formed by time appeared in his hand. As those grains of sand entered his hand, Watson felt like his time had been lengthened countless times. Everything around him, whether it was the shocked expressions of the audience or the speed of the airflow, had been slowed down countless times. After crushing the grains of sand in his hand, time around Watson returned to normal, and he smiled. Initially, what he lacked the most was time. That would change since he had the God of Time's Wheel of Reversal as a weapon. His time would be infinitely sufficient. It would even overflow. Other than the Sand of Time, that illusion of time is also sufficiently powerful. It can actually summon my past and future self. Needless to say, his past self was not as strong as his present self. His future self was extraordinary. One had to know that Watson had already reached the diamond tier in just a few years of cultivation. It was hard to imagine how strong he would be then if he could summon his future self a few years or even decades later. However, there is a limit to my future self summoning. I can only summon one at a time. Also, how strong the future self that I can summon will be determined based on my current strength. Thinking about it, Watson decided to give it a try. He activated his ability to summon his future self. The wheel of reversal behind him shook violently. Time needles spun rapidly, opening a time door. The space and time around the door became chaotic, and a slender finger stretched out from it. It was just a finger, but it had a weight that the entire world could not bear. Watson could clearly feel the power contained in the finger. It was 10 times stronger than the combined power of his magic source and Augustus Void Relic. Before the palm connected to the finger appeared, Watson quickly cut off the power supply to prevent the energy in his body from being sucked dry. That was close. I only summoned for less than a second, and the energy in my body was about to run out. And I only summoned my future self 10 years later. I did not expect it to consume so much energy. It seems that if I want to summon it in the future, I have to summon it for a shorter period of time. Watson was deep in thought. Just as he was about to try out the other abilities of the Wheel of Reversal, a sudden cheer from below interrupted his train of thought. He's too strong. He actually broke through the rapidly passing time and returned. He even took the holy relic from Augustus and turned it into his own. What kind of ability is that? One of the audience stared blankly at the sky. In his eyes, the battle between Watson and Augustus just now was after Augustus used the time to turn the source of chaos elemental magic in Watson's body into decay. The entire sky was suffused with the smell of decay. When Augustus and Watson were about to turn into dust in the rapid flow of time, Watson suddenly unleashed his power and snatched the holy relics on Augustus's body. He even reversed time. Regardless of whether it was the clash between Augustus and Watson's divine kingdom, or the clash between Starlight tier powers, every scene was exceptionally wonderful. It was as if the match they were watching was not a battle between the geniuses of the kingdom but a battle between people at their peak. After watching that battle, I feel like we can brag about it for the rest of their lives. That's right. Who would have thought that there would be two geniuses of that level in the Holy Dragon Kingdom? Two of them. What a pity. After that match, the holy relics on Augustus' body were removed. His strength should have been greatly reduced. Furthermore, if Augustus' mentality did not change after he was defeated, it would be very difficult for him to achieve anything in the future. The group of people discussed enthusiastically. Most of them were in awe of Watson's strength, while some felt pity for Augustus. My child, Augustus, is not dead. It's good that he's not dead. Newman stared at the thin skeleton in the sky. Only the remains of Augustus' brain remained. He let out a sigh of relief, then abruptly stood up and berated the Campbell family guards who were responsible for protecting him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get my son, Augustus. When he saw that Augustus and Watson were about to die, he was really nervous. He did not expect Watson to be so powerful. He had won against Augustus, who had been modified to such an extent that Watson had become a monster. When Watson finally won, he was more grateful than disappointed. Fortunately, Watson had won, or he would have lost his son forever. Glory and achievement could be gained if he worked hard while alive, but Augustus would have nothing if he had lost his life. Newman used to believe that glory was more significant than life. However, he had changed his mind. It was not until the moment when his son was really going to die that he understood what he truly desired. Yes, Master Newman. The guards looked at the sky and swallowed their saliva. After taking a deep breath, they suddenly flew upward, their eyes filled with excitement. Although they had lost the battle, in their eyes, their young master's defeat was glorious. At the very least, Augustus could fight Watson to the extent that the sky and earth would collapse. If their opponent was not Watson, if it was any other genius in the capital, it was probably impossible for them to be their young master's opponent. In their hearts, Augustus was already a very outstanding genius. Especially when he was fighting Watson, Augustus had clearly fallen into a disadvantage, yet he had forcefully burned his own life. He had used that as a price to launch an attack of infinite time forward. That fearless scene caused them to be greatly shocked, they were in awe. Augustus had so many holy relics on his body, yet he still failed. What a good-for-nothing. The Campbell family suffered a great loss this time. Not only did they lose their honor, but they also lost their wealth. When McGee looked at Augustus, who was only a skeleton, he could not help but ridicule him. He did not say anything during the battle just now, but he could not help but add insult to injury after that. Eldest brother, from now on, Augustus and I will withdraw from the competition for any future positions in the family. As for the holy relics, I will bear the loss. Newman did not get angry at McGee's sarcasm, instead, he responded calmly. Now you know to back down. McGee was stunned for a moment as if he did not expect Newman to say that. After a long while, he sneered, knowing that you have made a big mistake and do not have the strength to continue competing for the position of the family head, you want to do me a favor before you withdraw? Newman, you must be dreaming. Augustus has been transformed into a puppet. It is meaningless to participate in that kind of battle. It is just a waste of the family's resources. If a person is strong enough, he will endure it. If he is not strong enough, he will end up like that if he still wants to stand out. Father is the same. He even agreed to Augustus' request. It seems that he is too old and muddle-headed. Eldest brother, stop talking. Can't you see that second brother is already very sad? Furthermore, it is not Augustus' fault. Although he has failed, I don't think that the Campbell family's reputation will decline. Freya took the opportunity to interject. Look at the expressions of the people around us. Do you really think that Augustus' battle is meaningless? McGee looked around. He noticed that many of the noblemen around him were paying attention to the Campbell family's area. Sensing McGee's gaze, those noblemen took off their top hats and bowed respectfully. Some even said, as expected of the Campbell family, they have created an unprecedented model for the kingdom's puppets. Some people also said, it turns out that not only can puppets be used to guard the house, but they can also be so powerful. They are not inferior to Sword St. Reed's strategic weaponry. It seems that the Campbell family will be able to raise the kingdom's national strength to a new level in the future. McGee opened his mouth, unable to make a sound. Freya, who was beside him, had a complicated expression on her face. She said, "Eldest brother, do you still think that what you thought just now was right? At least in my opinion, Augustus' actions did not bring shame to our family. On the contrary, it made the Campbell family famous in the capital. He is our family's hero. Whatever you say. Anyway, the competition is over. I have to go back." McGee's lips moved. After saying those harsh words, he turned around and left with an unsightly expression. On the other side, the battle has finally ended. I did not expect Augustus to develop dozens of holy relics to the extreme and still lose to Watson. By the way, what was Watson's final ability to fuse holy relics? Was it some kind of magic? Douglas took off his monocle and could not help but wipe his sweat. The battle just now had made him so nervous that he broke out in cold sweat. I don't know what that is. I only know that if we bump into Watson in the ensuing battles, then we must admit defeat. No, we'd better not participate in the following matches. We might as well just return to our kingdom. Ash smiled bitterly. Princess Ash, I have the same idea. After we confirm with the two envoys, we'll leave the capital. The Holy Dragon Kingdom was too terrifying. They wanted to go home. At another audience stand, Kiana stood up and shook the hem of her long dress. Her eyes were burning. It's finally over. As expected of my future husband, he won easily. Let me welcome him and let father announce our marriage. Wait a moment, Kiana. This is only the second round of the competition, not the final competition. It's not father's turn to announce the winner yet. Don't be rash. The three princes hurried to catch up to her. Although that was not the final battle, it was close. They did not believe that there was anyone who could surpass Watson or Augustus. Your Majesty, since the battle is over, we will take our leave. The two Winter Nation envoys stood up awkwardly and bowed respectfully to King Landar III. Initially, they had a natural sense of superiority toward the people of the Sacred Dragon Kingdom, even the king was nothing to them. They had wanted to show off in front of the king. However, in the end, it looked like they were the clown. On the contrary, when they watched the competition between Watson and Augustus, they were so scared that they spilled the wine in their glasses. If someone had told them about the genius of the Holy Dragon Kingdom before, just the scene of the battle alone was enough to make them forget themselves. They would definitely scoff at it. However, right now, they only wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. It seems that the two of you are in a hurry to leave. It seems that you have some urgent matters to attend to, so I won't be seeing you off. King Landar III raised the wine cup in his hand and shook it at the two envoys. After seeing the two envoys leave, he held the wine cup and laughed loudly. That is the Winter Nation and their people. They really disappoint me. Compared to Watson, they are nothing. Today, I'm really very happy. To be able to see the genius of his own country display his might and scare the envoys of other countries to the point of peeing their pants, there was nothing more exciting than that. As expected, I did not misjudge Watson. No, I should say that I underestimated him too much. He grabbed the holy relic on the other party's body and turned it into his own. Looking at the aura emitted by the weapon Watson created, it was probably at the level of starlight. He could clearly have done that from the start, but Watson did not take action. Was it because he wanted to hide that ability, but because Augustus was too strong, he had no choice but to reveal it, or? King Landar III's eyes sparkled as he fell into deep thought. Without a doubt, being able to create a starlight tier weapon was the power that the gods sought. He did not want to give Watson to the gods for free, and now, King Landar III did not want to give Watson to the gods for free. If he could obtain that power from Watson, he could turn the kingdom into the strongest kingdom on the continent and achieve unity. When he became a god, it would not be difficult for him to enter the world where the gods resided and become the overlord of a region. The plan will proceed according to the original plan, but the speed of the descent of the gods will have to be faster. Before that, I still have to find Watson and reward him properly. It was unknown what he had thought of, but King Landar III revealed a light smile. He walked to the window and announced to the outside with a voice that had been expanded by magic, "The second round of the competition has ended perfectly. All 26 participants have completed the competition. The third and final round of the competition will be held at the Royal Academy at the same time a day later. I will give all the participants time to rest. At the same time, I will also give all the spectators a chance to vote. You will be the ones to choose which 3 participants to resurrect. The top 16 geniuses will be selected the next day." Then, there was a burst of cheers from the outside. After seeing the unexpected battle today, many people were looking forward to the next fight. Seeing that scene, the corner of King Landar III's mouth rose, and he continued to say, as the last contestant in that competition, "Watson, please see me in the room later." His Majesty summoned Watson alone. Is there something important? Many of the audience guessed in their hearts. Perhaps Watson's performance was too outstanding, so His Majesty is prepared to reward him. Watson flew toward the floating room. That scene left a deep impression on many people's minds. Initially, they only thought Watson was lucky. He had entered the finals because of his dumb luck. However, at that moment, they understood that it was not luck, though his opponent was lucky. Otherwise, those people would have been eliminated a long time ago if they met Watson in a fight. At that moment, Watson, who was carrying the light wheel and had layers of illusions appearing around him, was just like the god of time. It was hard to imagine that he was just a child in his teens. While everyone was sighing, Watson had already entered the room where King Landar III was and arrived in front of him. "Your Majesty, you were looking for me." "Watson, you did well this time. To be honest, you have completely exceeded my expectations in every aspect." King Landar III's back was facing Watson, and his voice was filled with profound meaning. Those words made Watson's heart thump. He knew that he had displayed a lot of power in that battle. He could no longer keep those secrets from King Landar III, but there was nothing he could do. He really could not go along with Augustus' belief that he wanted to defeat him. Furthermore, it had been a long time since he had a satisfying battle after advancing to Diamond Tier. That battle had allowed him to see his own strength clearly. Even if he had been exposed a little, he had gained a lot. Overall, he had earned a lot. Your Majesty, do you think that I performed well in that battle, so you want to give me a reward? Watson gathered his thoughts and asked tentatively. Watson, do you know what I particularly admire about you? It's that shameless part of you that is very similar to when I was young. King Landar III turned around with a strange expression and pointed at the light wheel behind Watson. He said, the weapon behind you was made by you using the Campbell family's holy relics. Is the principle the same as when you make a platinum tier weapon? Regardless of whether it's the same or not, you did not tell me beforehand that you were able to make a starlight tier weapon. That is your first crime. After fusing the Campbell family's weapon, you took it for yourself. That is your second crime. After the battle, you did not take the initiative to look for me. That is your third crime. In order to prevent you from having a conflict with the Campbell family in the future because of that weapon, I will keep it for you. King Landar III did not hide his desire for that peak starlight tier weapon that Watson had fused. During the battle with Watson, he discovered that Reed and Antonio's strength had increased a lot compared to before, and that increase in power did not come from their tiers but the weapons in their hands. Someone had forged a starlight tier weapon for them, and it was apparent who that was. King Landar III had been exceptionally excited when he knew that Watson could mass-produce platinum tier weapons. Watson was like a bottomless pit. The deeper he dug, the more precious the treasure he found. Your Majesty, that is a weapon I made for myself. If you want it, I can make another one for you, and... Watson hesitated for a moment and complained in his heart that King Landar III was shameless. He did not receive any rewards for winning the battle, and instead, the king had wanted to snatch the benefits from him. But what? You can't try to lie in front of me, and you promised to work for me, so your things are mine. Whether that weapon is made for you or not, it's not too much for me to help keep it, right? King Landar III gave a look that told Watson to provide him with a reasonable explanation, or he would take the weapon forcefully. But Your Majesty, after I made that weapon, it seemed to be bound to my soul. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. Is there such a thing? If you don't believe me, I'll give it to Your Majesty to try now. Watson took off the wheel of reversal and handed it to King Landar III. After it entered his hand, it stopped moving. It did not emit any powerful auras. It was like a sculpture carved from ordinary stone, completely broken. After letting go, the wheel of reversal in King Landar III's hand immediately recovered its aura of time. Then, King Landar III grabbed it and watched as it turned into a mortal object. After a few attempts, King Landar III let go, regretfully allowing the wheel of reversal to return to Watson's back and turn into a flickering clock pointer. It kept turning as the king sighed regretfully. It seems that I have no fate with that treasure. Watson, you just said that you could create a similar treasure for me. I wonder if you were lying. Of course not. But if I want to create a weapon of that level, it also depends on luck. Furthermore, I need a large number of holy relics. Your Majesty, please don't expect too much. Really? It seems like I have been happy for nothing. Oh, right, when I was with Antonio and Reed, I saw that their weapons seemed pretty good. I don't know if they can replace the holy relics. If I use their weapons as materials to create weapons, can the success rate be increased? No, my two masters' weapons are not holy relics. They are. Seeing that King Landar III was targeting his two masters, Watson quickly defended himself. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong and shut his mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. If they are not holy relics, then what are they? Could they be starlight tier weapons of the same level? Watson, didn't you say that it takes luck to make such weapons? You are full of lies. I just told you not to lie. It seems that you don't take my words seriously. King Landar III's tone became low as he sneered. If one starlight tier weapon was a coincidence, what about the 3 starlight tier weapons that appeared simultaneously? Was it also a coincidence? Watson must have some kind of method to make starlight tier weapons, but he did not tell him. Did he really think he was a fool? All right, Your Majesty, since you've discovered it, I won't hide it anymore. I can make starlight tier weapons, indeed. Of course, that is my innate ability. I can't pass it on to others. Don't worry. I don't have any thoughts of coveting your ability. Even if your ability is only usable by yourself, as long as I get you to use it, that's enough. Other than the ability to make starlight tier weapons, do you still have a way to increase a person's strength quickly? As he thought about Christina's stunning performance in the previous battle, King Landar III could not help but ask. Yes, I do. Watson, didn't I say that you should not hide anything from me? Tell me the truth, what else do you know? If he had not directed such a match, he would not have known that Watson knew so many things. Watson had hidden too many things from him. Your Majesty, I don't know any more, that is all of them. Is that so? Don't let me find out that you know other abilities. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Your Majesty, don't worry. As long as I don't show it to you, Your Majesty, you won't know what I know. Watson, you bastard, are you trying to annoy me to my death? Even though he was the ruler of a kingdom and had an extraordinary temperament, at that moment, he could not help but be angered by Watson. His blood boiled as he slammed the table in front of him. Watson was unmoved by that. He only stuck out his tongue discreetly and thought to himself that it would be great if he could anger the king to his death with such a small matter. He would not need to trouble himself. King Landar III waved his hand impatiently. Get lost, Watson. When I have gathered enough holy relics, I will summon you again. At that time, you will obediently go to the palace to make starlight tier weapons for me. Don't provoke me like that again. Yes, Your Majesty. I will take my leave first. Watson bowed and was about to leave the room when the door was suddenly pushed open. The kingdom's princess, Kiana, rushed into the room. When she saw Watson, she said excitedly, Watson, I have been looking for you for a long time. So, you are here. Then, she noticed King Landar III in front of her. She restrained her excited expression and walked up to him, kneeling on one knee. Greetings, Father. Father. 3 other princes followed behind Kiana. They looked at Watson with strange expressions and also knelt in front of King Landar III to greet him. I remember that I only summoned Watson. Who allowed you to come? When King Landar III faced his children, he put on a completely different face than when he faced Watson. His face was dark. The only thing missing was the words fierce and terrifying written on his face. All his children tremble. Kiana bit her lips before she stood up and went to King Landar III's side. She threw herself into his arms. I'm sorry, Father. I wanted to see you. Furthermore, I have something I want to talk to you about. I can't wait any longer. As for my brothers, they are here to stop me. Don't blame them. Kiana, what do you have to say to me? King Landar III's expression was still serious, but it had softened. Watson watched everything from the side and quietly walked out of the room. It was better for him to stay out of King Landar III's family matters. For some reason, he had a bad feeling when he saw Kiana. Before he reached the door of the room, Kiana, who was hugging King Landar III and acting coquettishly, suddenly turned her head in his direction and pointed at him with a coy smile. Father, I like that young man called Watson. Can you marry me to him? Now, immediately, immediately. What the hell? Watson stood petrified on the spot. He had noticed that the princess had been looking at him at the banquet. At that time, he thought that the princess was asking him for help, but it turned out that she had liked him. However, he had only made a few eye contacts with that princess. He did not think that he could attract her. Kiana, you and Watson have just met, right? What do you like about him? King Landar III was also very confused. "Father, how can you let a girl say those things in front of the person she likes?" Kiana was bashful in King Landar III's arms, and she blushed, not daring to look at Watson. "What do I like about Watson? It's probably because of his powerful strength. His shoulders are strong, his face is like an iron wall, and his skin is impenetrable. Even the weapon on his back emits a powerful force. That smooth line looks really sexy. Your Highness, are you sure that is a compliment?" Watson was puzzled. Who would praise someone who said that a person's face was like an iron wall and that their skin was impenetrable? Did she mean he was thick-skinned? Furthermore, Kiana also praised the weapon on his back for being sexy. Using such words to praise a weapon, she might be ill. Watson, who was not interested in marrying the princess and only wanted to obtain the qualifications to become the king, was even less interested in the princess in front of him then. No wonder the king wanted the winner to marry the princess. I thought that seemed out of character for him. But it looks like the princess is sick. That is the only way for her to get married. Chapter 425, His Majesty's Visit. Kiana, I said that I would only choose the winner to be your husband after the competition is over. Now that you behave like that, it makes it very difficult for me. King Landar III's gaze looked back and forth between his daughter and Watson. On the surface, he sighed, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Kiana's standards for men were very high. Ever since she was young, no one had ever caught Kiana's eye. Initially, he was worried that Kiana did not like Watson. It seemed like it was for naught. No, King Landar III felt like he still had to worry about one thing. Watson, that little brat, did not play by the rules. Maybe Kiana liked him, but he might not like Kiana. "Father, I really like that young man. I can't wait any longer. Can't you make an exception?" Kiana shook King Landar III's hand coquettishly. "Watson, you heard Kiana. What do you think about that?" "Your Majesty, I think that the princess might not be doing too well here." Watson pointed at his own head. "I think that the princess needs a good doctor instead of a husband." "How dare you say that Kiana's brain is sick? Are you humiliating our sister and smearing the name of the royal family?" Before King Landar III and Kiana could respond, the third prince stood up angrily, the fat on his face swayed with the action. The princes loved Kiana, but the third prince would always be the first person to stand up for her. Watson had an innocent look on his face. He was just telling the truth. What was wrong with him? Kiana's illness seemed to be very serious. She needed to be treated in time. She should not give up treatment just because she was a member of the royal family. As expected, you. King Landar III palmed his forehead. He knew Watson would say something like that. As expected, Watson did not disappoint him. Just as he was thinking about how to show off his dignity in front of his sons and deal with Watson simultaneously, he suddenly realized that Kiana had not said a word. Instead, she was staring blankly at Watson. "Kiana, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at Watson? Did he make you angry?" Kiana turned her head and blinked her long eyelashes. "It's not that, father. I just feel that he humiliated me the moment we met. He even said that my brain was sick, and I felt insulted. But I really like him like that." It seemed like the princess' illness was more severe than he had thought. Watson's hair stood on end, and he could not help but shiver. He hurriedly retreated to the door at an even faster speed and said, "Your Majesty, I suddenly remembered that my house is on fire. I have to go back and put out the fire quickly." Watson was in such a hurry that he staggered in midair and almost fell from the sky. What kind of reason was that? Everyone there was speechless. They thought Watson's reason was nonsense. Only Kiana crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes twinkling. "As expected of my future husband. He looks so handsome even when he finds an excuse to leave." When those words came out, the faces of the people there turned even darker. You didn't come here purely for Watson. Tell me, what do you have to say? After a moment of silence, King Landar III coughed and shifted his gaze to the three princes. Based on his understanding of his sons, they would have done so long ago if they wanted to stop Kiana from looking for him. They would not have risked his punishment by following her. Therefore, his three sons must have a reason to be there. As soon as he finished speaking, the three princes looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes flickered, and the eldest prince stepped forward. He said respectfully, "Father, we do have something to report. The thing I want to report is related to the Winter Nation." After the second round of competition between Watson and Augustus, a few participants from the Winter Nation went to their hotel in the capital. According to the reports, they are packing up their things and seem to be leaving the kingdom. They do not intend to participate in the third round. May I ask if we should send someone to intercept them? Well, I have to ask you first. Do you think we should send someone to stop them? King Landar III asked a question instead. His words made the eldest prince fall into deep thought. After a long while, the eldest prince shook his head. I think we should not stop them. Instead, we should let them go. Otherwise, the Winter Nation would not know how powerful the Holy Dragon Kingdom is. After letting them go, we can also publicize that matter and increase the people's confidence in the kingdom. The people can rest assured when they know that our kingdom's genius is so powerful that he can scare off our enemies. That's right. King Landar III nodded in satisfaction. He had trained his sons since they were young to think independently. He would not directly answer a question but let the children answer it themselves. It was that strict system that led to Kiana's twisted personality of masochism. For the princes, their experiences were even harsher than Kiana's. They did not want to be punished, but it was not enough not to take the initiative to perform in front of King Landar III. If they did so, they would not have a chance to be on the throne, and if they performed incorrectly, they would be punished. The life of a prince was not as glamorous as that of an ordinary person. After King Landar III nodded, the eldest prince returned to his original position and knelt. He was slightly relieved. What happened next had nothing to do with him. Then, the second prince hesitated for a moment and said, "Father, I also have something to report. What I am reporting is related to Watson. I think that the youth is too powerful. It seems like he is only 12 or 13 years old, but he already possesses power comparable to that of a god. In addition, he has the backing of two important figures, the Sword Saint and Master Antonio. I think that if we don't restrict him now, he might become difficult to control in the future and threaten the standing of the royal family. Then how do you think we should control him? The safest way is to make him declare his loyalty to the royal family while he is still not strong enough. He will never betray the royal family then. Secondly, we can spread some rumors and provoke a fight between Reed and Antonio. For example, we can say that Watson only treats one of them as his master, and the other one is nothing in his eyes. Finally, we can use a marriage alliance to destroy the Sword Saints and Master Antonio's strength. Antonio did not have any children, but Reed had a daughter. We could ask a certain prince to marry the swordswoman and tie the Sword Saint family to the royal family. The second prince spoke with confidence. The room fell into a short silence, making the second prince uneasy. At that moment, King Landar III suddenly bent down and raised the second prince's chin, revealing a kind smile. Your idea is not bad. Tying Watson to the royal family sounds good, but your real goal is to let us control Watson, or do you want to marry the Sword Saint's daughter so that you can better fight for the throne? Which do you want? The second prince trembled. His face was filled with fear. Father, I did not think so much, and I did not think about marrying Miss Christina and making my power stronger. Boom. Before the second prince could finish his sentence, King Landar III smashed a wine bottle on his head. Blood mixed with red wine flowed from the wound, making it impossible to tell whether it was blood or wine on the ground. The second prince laid on the ground and held his head, not daring to breathe. He shut his mouth and endured the pain. King Landar III stood up straight. His terrifying gaze swept over the second prince's body. I hate it when people lie to me, especially you. Yes, yes, no, no. It is not a crime to want to get stronger. After forming a group for personal gain, you still have to treat others as blind fools. That is the stupidest action, understand? I understand, father, the second prince weakly replied. The eldest prince and the third prince looked at the people on the field as if they had not seen that scene. Kiana, on the other hand, was gasping for air. She was not as afraid as the other princes. Instead, she seemed very excited. Your two older brothers have expressed their views on the competition that I'm hosting today. Now it's your turn. Shifting his gaze away from the second prince, King Landar III finally looked at the third prince. The fat on the plump third prince's body swayed a little. He hurriedly said, well, the purpose of today's competition is to attract talents, but there would inevitably be casualties. Therefore, I think we can give some compensation to the injured individuals or their families. For example, the wine brewed from the sun fruit and the platinum tier weapons. As the third prince spoke, he broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes darted around as he racked his brain to think of what to say. It was not because his intelligence was inferior to his two older brothers. It was just that when reporting to King Landar III, the three of them were not allowed to repeat their brother's words. That was because their father hated wasting time. If they were unable to come up with a unique point of view, they would be punished if they went along with the people in front of them. The third prince was ranked last, so he was always the last to speak. He was used to paying attention to minor details that others would not. Do you have anything else to say? After hesitating for a moment, the third prince said, there's one more thing. After the battle with Watson, even though Augustus did not die, he was still on his last breath. The Campbell family had used dozens of holy relics to create a puppet comparable to gods and still retain their consciousness. That allowed me to see a certain possibility. Putting aside the fact that the puppet had powerful combat strength, those who are physically disabled or have 4 disabled limbs can use magical tools to replace their body parts. When King Landar III did not seem angry while he was speaking, the third prince mustered his courage and continued to say, therefore, I feel that we can manipulate the noblemen's votes and resurrect Augustus in the third round, allowing him to participate in the competition again. At the same time, we should go to the Campbell family to see that young man so that he'd feel important. Compared to the powerful Watson, Augustus will bring more long-term benefits to the kingdom. Not bad. You are insightful to have noticed that. King Landar III nodded his head with slight satisfaction. Ordinary people would only pay attention to the winner and rarely pay attention to the loser. After the competition ended, the audience did not even know if Augustus was dead or alive. However, the third prince had noticed that and raised the point that technology was more important to development than individuals. That was excellent. The third prince's point was accurate, but his idea was utterly wrong. If we talk about technology, Watson can fuse the tools from the enemy and turn them into his own. That is the compelling technology that can make the Holy Dragon Kingdom invincible. Unfortunately, my sons don't know Watson's actual ability, so they can't come up with the correct conclusion. It is not their fault. They can't even understand why I want the winner to inherit the throne. King Landar III had a myriad of thoughts in his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the light that shone from them became a little pitiful. Everything in the world was his chess pieces, whether the kingdom or the children in front of him. However, his children had inherited his significant genes, and the princes had always been pawns that were more outstanding than others. When he met Watson, he realized that he used to think that his children were exceptional only because his expectations were too low. He had immediately defined Watson as a chess piece. He took the initiative to establish a soul contract and handed over the resources in his hands honestly. However, when faced with him, Watson spoke very boldly. He often said things that made him want to kill the young man, regardless of his emotions. That was the exact opposite of his sons. His sons treated him respectfully, but they still did little tricks behind his back. He did not know their actual thoughts. The only one who dared to show his emotions was his youngest daughter, Kiana, who was not in line for the throne. If only they have half of Watson's talent and ability, I won't have to bear all the responsibility myself and complete all the plans by myself. Thinking of Watson, King Landar III looked at his sons again. The more he looked at them, the more he felt like they did not live up to expectations. He waved his hand. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave. Kiana, you can stay. Later, I will bring you to the Sword Saint's Manor to visit. Antonio and Reed are both hiding something from me. Even Watson thinks that I am easy to fool. I will let them know what kind of attitude they should have when facing me. King Landar III revealed a proud smile. At the Sword Saint's courtyard. It was already half an hour after Watson had returned. He had just entered the courtyard when he was surrounded by a group of Sword Saint's disciples. Those disciples looked eager as they asked him all sorts of questions. Watson, I heard that you were the highlight in today's competition. You displayed the strength of a Starlight Tier elite, causing the envoys and participants from the Winter Nation to be scared shitless. Some said that their pants were wet. It seems like they were scared shitless. I saw it. I saw Watson summoned a grey sun when he made his move, and it almost destroyed the royal city. The size of the sun was so huge that I could see it even from the Sword Saint's courtyard. With a wave of his hand, his opponent was cut into pieces, and his body was reorganized into the weapon behind him. Faced with his senior brother's enthusiasm, Watson was somewhat unable to endure them. He could only respond humbly. Senior brothers, it's not as exaggerated as you say. I only made a move once in the entire match. It was a battle with Augustus. Furthermore, we did not nearly destroy the capital. At most, we would have destroyed the audience seats only. That's right. You guys didn't see that personally, yet here you are, listening to the rumors and slander and presumptuously imagining it. Although Watson's strength is very strong, it's not to such an absurd extent. Samuel appeared in the crowd and criticized his junior brothers, who were spouting nonsense. After his junior brothers lowered their heads in shame, he turned his head and looked at Watson. Don't listen to those people's nonsense. Only I know what you've done. First, you used magic to control the king and let him give you a free pass. It's not to preserve your strength but to protect the geniuses so your powerful strength won't eliminate them. Then, you fused with the contestant who did not know what was going on and did not understand your benevolence to challenge you and turned them into a weapon. Senior brother Samuel, your version is the most ridiculous. Watson's head buzzed, and he could not help but complain in his heart. Watson, why aren't you saying anything? As expected, what I said is correct. That is what Master and Master Antonio told me. Seeing that Watson did not say anything, Samuel thought that what he said was right, and he revealed a smug look. What nonsense was that? Furthermore, that was actually the version that Antonio and Reed had spread. Watson could not accept it. It was fine if Samuel and the others did not watch the match and said such outrageous words, but the two masters were just blindly cheering along with them. Originally, Samuel and the other disciples were going to watch the match. However, Watson and Reed disallowed them to go. Reed's reason for not letting them go was that they should guard the courtyard. Watson's reason for refusing them was different. It's a pity that we weren't able to watch Watson's match. We didn't even use the clothes we prepared. A Sword Saint's disciple took off his coat, revealing pink clothes that seemed to have just been sewn. The attire was embroidered with Watson's face, and there was a big heart on the bottom. The rest of the disciples also took off their coats to reveal the clothes with Watson's face. Some of them even had a big banner in their hands. The words "Watson is our pride, Watson will definitely win" were written on the banner. At that scene, Watson palmed his forehead. That was the reason why he did not let his senior brothers support him at the match. Although they had become more convinced of him because of his improved strength, that was too outrageous. If those people went to the competition with banners and strange clothes, Watson would definitely die socially and become a joke in the kingdom's history. Where are my two masters? I want to see them. Watson felt like it was necessary to speak to the two masters. At the same time, he also needed to inquire about the two masters spreading rumors about his battle scenes. Master and Master Antonio are in Tina's room right now, Samuel replied. His expression turned from joy to gloom, and so did the others around him. Watson understood it. So, everyone already knows about Tina's elimination. After Nia eliminated Christina at the competition venue, Watson had wanted to go up and comfort her. However, because there were other competitions, he did not go to see her. Presumably, Christina must be sad. Thinking of the strong swordswoman's sad look after losing the match, Watson could not help but say to his senior brothers, I'll go and see Tina first. He turned around and quickened his pace. It took him 10 minutes to arrive at Christina's room. That was the first time Watson had gone to Christina's room. There were many trees in the small courtyard. Under the trees were a flower bed and a flat training ground. One could see how hard Christina trained from the scratched ground. Taking a deep breath, Watson reached out and knocked on the door. Tina, are you in there? However, there was no response. Suddenly, the door unlocked, revealing a crack. She did not even close the door to the room, and she wasn't afraid of other people breaking in. It seems like she is unfortunate, so it's all the more necessary for me to comfort her. Having made up his mind, Watson entered the room through the door. After passing through a long corridor, he heard a girl's voice in a room at the end of the corridor. Miss Tina, you're here. As he pushed the door open, before Watson could finish his words, he was stunned by the scene before him. In front of him was a room that looked like a changing room. Christina, Lana, Lily, and Charlotte were changing their clothes in the room. Lana was leaning against the corner with a parasol. She was wearing a doll-like dress, while Charlotte and Lily were each wrapped in bandages. They were pointing at each other in a lace shirt. They were only wearing breastplates and briefs to cover their important parts. They were saying things like, Charlotte, the one on you is not as good looking as mine, and no, mine is better looking. Only Christina did not wear anything. She was standing with a comb in her mouth. Her graceful curves were exposed in front of Watson. Her slender thighs were connected to her plump buttocks, and her lower back was barely held up, and coupled with her skin that was even more delicate and fair than pearls, all of those made Watson's nose feel hot. All the girls turned their heads to look at Watson, including Christina, who maintained the posture of combing her hair with both hands. When Christina turned her head around, she revealed a stunned expression and opened her mouth wide. The comb in her mouth fell to the ground. Then, her face was like a ripe apple as she screamed. Watson, you pervert! As the voice rang out, the girls in the room reacted one after another. One after another, gorgeous clothes with the whistling sound of the wind hit Watson's face. There seemed to be a few pieces of lingerie too. It was unknown what had blinded his eyes. Then, he heard the sound of the door closing. What's going on? Compared to being embarrassed, Watson was more puzzled. Samuel had said that the two masters were there, but why did he see Charlotte and the others when he went there? However, Christina did not look disappointed. Instead, she seemed very happy. In the room. It's over. Watson saw me again. How many times has it been? Christina covered her body. A layer of light attribute combat aura armor appeared and covered her body, but her body was still boiling hot. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. If Watson had seen Christina in a place where no one was around, he would not have reacted so badly. However, there were other people around her now. Watson, that guy. I did not expect him to have such a side. He actually barged into a girl's room without even greeting her. Charlotte hurriedly changed into a long dress. She was only wearing a set of underwear when Watson saw her. Although she was timid, compared to Christina, she could accept it. Watson would not just barge in like that, would he? What a pervert! Miss Christina, don't worry, I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you later. Lily also raised her fist while blushing. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I've never been here before. This is actually my first time in Tina's room. Arg, Watson heard our conversation. Quickly, let's stay away from the door. A flurry of voices came from the room. A few minutes later, the door opened. Every girl in the room had already changed their clothes. There were a few cups of hot tea on the desk in the middle of the room. Watson, why are you looking for me? And why did you come in without knocking? Senior brother Samuel said that Master is here with you. I just thought that you might be sad after your defeat, so I came to take a look. And I knocked on the door, but no one answered, and the door was not locked, so I came in. Ah, the door was not locked? Which one of us was the last one to come in? Christina exclaimed and looked around. Lily raised her right hand in embarrassment. She said weakly, I'm sorry, Miss Christina. It seems that I was the last one to enter. Maybe I forgot to lock it. Lily, it's all your fault for being careless. Otherwise, that would not have happened, causing Watson to look at us. Charlotte blamed Lily and stole a glance at Watson. She could not tell the truth. Can you explain to me what's going on? I'm still confused. Watson sat down at the table and took a sip from his teacup. Why were those guys gathered together for no reason? It's like that, Watson. Christina was about to finish her sentence when she was interrupted by the impatient Lily. After the match between Charlotte and I ended, I was healed by a healer from the Royal Academy using magic. I thought that I would leave after watching the entire match, but I ended up seeing that super battle between you and my brother. After the battle ended, everyone in my family was busy rescuing my brother. No one paid attention to me. I remembered that I had an agreement with Charlotte, so I went to look for her. When I found Charlotte, she was with Miss Tina. After all, Miss Tina was eliminated by Sister Nia. I was worried that Miss Tina would get injured, so I went over to take a look. Charlotte continued, reaching out to knock on Lily's head. Because Lily lost to me, she owed me a meal. I thought that 2 or 3 people eating together would be more or less the same, so I invited Miss Tina. Eat? Can we go eat now? Just as Charlotte's voice fell, a man's voice came from outside. Casey poked his head out from behind the door. There was a bandage on his head, making him look like a funny mummy. Casey, why are you here? Watson frowned and looked like he had something dirty in the house. Hey, Watson, what do you mean? Should I not be here? I did not stop you when you peeked at my sister changing her clothes just now, and you did not thank me. Brother Casey, I did not change my clothes just now. It was Tina and the others who changed, Lana interrupted, causing Casey's expression to change. What? Lana, why did you not say so earlier? Watson would not have been able to do that, so I. Before she could finish her sentence, the sharp gazes of the few women had already rendered Casey speechless. Watson, do you want to know how we ended up with Sister Lana and that jerk? Charlotte invited Sister Tina because Nia hit Sister Tina too hard and made her feel bad. It's the same for me. Before Augustus fought with you, he almost burned Casey to death. I wanted to invite him along as an apology. However, I think I was wrong. I'll let that dirty thing eat itself. Miss Lily, don't be so heartless. You just called me a bastard just now, but now you are calling me a dirty thing. And you should really thank me. If I had not persuaded Watson to go easy on Augustus, Augustus would have ended up worse. I told Augustus he should not have provoked Watson. Watson, let me ask you a question. You did show mercy to my brother in the match just now, didn't you? Ignoring Casey's pestering, Lily looked at Watson with a serious expression and asked. Watson hesitated for a moment and did not answer. His direct answer was not polite, and lying was against his heart. Seeing that, Lily smiled wryly. Watson, seeing you like that, I already know the answer. I did not expect my brother to be a match for you in that state. I really did not want to meet you in the third round of the competition. Idiot Lily, you have already been eliminated. You definitely won't meet Watson. You're an idiot, Charlotte. Don't you know that there's a revival rule? I'm powerful. There must be a lot of people voting for me to revive. Well, Watson is almost destined to be the champion in the third round. No one should be his opponent. No, there's another person. That's Miss Nia, who defeated Christina. According to Miss Christina, that person has a chance of winning against Watson. Christina, is that what you think? Hearing the words that could not be ignored, Watson raised his eyebrows and turned his head to ask. He was not an arrogant person, but he had an accurate assessment of his own strength. After watching the battle between him and Augustus, Christina could still say that it was possible for Nia to defeat him, especially since Christina had obtained strength from him. The credibility of her words was far greater than the others. Did Nia freeze Tina while I was fighting Augustus, and she's not thawed yet? Watson could not help but guess in his heart. Unfortunately, Christina's next words broke the fantasy in his heart. Watson, I've seen your battle just now. It's hard to imagine that you have such terrifying strength. As expected, there's still a big gap between me and a true genius. Let's first talk about my intuition after the battle with Nia. I was frozen before I could sense her true strength. I did not have the slightest ability to fight back in front of her, especially after watching Augustus battle with you. It's just that when she fought with me, Nia's strength would not be weaker than Augustus. Was that for real? She was even stronger than Augustus. If Augustus' power did not originate from the Holy Relic, it would not have been so easy for Watson to defeat him. After all, his power had already reached the level of star brilliance, and Nia was even stronger than Augustus. What tier was that? Watson fell into deep thought. Even though he knew that Christina would not lie to him, he still felt like it was unbelievable. Sister Nia is indeed a monster. She is different from Augustus, who forcefully used the Holy Relic to fuse with it and improve his own strength. Watson, you might not be able to win if you meet Sister Nia in the finals, Charlotte added. Let's not talk about that for now. We finally ended the second round of the competition and successfully advanced to the third round. We can just have a happy dinner after that. Let's save those heavy topics for tomorrow morning. Besides, whether we can win or not is not that important to me. For example, although I was eliminated, I'm already excited enough to enter the top 16. Even if Watson lost to Miss Nia in the finals, he only went from first to second. He's the second genius in the country. That title is enough, right? Charlotte reached out to interrupt Lily. To her, the title of second in the kingdom was already a great honor. If she were to swap roles with Watson, she would probably be dancing with joy right now. Why would she worry about the finals? Lily, a genius with Watson's strength, is definitely aiming for victory in the competition. Do you think that everyone is as unambitious as you? Charlotte rolled her eyes and heard Watson say slowly, No, Miss Charlotte. I agree with Miss Lily on that point. The outcome of the competition is not that important to me. If it had been important for Watson to win the final and obtain the qualification to become the future king, his thoughts changed after seeing Princess Kiana. He recalled the attitude that Kiana had shown him just now. He could not help but have goosebumps on his skin. If he were to marry a pervert, he would feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. There were many ways to win the throne and overthrow the king's rule, but there was only one happiness in life. He would choose between his own happiness and the throne, and he would still choose the former. Watson thought about it. He did not expect that his words would sound different in the ears of Charlotte and the others. He clearly has such powerful strength, but he does not have the mentality of being competitive. He does not want to get into first place. An easygoing attitude seems to be an essential factor for a truly strong person. We are really too far away from Watson's level. For a moment, all the girls were in awe of Watson. Watson, if you don't want to get first place in the competition, you can say it. But don't really do it during the finals. After all, in order to let you get first place, the two of us did help a lot. Of course, some people had other thoughts. Along with the voice, Antonio and Reed walked into the room. Master Antonio, Master Reed. The people in the room saluted the two people. Only Watson curled his lips and said, Masters, I was about to ask you. Why did you tell the seniors and juniors in the courtyard about my fight in such a ridiculous way? Watson, you don't understand. We are now creating momentum for you. The more powerful your battle scene is, the greater the psychological pressure it will bring to the contestants who have entered the finals. In that way, they will most likely be defeated without a fight when they face you in the competition. Masters, both of you are important figures in the kingdom. It's not good for you to keep thinking about those unorthodox methods. That sentence lingered in Watson's heart, but he did not say it out loud. The astrologers and the sword saints are actually doing such a despicable thing. If people knew about it, they would probably be ridiculed. Furthermore, the participants of the competition have basically seen Watson's strength. Even if the publicity is flowery, they probably won't believe it. It's better just to capture all those people who have entered the finals in one go. Then won't Watson definitely win the finals? Someone spoke on Watson's behalf. Antonio and Reed immediately turned around in dissatisfaction and said, Who is it? Our idea just now was just a tactic. Your way of thinking is really despicable. When they saw the person standing in front of them, they were all stunned on the spot and could not say a word. Because the person standing in front of them was King Landar III. He was holding Princess Kiana's hand as he looked at them with a faint smile. Chapter 426, Watson, it is your responsibility. King Landar III's gaze swept over Antonio and Reed before landing on Watson. He saw Watson foolishly staring at Kiana with his mouth wide open, enough to fit an egg. He felt a little happy. Watson had always made him angry when he talked to him, and it was his turn to take revenge. When he saw the results, he was delighted, and that was only the beginning. As a king, he rarely had such a simple and happy time. He did not know why he always let down his guard when he was with Watson. Perhaps it was because he had signed a soul contract with Watson. Your Majesty, why are you here? Antonio looked at the king who was standing in front of him. He was wearing a luxurious robe and had an extraordinary bearing. All he needed was a crown to tell everyone that he was the king. He smiled bitterly. He was not worried that his conversation with Reed would cause dissatisfaction with the king. After all, the king intended to let Watson win. Otherwise, King Landar III would not have secretly manipulated the numbers. He did not expect His Majesty to appear there so suddenly. He did not know why he was there. Based on his understanding of King Landar III, the man would never do anything meaningless. He must have an ulterior motive for appearing at the Sword Saint's courtyard. Reed, who had the same thoughts as Antonio, bowed slightly to King Landar III and asked, I wonder why your Majesty has come to the Sword Saint's courtyard. If I have nothing to do, can't I come here to take a look? The purpose of my visit is very simple. My youngest daughter, Kiana, wants to meet her future husband. At the same time, she laments Watson's wonderful performance in the exhibition competition, which led to the sale of sun fruit wine and platinum-tier weapons in the kingdom. In a short period, we have earned billions of gold coins. Weren't you discussing where to eat just now? With me here, you don't need to go out to eat because I brought many precious ingredients. Later, I will summon a few professional chefs from the palace to let you taste the food that I usually eat. The chefs that King Landar III hired were different from those mediocre chefs in the tavern outside. Even the best chefs in the Holy Dragon Tavern could not compare to a single finger of the chefs in the palace. It was a great honor to have the palace chefs cook in the home of any ministers. His Majesty is here to treat us to a meal? It looks like we're in for a treat. Lily almost drooled. She looked at Charlotte, who muttered, "Foodie." She shook her head. The king is here just to treat us to a meal? I'm afraid that's not all there is to it. He might want to treat Watson. Besides, why would he say that he had earned billions of gold coins through the sun fruit wine and platinum tier weapons? Is he showing off? It doesn't look like it. Instead, it's more like he's reporting to someone. As the ruler of a country, who does he need to report to? Lana could hear some clues from the words of King Landar III. She could not help but think about it. Casey was staring blankly at Kiana. He could not help but swallow his saliva. His Majesty said that he brought Kiana here to meet her future husband. The competition is not over yet, so we don't know who the winner is yet. Under such circumstances, he must have a clear target to say something like a future husband. In other words, Princess Kiana has someone she likes. It can't be me, right? If His Majesty is here, then forget it. Why is Princess Kiana here? Watson's expression was the ugliest among everyone there. In order to leave the Royal Academy, he had to say that his home was on fire. Who would have thought that the king would still bring Kiana along with him after he had expressed his feelings so clearly? Watson, when you were at the Royal Academy, you said that your home was on fire and that you were in a hurry to put out the fire. It was as if you did not want to talk to me. Therefore, other than coming here to offer my condolences and treat you to a meal, I have another purpose, which is to help you put out the fire in your residence. However, it seems that there are no signs of fire here. I have been deceived. Watson, you are very brave. What? Everyone looked at Watson with a strange expression. They were puzzled that Watson had deceived King Landar III and wondered why Watson had found an excuse to leave. Others were eager to be with King Landar III, so why would Watson want to go? Was that a true genius that even the king could not care less about? Your Majesty, you must be joking. I have no intention of lying to you. Watson pointed to the room next to him. A red light flashed, and red flames immediately rose on the wall. Your Majesty, look, isn't that place on fire? King Landar III was speechless. Everyone else was dumbstruck too. After a moment of silence, Christina shouted angrily, Watson, that is my room. How dare you light a fire here? Get out of here! A sword aura flashed, and the flames on the wall were extinguished. Christina pushed Watson and the others out of the room with great strength. I'm sorry, everyone. As you can see, I've made Tina angry, so I'll have to hide outside for a while. I won't be able to join you for the rest of the dinner. I hope that everyone will have a good chat. Goodbye. He tidied his clothes, bowed to the people around him, and left the room. Everyone frowned when they heard that. Watson's act of lighting the room on fire was clearly intentional. A normal person would be angry no matter who lit the room on fire. It was an excuse, he did not want to stay. Watson, put away your lousy acting skills. Since I'm here today, don't think that you can leave so easily. Of course, it's fine if you leave now. I'll announce that the third round of the competition will be suspended. Watson, you will win the competition. King Landar III sneered. He knew how to deal with Watson. As expected, when Watson heard that, he stopped in his tracks with a troubled look on his face. Since His Majesty has said that, then I'll reluctantly stay. What was so difficult about staying with the king? Why did Watson look so miserable? Many people did not understand. At that moment, Kiana, who had been holding King Landar III's arm, let go of her father's hand. She dragged her golden red skirt and walked elegantly to Watson's side. I have something to tell you. Please follow me. Your Highness, if you have something to say, just say it here. Watson, who had seen Kiana's true appearance, did not want to be alone with that princess. It's about you. It's embarrassing to say it in front of so many people. Of course, if you want me to say it here, I can satisfy you. Father organized that competition to help me choose a suitable husband, but I have fallen in love with you now. So I asked Father if you could marry me immediately, no matter the results of the competition. Kiana swept her gaze across the crowd with a dignified expression, showing the difference between her status as a princess and everyone else. Then, her cheeks turned red, revealing a shy and weak expression. She bit her moist lip, the breath she exhaled gradually became hotter. In the eyes of outsiders, that was a sign of Kiana's shyness. Watson knew that Kiana was ill. She was enjoying the shameful act of confessing in public. Without a choice, Watson could only cover Kiana's mouth without waiting for her to finish speaking. He carried her in his arms and flew into the empty forest in the Sword Saint's courtyard. That scene dumbfounded everyone. Your Majesty, Watson seems to have carried the princess away. Charlotte gulped. I know. King Landar III nodded. Your Majesty, aren't you angry? Lana also asked weakly. Not only did Watson show his resistance to eating with King Landar III, but he also carried the princess away in front of everyone. It was extraordinary that King Landar III did not look angry, he seemed rather happy. D***mn, so Princess Kiana likes Watson. I thought it was me. I can no longer be with her. Casey stared at Watson and Kiana's back, which quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. He could not help but stomp his feet in sadness. As soon as he finished his words, King Landar III turned to look at him. If I remember correctly, you should be Casey from the Ptolemy family, right? Augustus eliminated you just after entering the second round of the competition. What right does such a weak person like you have to covet my daughter? Are you looking down on the royal family? King Landar III's face was gloomy. It was as if a storm had gathered on his face. The heavy pressure made Casey's body tremble. His legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I was wrong. I did not mean it that way. It's good that you did not mean it that way. Not everyone can touch my daughter. All right, leave some privacy for Watson and Kiana. I'll wait in the living room. Let the chefs prepare the food. With his hands behind his back, King Landar III walked into the distance. Casey, who was kneeling on the ground, had an aggrieved look on his face. Why should Watson and Kiana be allowed to be together, but not him? Was it because Watson was stronger, more handsome, younger, and had all sorts of magical abilities? Other than that, how could Watson be better than him? The king had been angry too. That was too strange. Charlotte and Lana looked at each other. They could feel the preferential treatment King Landar III gave to Watson. When Watson took Kiana away, they were all sweating profusely. They were afraid that King Landar III would be angry and execute Watson, but he acted as if nothing had happened. Instead, he punished Casey for his insignificant words. That moody behavior made everyone worried about the upcoming performance. With a heavy heart, everyone followed King Landar III to the living room. At the same time, Watson had brought Kiana to the hot spring in the Sword Saint's courtyard. Water vapor was everywhere, and the wooden courtyard revealed many trees. Since it was not time for bathing and King Landar III was there was no one in the spring. It was the most suitable environment for a conversation. Princess Kiana, I don't know what you want to do. After arriving at the hot spring, Watson put Kiana down on the platform near the water surface. Kiana's face turned even redder. She reached out to cover her heart and looked at Watson with infatuation as she approached him. My heartbeat. As expected, Watson, you are fated to be my future husband. Can you kidnap me in front of everyone again? Of course, this time, you can use ropes to bind my body and make it more exciting. After getting close to Watson, Kiana took the initiative to stretch her hands and lean against him. Her heart-shaped golden red eyes and slightly raised lips were like rippling waves. If Kiana had a good personality, then her appearance and smile at that moment were enough to charm thousands of men. Your Highness, please have some self-respect. I'm not that kind of person to tie another person. It doesn't matter. I can teach you what you don't know. I just need to train you to be the kind of person I like. Or are you rejecting me because you have someone else you like? Is it one of the few women who stood by your side just now? Kiana asked. Suddenly, she lowered her head slightly. Her gem-like beautiful eyes were hidden in the shadows. A dark color appeared on her tender but delicate face. If that's the case, I have no choice but to get rid of them. It's safer to kill them all when I don't know who seduced you. How terrifying. That princess did not seem to be a simple masochist. She even had a tendency to appear sick and fragile. Watson felt the goosebumps on his body. He was not worried about his own safety, but he had to consider the people around him. As the princess, Kiana was a powerful force. Even if it was an elite like Christina, she might still fall for it. Furthermore, there were many ways to kill people, including poisoning, shooting arrows, sneak attacks, and so on. He had to stop Kiana from thinking further away. Princess Kiana, you've misunderstood. Those people are all my friends. None of them are the people I like. Oh, so that's it. Watson, let's play a binding game. Kiana smiled slightly and handed her hands to Watson. The dark expression on her face turned into a bright smile, and in an instant, it seemed as if the world had brightened up. Why did such a beautiful person have to be a pervert? Watson could not help but complain in his heart. Your Highness, do you really have to do that? Are you unwilling? All right, as expected, it has to be because you have other women in your heart. I'll go tell father now and have him kill all the women in that courtyard. Stop, Your Highness, you win. It's already been half an hour. Why is Watson not back yet? Did something happen between him and the princess? In the living room, Christina was eating the food prepared by the palace chef. She was worried, so the food in her mouth tasted like wax. Other people were equally confused. Antonio put down the knife and fork in his hand after eating 2 pieces of meat. Your Majesty, seeing that Watson and the princess have been away for a while, they might have forgotten about the time to eat. Do you want me to call for them? No need. Before I came, I went to visit the Campbell family. I have already eaten there, so you don't need to worry about them. As for Watson, he won't be hungry even if he doesn't eat a meal. King Landar III did not touch the meat on the plate in front of him. He just picked up the red wine cup, shook it gently, and took a bite. He had gone to the Campbell family to visit Augustus. They were very touched by his arrival. Not only did they treat him to a meal, but they also gave him the complete data of Augustus' transformation. After getting the experimental data, King Landar III immediately rushed to the Sword Saint's courtyard. I've been busy. I've visited Augustus and asked about the experimental situation. That way, not only can I get what I want, but I can also receive their gratitude. After all, I didn't come to the Sword Saint's courtyard first. I went to their home first. That special honor is not something that ordinary people can get. As for coming here, my goal is also apparent. As he pondered, King Landar III's gaze swept over Antonio and Reed. His gaze was like that of a hunter who was watching his prey. He wanted Kiana and Watson to be together. On the one hand, he wanted to increase the relationship between the two of them. On the other hand, he also wanted to send Watson away so that it would be convenient for him to do what he needed to do next. Antonio, Reed, I heard that your strength has been greatly improved recently. It seems like you have made a breakthrough. I wonder if you have broken through to Diamond Tier and achieved Starlight Tier yet. As soon as the words left the king's mouth, Lily and the others, who had been eating quietly a moment ago, stopped what they were doing and pricked up their ears. They knew that what King Landar III would say next would be the secrets of the kingdom's higher ups that they would never be able to hear otherwise. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Antonio and I have not advanced to Starlight tier yet. We only relied on the power of our weapons to show off our strength. Your weapons? Does that mean that the weapons that you have recently obtained are platinum tier weapons that I sold in the kingdom? Sort of. Reed and Antonio looked at each other and replied perfunctorily. Their weapons were created by Watson and had nothing to do with the platinum tier weapons that King Landar III had mentioned. However, that matter involved Watson's ability, they could not tell the truth. Yes, yes, yes. If it's not, then it's not. What does it mean? Since your words are so unclear, I wonder if you can show me? Don't worry. I'm just taking a look. Yes, Your Majesty. King Landar III had already asked it. Even if Reed and Antonio wanted to refuse, they could not do so. They could only clench their teeth and hand over the weapons in their hands. First, it was Antonio's weapon. His weapon was already in his hand. It was a rather plain-looking staff. After the king touched it, he repeatedly stroked it. His eyes lit up, and he praised it repeatedly. Next was Reed's weapon. Reed's weapon looked much taller than Antonio's. Reed pulled it out from the void. The threads were faintly discernible and contained a fatalistic aura. They circled and disappeared in the palm of King Landar III. It seems that your weapons are excellent. You should know that as the monarch of the kingdom, my safety has always been under threat. Some people want to assassinate me, and spies from other countries lurking around me at all times. Therefore, I want a powerful weapon to protect me. Is that too much to ask? It's not too much. I know that Watson has some experience in weapon manufacturing, and I want Watson to make a suitable weapon for me. That might not be appropriate, so I'll just lay everything out on the table. In fact, the weapons that I displayed in the palace were not made by the kingdom's craftsmen after I suggested an improved method. They were all made by Watson. As soon as King Landar III's voice fell, the sound of knives and forks falling to the ground could be heard from the side. Charlotte, Lana, Lily, and even Casey all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Those platinum-tier weapons had appeared in the kingdom quite recently. They thought that King Landar III was a man of great talent who had made the improvements. They had not expected it to be Watson. Not only was he powerful, but he was also proficient in forging. What kind of monster was he? When they looked to the side, they saw that Christina, Antonio, and Reed seemed unsurprised by the news. It was as if they had known about that for a long time. Charlotte and the others were even more certain that King Landar III was right, especially Lily. She muttered to herself, "No wonder Watson was able to change the tattered bracelet that I was tricked into buying into a better bracelet." He did not care about the opinions of the people around him. King Landar III said, "Reed, Antonio, Watson clearly has such a powerful forging ability. I wanted him to forge a weapon that was even more powerful than the other platinum weapons, but he refused. But you say that it is not too much. Well, that is a bit too much. Since you also think it's too much, then how about this? One of these weapons will belong to me from now on. Watson won't make it for me, so it's not too much for me to choose one of the existing weapons. As for which weapon to choose, I think that thread is pretty good. It can be hidden in the void and is not eye-catching. It's a good way to use it as a defense." King Landar III picked up the thread of destiny with a satisfied look on his face. Reed, on the other hand, widened his eyes and became anxious. That thread of destiny was something that he had painstakingly gathered 10 holy relics for Watson to create. After a few days of getting used to its effects, he had already gotten used to it. Without that weapon, his strength would be reduced by several times. How could he agree to that? "Your Majesty, it seems that my thread of destiny is stronger, but Antonio's crown staff is even more powerful than mine. Not only can his crown staff communicate with the origin of all 7 magic elements in the world, but it also records all the magic in the world. That staff is a living encyclopedia of magic. Anyone who has that staff, even if they are just ordinary iron tier, will become the strongest mage. Is that so? Then it seems that that crown staff is the better choice for me. Reed's explanation made the eyes of King Landar III light up, while the others around him were puzzled. A staff could turn a person into the strongest mage without even needing to practice. Was that true? If it were true, what level would that staff be? Reed, you be ****. You sold out my weapon information just so that your weapon would not be taken away. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Your Majesty, even though my crown staff is powerful and its ability is the same as what Reed said, it only has a powerful magic attack. When dealing with assassinations and ambushes, a powerful defensive ability is the best solution. I think that Reed's Thread of Destiny is more suitable than the crown staff in that aspect. The Thread of Destiny is not only good at hiding but also has the effect of connecting to one's fate. As long as one is entangled by the Thread of Destiny, his fate will be firmly controlled by you, Your Majesty. Whether it's through interrogation to get him to reveal the information or to kill him with a single thought, it's very convenient. You're right. It seems that I should still but choose the Thread of Destiny. No, Your Majesty. Don't be deceived by Antonio. If we're talking about getting criminals to reveal their feelings, some magic can also be done, not to mention killing the enemy. How can the Thread of Destiny be more convenient than large-scale magic? Your Majesty, just from its appearance, the crown staff is much more powerful than the Thread of Destiny. Antonio has been using magic to disguise its appearance. The real crown staff is like that. As he spoke, Reed stretched out a finger toward the crown staff. The sword aura whistled past, and the simple appearance of the crown staff gradually distorted and collapsed. In its place was a staff wrapped by 7 elements. The head of the staff appeared to be a magnificent magic throne. Every ray of light emitted from it could cause a riot of magic elements in the air. Charlotte and the other mages could clearly feel the fluctuations. When they saw the real appearance of the staff, they had a clear feeling that it was as if they were worshipping God. Their bodies instinctively wanted them to kneel down. It did not matter what kind of distrust they had toward the staff just now, but at that moment, they all understood that the magic staff's ability was perhaps even stronger than what Reed had described. Stimulated by Reed's actions, Antonio also did not want to do it. He waved his hand at the Thread of Predestination, and the magic radiance descended. Reed, you said that I had the original appearance of the crown magic staff. Did not your Thread of Predestination hide it? Whoosh! Threads crisscrossed and covered the entire Sword Saint's courtyard. Charlotte and the others who were lamenting about the crown staff suddenly stopped moving because they found that their bodies were suddenly connected by an unknown thread. Those threads all went up into the sky, which was an unknown height. As the threads appeared, they felt as if they were being controlled by someone. Their faces subconsciously showed fear. All right, stop arguing. I don't care which of your weapons is better. I just want to get a weapon. You just need to tell me which one to give me. The Thread of Destiny. The crown staff. Almost instantly, Antonio and Reed gave the opposite answer. They stared at each other with red eyes, like chickens with red eyes. Seeing that scene, King Landar III could not help but smile. That was the first time he saw those two old fellows like that. After all, those two were usually important figures in the kingdom. There were very few things that they valued so much, let alone arguing endlessly. Only that brat Watson can do that. Not to mention Antonio and Reed, even I want to take all of those 2 weapons now. 2 starlight tier weapons. Even King Landar III could not remain calm in his heart. However, he knew that it was impossible to take the 2 weapons away. He could only let Reed and Antonio argue first. It would be best if the 2 fought. The more intense the fight, the higher the probability of him taking the weapons away. However, Reed and Antonio were not fools. After arguing for a while, they understood what King Landar III was thinking. They immediately looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Your Majesty, I can understand that you need a weapon for self-defense. However, as the current representatives of the kingdom, Reed and I also need weapons to arm ourselves. Reed and I came up with a compromise. We won't give Your Majesty our weapons. Your Majesty can just ask Watson to make a stronger weapon. Is not that enough? That is a good idea, but what if Watson doesn't agree to the remaining request? Please rest assured, Your Majesty. If Watson doesn't agree, we will force him to agree. As his master, he will definitely listen to our words. Then it's a deal. King Landar III returned the weapon in his hand. The three of them looked at each other and revealed bright smiles. The problem had come to an end. A world where only Watson was injured had appeared. Sword Saint's courtyard, at the hot spring. It was clearly a warm spring, but Watson could not help but sneeze twice. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? He subconsciously shivered. He looked at the spring in front of him. Kiana's entire body was tied up by a wind attribute rope. He tentatively said, Your Highness Kiana, you've been trapped in the hot spring for almost an hour. Should not that punishment be over? At that moment, Kiana was tied up and unable to move. Even her mouth was sealed by the wind element rope. Because her entire body was immersed in the hot spring, Kiana's golden red dress was completely soaked and stuck to her newly developed body that was filled with the scent of youth. In addition, her hair was also wet and stuck to her face, giving the man an evil feeling that he wanted to conquer her immediately. Woo woo woo. Facing Watson's inquiry, Kiana could only make a woo 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 sound. Watson could only wave his hand and remove the wind attribute rope tied to his mouth. Only then did he hear what Kiana said clearly. Watson, I can already bear that level of punishment. Next, you can make the punishment even more cruel. For example, you can turn the rope that trapped me into a fire attribute 1, or you can make spikes grow on it. Kiana's face, which had been soaked for a long time, turned red like a cooked prawn. However, there was no hint of pain on her face. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it, and her eyes were shining. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I really can't do that kind of thing. Besides, we've been out for a long time. It's better to go back. Watson sighed. He really could not do such a thing as helping and abusing others. Furthermore, if he went too far, when King Landar III saw him, he would definitely not let it go. He would definitely plot against him again and again. All right, it's indeed a little late. If we don't go back now, Father will be worried. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll carry out more exciting projects next time. Kiana thought for a moment and nodded. She was a pervert who had a tendency to be abused, but that did not mean that she was a fool without common sense. Generally speaking, she would not reveal that side of herself in front of others, even if it was someone close to her, just like how she did not do anything outrageous in front of Charlotte and the others. Only Watson was special to her. There would be no next time. As he complained in his heart, Watson untied Kiana, removed the wind attribute chains on her body, and brought her out of the hot spring. Even though he could not afford to offend Kiana because she had the backing of her father, King Landar III, he could not afford to offend her and hide from her. In the future, when he saw Kiana, he would just run away and stay far away from her. Watson originally thought so, but when he saw Kiana saying, I've been holding it in for several years, I can finally vent it out. She was obviously smiling, but her tears fell down her face and fell to the ground. She was somewhat flustered as she comforted her, Your Highness, why are you crying? Watson, you probably don't understand me. You're a princess, but you have such a hobby. I know it's wrong, but I can't control it. Normally, I can't reveal that look in the palace. My brothers who know that I have that hobby, even though they say they can understand me, but when I go to them and ask them to punish me, they always look troubled and use all kinds of excuses to avoid it. Up until now, only you, Watson, can listen to my request and satisfy me." Kiana wiped her face. There was a different emotion in her eyes compared to the excitement when she was being abused. She was touched. It's actually not a big deal to help Her Highness Kiana occasionally. After all, that is not a bad habit of murder and arson. It's just a masochistic tendency. Kiana's current appearance made Watson feel sympathetic. For Watson, whose soul belonged to the modern era, there were all kinds of people in his era. Masochistic people, people who liked to be abused, and people who liked to be abused, and even people who liked the same sex. In that world, many of those might sound alarmist, but for Watson, it was acceptable. As a princess, Kiana had such a hobby. In order to protect her face, she might not be easily exposed. She had always been hiding it and was quite pitiful. The only person who could understand and tolerate her was probably him. Watson did not have any special hobbies. It was difficult for him to marry Kiana, but he was happy to see her as a helpful friend. Watson secretly made up his mind that it would be fine to help Kiana a little in the future as long as no one knew about it. That would become a secret between the two of them. However, as soon as he had that thought, a voice filled with doubt and anger came from behind him. "Watson, what are you doing?" His body stiffened, thinking that it could not be such a coincidence. Watson turned his head stiffly and found a group of people behind him, led by King Landar III. Among them, Christina was staring at him fiercely, clenching her fists. Charlotte and Lily turned their heads away, blushing. Antonio and Reed were pretending to cough, while Casey was silently wailing. I was. Watson wanted to explain what had just happened to everyone, but when he thought that Kiana's hobby might not be understood by everyone, he fell into silence. At that moment, Kiana, who was next to him, changed her appearance from asking her to abuse him. She wiped the tears that had not dried on her face and ran to King Landar III's side. "Father, you're finally here. I was bullied by Watson just now. After he brought me here, he tied me up and threw me into the hot spring. No matter how much I begged for mercy, he did not save me. I felt terrible. I did not expect him to be such a terrifying person. Watson, how could you do such a thing to the princess? You have no sense of shame." Christina could not help but blame Watson. "That's right, we're still here. At least wait for us to leave." Halfway through her sentence, Lily was glared at by Charlotte and quickly turned her head. "We can't leave either. Even if Princess Kiana said something like she liked you, you can't treat her like that. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're liked." Following closely behind Lily, all sorts of criticisms were directed at Watson. He was so angry that his lips were trembling and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Kiana, who was the instigator of all that, turned her head away from King Landar III's embrace and stuck her tongue out at him with an apologetic look on her face. Watson could understand that Kiana was doing that because she wanted to maintain her image in front of everyone. She could only blame everything that had just happened on him. Even though she was angry, Watson could only bear with it for Kiana's sake. "Your Majesty, that matter is all the old man's fault. Reed and I usually did not teach Watson well. Later on, we will definitely teach him a strict lesson. Please, on account that Watson is a child, don't be too harsh on him," Antonio said after everyone denounced Watson. He then spoke. "Antonio, I can let it go for your sake that time. However, if I don't respond to the bullying of my daughter, would not I be unworthy of being a father? Therefore, Watson can be spared from the death penalty, but the punishment he will receive will not be small. First, Watson must get first place in that competition and marry me's daughter. If he can't do it, me will directly give him the death penalty." King Landar III sneered. Kiana's entire body was wet, and her curves could be seen at a glance. If that kind of thing were to be spread out, not only would it damage the prestige of the royal family, but it would also have an impact on Kiana's reputation. Therefore, it was natural to let Watson be in charge. No one present had any doubts. Secondly, Watson wants to make a powerful weapon for you for free until you are satisfied. The strength of the weapon will be according to Reed and Antonio. The one in your hands will do. Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely urge Watson to do it. Antonio and His Majesty had just reached an agreement on that request, so there was nothing much to say. As for the third request, I haven't thought about it yet. I will tell you after I have thought about it. Kiana, if Watson bullies you again in the future, you can tell Father that Father will definitely make the decision for you. Thank you, Father. Kiana nodded obediently. Let's say so much for now. I'll wait for the surprise that Watson will bring to me in the competition tomorrow. After leaving those words, King Landar III led Kiana, who turned back 3 times with each step, and turned around to leave the Sword Saint's courtyard. Just as he left the Sword Saint's courtyard, King Landar III burst into laughter, causing the surrounding passers-by to cast sidelong glances at him. After discovering his identity, the passers-by shouted "Greetings, Your Majesty," and knelt all over the ground. Watson, oh Watson, you've always been the one who made me suffer that time, it's your turn to suffer. You have to properly take responsibility for Mihai's daughter. Chapter 427, Instant Kill. Master Antonio, Master Reed, we've already eaten. It's getting late, so we won't bother you anymore. Charlotte stood in front of the Sword Saint's courtyard with Lily and bowed to Antonio and Reed. Casey and Lana also said their goodbyes. I won't see you off then. Oh, right. I hope you won't spread the news about Watson and the princess in the courtyard. After all, that matter is related to our lax discipline. If it's spread, it will damage our reputation. As Antonio sent the guest off, he pinched the space between his eyebrows. He had a slight headache. That worried look made Charlotte and the others hurriedly say, "We won't, Master Antonio. Please rest assured that we won't do such a thing. After all, we've seen Watson help us a lot. Such behavior is against the etiquette of a noble." Then I'm relieved. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Charlotte and the others, Antonio returned to his room. Charlotte, Lily, Lana, and Casey said goodbye to each other and then went their separate ways. At that moment, Charlotte was leading Lily back to the family. Charlotte was in deep thoughts while Lily wrapped her arms around her body and burped. Even though the culinary skills of the king's chef are excellent, better than any chef I've eaten before, the ingredients are not as good as the platinum-tier magical beast meat at the Holy Dragon Tavern. I did not expect Watson to do such a thing, even though he always looked harmless. We have to stay away from him. I don't know if we'll have the chance to eat the magical beast meat again in the future. Lily, what do you think about what happened in the Sword Saint's courtyard? Charlotte suddenly asked. What do you mean? About Watson? No, I did not ask you about Watson. I asked about what had happened. Don't you think it's strange? If Watson is a pervert, then he would not have done that for the first time. When he lived with Miss Christina, he would have done something. Didn't he do that? He broke into Miss Tina's room today. Not only did he see Miss Tina naked, he even saw our bodies. Lily's expression became more confused. Charlotte recalled what had happened before and could not help but blush. She glared at Lily. That was just an accident. Don't add it to that incident. Even if Watson is a pervert, he would not have done such a thing to the princess when the king was still there. There were still many people around. Casey is a famous pervert. Do you think he would dare to be so presumptuous in front of the princess? Charlotte, don't tell me you think that it was a trap. Charlotte nodded. That's right, I think so. You should have seen the 2 weapons that His Majesty discussed with Reed and Master Antonio during the meal. The strength of those weapons is definitely stronger than platinum-tier weapons, even more so than diamond-tier holy relics. It's very similar to the weapon that Watson made during the competition. His Majesty brought Princess Kiana with him. She confessed to Watson and forced them to leave the crowd. But His Majesty did not panic at all. At the dining table, His Majesty asked for Master Antonio and Master Reed's weapons, but the two of them did not give them to him. Instead, they asked Watson to make them. His Majesty's final punishment for Watson happened to include asking Watson for a weapon. Charlotte recalled the suspicious points during the meal, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt like something was wrong. As she listed them, Lily also realized that something was wrong. Yes, Watson had been quite disrespectful to Princess Kiana and His Majesty from the beginning. I was still wondering if His Majesty would punish Watson, but His Majesty did not get angry. Instead, he scolded Casey. If His Majesty deliberately left Watson alone with Princess Kiana from the beginning, then it makes sense. His Majesty's purpose was to get those special weapons in Watson's hands. As a member of the Campbell family, Lily was very knowledgeable about magical tools. According to her experience, the weapons in Antonio and Reed's hands were probably Starlight tier tools. It was not surprising for the leader of a kingdom to be greedy and take it by force. If that's the case, then did we blame Watson wrongly when we accused him just now? No, I have to go back and apologize. After Lily thought it through, she felt ashamed that she did not try to understand Watson and wanted to stay away from him. She turned around and was about to return to the Sword Saint's courtyard when Charlotte stopped her in time. Lily, as long as we know that in our hearts, it will be fine. It will be too awkward for you to go back now. Next time, when we see Watson, we will say sorry to him and give him a gift as an apology. All right, that is the only way now. Lily and Charlotte discussed what gift they should give Watson as an apology, and they walked further away on the road. On the other side. D*MN Watson, why are you so lucky? The competition hasn't ended yet, but Princess Kiana has already fallen in love with him. Why don't I have such luck? Casey scratched his ears and cheeks, complaining indignantly. Brother Casey, I don't think you need to be like that. After all, being liked by the princess is not necessarily a good thing. Lana comforted him. Lana, you don't know anything. What's the identity of the princess? Currently, there's only one princess in the entire kingdom, not to mention that after marrying the princess, I might become the future king. If the princess fancies me, I won't need to bear brothers and father's anger anymore. Even the Ptolemy family's property is no longer important to me because I will have the entire kingdom. Casey clenched his fists and looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with hope for the future. Lana could not help but sigh at that scene. Brother Casey, you really are an idiot. Casey did not know what had happened in the Sword Saint's courtyard. He was envious of Watson, but Lana did not think that what had happened was Watson's fault at all. It was probably a play directed by King Landar III to get Watson to create a weapon for him. Also, when the Sword Saint was introducing Antonio's weapon, he said that the staff can communicate with 7 types of magical power sources. But are there not only 6 types of magic power sources in this world? What is the 7th type of magical source? Lana had been studying magic, so she was quite sensitive to those contents. When others heard it, they either did not pay attention or treated it as Reed's slip of the tongue. For the time being, those were not things that she truly remembered in her heart. However, those things were something that she could understand for the time being, so she simply did not think about them. It's fine if His Majesty wants Watson to make weapons, but he also wants Watson to win the competition. For that, he even sold his daughter. I had long thought that many big things would happen around Watson. As expected, not long after we arrived in the capital, Watson had already attracted His Majesty's attention. In the future, life here will be even more exciting. Lana could not help but smile like a little devil. Sword Saint's courtyard, Christina's room. Watson, you said that you did it. What kind of punishment do you want to receive? Watson knelt in front of the desk and endured Christina's questioning. He replied helplessly, Tina, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. It's not what I think. Then what is it? Tell me. I'm sorry, but I promised someone that I would not tell anyone about what happened just now. You can't tell me, or you don't dare to tell me. Christina's plump chest bulged vigorously. The reason she was angry was not what Watson and the princess had done but because Watson had such a tendency. Why did he not tell her? Was it because she was not charming enough and could not compare to the princess? She could get wet and soak in the hot spring with her clothes on. She could do such a thing. Previously, to get the secret to becoming stronger from Watson, she even showed that she was willing to do anything. Under such circumstances, Watson did not do anything to her. Instead, he played such a shameful game with Kiana, whom he had just met the day before. That hurt her self-esteem. She was a noble swordswoman. As a mature and well-developed woman, could she not be compared to a 12 or 13-year-old girl? Watson, I now know your nature, but doing that to the princess is still too much. Seeing Watson's aggrieved look, Christina's heart softened, and she sighed. The king has already punished you. If you do it again in the future, the punishment will only be more severe. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your two masters and the sake of your family. If you really have to do that, then do it to me. After all, I've received a lot of benefits from you. That is what I should do for you. As Christina spoke, she walked toward Watson. She bent down and lifted her hair with one hand while placing the other hand on the buttons of her clothes as if she was going to unbutton them. That scene made Watson suddenly stand up and extend his hand toward Christina. Tina, it's not what you think. I really did that for a particular reason. You have misunderstood. He grabbed Christina's hand and tried to pull it away from the button, but her hand did not move at all. When the two of them were in a stalemate, the door suddenly opened. Boom! Reed and Antonio walked in, they looked exhausted. Reed muttered, "We've finally sent the king away. After that, we have to tell the people in the courtyard that if His Majesty comes again, they have to inform us before letting him in." Antonio nodded in agreement. That's right. I did not expect His Majesty would use his daughter to set up a trap for Watson. He even wanted to snatch our weapons forcefully. Fortunately, the two of us can be considered influential figures in the kingdom. In addition, there are 3 children from the Archduke's families here. His Majesty was worried about his dignity. Otherwise, it's hard to say if we can keep our weapons. As they spoke, the two of them raised their heads and looked at Watson and Christina, who were pulling each other. The 4 of them were stunned. Watson, what are you doing to Tina? After what you just did to Princess Kiana, now it's Tina's turn. Perhaps the king did not frame you at all? You're really a pervert. Reed muttered in disbelief, and Christina also fell into a daze. Plan? Trap? Father and Master Antonio, what are you talking about? Stop talking. I'll explain it to you. Watson released his grip on Christina's hand and took a few steps backward. The people in the family had a profound misunderstanding of what had happened. If that continued, his reputation would collapse, and he would be regarded as a lecher. It's like this. Watson told them what had happened in the hot spring. He omitted the fact that Kiana had a tendency to be abused and that he had taken the initiative to help Kiana. He only said that he had to push Kiana into the hot spring for some reason. I see. Watson, you did not do anything. It was Kiana who let everyone think that you had done something to her so that the king could punish you. Christina was a brilliant person. She had just been angered to the point of losing her mind. Since she had calmed and thought about it for a while, she understood that Watson was innocent. Since King Landar III had asked her father and Master Antonio to hand over their weapons at the dining table, it was not difficult to guess that his primary purpose of going to the Sword Saint's courtyard was that. Christina blushed when she knew that she had misunderstood Watson as a lustful person. It was as if there were 2 red clouds on the beautiful white petals. Father, it seems like you have found out the king's purpose from the beginning. Then why didn't you stop his plan in advance? Christina tried to change the topic to cover her awkwardness. We discovered it, but His Majesty asking for weapons from us in that situation was to distract us and prevent us from rushing over to help Watson. There is another point. His Majesty wants to tie Princess Kiana to Watson and use his daughter as a bargaining chip to make Watson his subordinate. That's something he would do, but His Majesty has missed something. Reed chuckled. Antonio said, Watson would never become his man because Watson's goal is to overthrow his reign. He sent Princess Kiana here to use her to control Watson, which may have the opposite effect. We can make the princess fall in love with Watson and, in turn, become a spy by His Majesty's side. Previously, only Samuel had contact with His Majesty. Due to his identity, Samuel could not get much information, but Princess Kiana is different. What do you mean by overthrowing his reign, father? Master Antonio, why don't I understand? Christina looked at Reed and then looked at Antonio. She felt like two strangers were standing in front of her. If she could, she really wanted to erase the words in her mind and cover her ears. Could she really listen to such rebellious words? Tina, we were going to tell you about that earlier, but I just found out. I'm worried about how to do that. Now, with Princess Kiana, we have the first weapon to break through His Majesty's defense. Watson, you must perform well and make Princess Kiana fall in love with you. Master Reed, I think that making a person fall in love with oneself is equivalent to lying. As long as we let Kiana do her own thing, it will be enough. Watson shook his head. He disagreed with Reed's plan. Instead, he changed his method. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Christina. Miss Tina, I'm sorry. Master Antonio brought me to the royal city not only to learn sword techniques. My real goal is to overthrow the rule of King Landar III and become the king. That may sound ridiculous, but it's not impossible. So, can you trust me and help me? Watson, why are you still asking me that? Haven't I been on your side for a long time? If it was before, she might have rejected that idea for her own reasons, but at that moment, she did not have any reaction when she heard Watson's words. A genius like Watson was destined to flourish beyond a small kingdom like the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Watson's future should be a vast sea of stars. Therefore, there was bound to be a battle between him and the king. Perhaps she had already had such thoughts, she just pretended that she did not know. Perhaps those thoughts were for her self-deception. She would help Watson for another reason. No matter what, even if it was only for her own future, she had to let Watson achieve his goal and become stronger because it meant that she would also become stronger. We still have to prepare for the third round tomorrow. It's not difficult to win with your current strength, Watson, but we still have to eliminate all the unfavorable factors. When His Majesty came earlier, he said to poison those contestants. That is a good choice. Or we could make a move discreetly and let the contestants admit defeat during the competition, and then let Watson appear as the chosen one again. After Antonio and Reed confessed Watson's plan to Christina, they started to whisper to each other. Christina could not help but hug her shoulders. Watson frowned. Masters, your voices were too loud when you discussed our plans. Furthermore, those plans were too dark and did not match your identities. I want to win openly. The next day arrived quickly. The Royal Academy had not yet opened its doors early in the morning, but there were already quite a number of people gathered there. Those onlookers were eagerly awaiting the start of the third round of the finals. Have you heard? Who were the people revived for the third round? I've heard that 2 of the contestants are from the Winter Nation. They left the capital overnight in a carriage and with their envoys as well. They said they had an urgent matter in the Winter Nation and had to return, so another 2 slots have been vacated. They'll have to revive 5 contestants today. What do you mean there's an emergency in the Winter Nation? It's not like their king has passed away. I think they were scared by our geniuses and did not dare to continue the competition. They were worried that they would lose, so they left. The Winter Nation is a barbaric land in the north. There are a bunch of savages living there. It's normal that they can't beat our elites. Let's not talk about them. I don't know who has been revived. If there are 5 spots, we might be able to consider a little more. However, as expected, we still have to vote for Augustus. I've also voted for Augustus. That was such an exciting battle. Other than Augustus, I've also voted for Miss Lily from the Campbell family, Miss Christina from the Sword Saints family, and 3 Platinum Tier weapon emissaries. Platinum Tier weapon emissaries were the latest names to appear in the kingdom because the forging of Platinum Tier weapons had undergone a revolution. Even ordinary geniuses could obtain a Platinum Tier weapon and unleash its strength. They called those people who relied on Platinum Tier weapons to become powerful geniuses as Platinum Tier weapon emissaries. After a short discussion, the king's carriage arrived at the Royal Academy entrance. The gate opened as the teachers and students welcomed the royal family. King Landar III led his children, along with many ministers and nobles, into the audience seats. Due to the battle between Watson and Augustus, the audience seats had suffered severe damages. However, the seats had been repaired. Furthermore, there were more spectators than before. The audience seats could accommodate 100,000 people, and they were filled to the brim. There were also people standing in the aisles. They obviously would rather stand and watch the matches. After King Landar III entered the Royal Academy, he immediately went to the private room in the sky. A huge banner accompanied by his majestic voice filled the entire Royal Academy's competition ground. After a day of rest, I think everyone can't wait to see the exciting 3rd round of the competition. At the same time, we have also revived 5 geniuses, according to your votes. Today, the final round for the kingdom's top 16 geniuses will be held here. This competition is different from the previous ones. There will be no knockout matches, instead, points will be collected. The winner of this competition will receive 1 point each time, and the loser will receive 0 points. Finally, the kingdom's top 16 geniuses will be determined based on the person with the highest scores. The person on that ranking will receive the kingdom's Medal of Honor. In addition to the first place, others will also have different degrees of rewards. As soon as King Landar III's voice fell, the arena erupted into an uproar. The kingdom's Medal of Honor. In the past, that could only be obtained by those who had made great contributions to the kingdom. However, it seemed like as long as one worked hard to compete, they would be able to obtain it. There were also other rewards. For a time, many people were somewhat envious of those geniuses. After that battle, the geniuses on the list would not only be able to improve their strength, but they would also be able to make a name for themselves and be known throughout the kingdom. That's all I have to say. I believe that all of you are already eager to watch the competition, so I won't waste any more time. The banner that I displayed had the names of 5 people that everyone had voted for in their battle order. The content written on the banner was very simple. The first row was 90,800 votes for Augustus. Only those who had watched the battle at the Royal Academy were eligible to vote. There were only over 100,000 participants in the second round of the exhibition, and Augustus alone accounted for 90% of them. One could see how popular he was. Quick, take a look and see if that person is Augustus. Some people in the audience exclaimed. Many people turned their heads and found that Augustus, who had been revived, had bandages wrapped around his face, only revealing a scarlet eye on the right side. He slowly walked into the venue from outside the Royal Academy. Behind him were members of the Campbell family. Augustus was only left with a skeleton the previous day, but it seemed like he had almost recovered. That was the advantage of being a puppet. Furthermore, healing his injuries was much easier for him than it was for humans. He did not feel any pain. It was unknown whether Augustus, who had recovered, was stronger than before. Augustus, over here. We believe that you can stand tall and proud again. As expected, you are the best. Bring us an even more exciting battle today. After Augustus entered the venue, many of the audience members cheered. However, they did not pay much attention to the people behind the banner. The other people revived were Christina, Lily, Emma, Donald, and Casey. Among them, Casey was the most miserable, with only 30 votes. It was hard to imagine whether he had bribed a portion of the audience and forced them to vote for him. However, Casey raised his hands and cheered loudly. He looked like someone who had obtained 90% of the votes instead of Augustus. After Augustus, the revived contestants entered the venue one after another. Similarly, there were also the 11 people who had won the previous rounds, excluding the 2 contestants from the Winter Nation. A total of 16 geniuses stood on the stage. Each of them was in high spirits and had an imposing manner. No matter what, they were all geniuses among all geniuses, the elites among all the elites. You are the hope of the kingdom and the future pillars of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, I hope that you can bring your competitive spirit to the matches. The geniuses to fight in the first round are Casey and Donald. As soon as the king's voice fell, the geniuses made room for the contestants, but a cold voice interrupted them. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just let me take care of them here. Anyway, my goal is only to be number 1. As for the other geniuses, just wait until I defeat them and then find a place to sort them out slowly. The person who spoke was Augustus, who had a bandage wrapped around his head. His cold red eyes scanned his surroundings. After his battle with Watson, he had gone through another surgery when he returned home. Other than McGee, the other members of the Campbell family were all in favor of that surgery. After fusing with their remaining holy relics, coupled with his previous battle experience with Watson, Augustus had already transformed and become even stronger. Augustus, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you performed well in the previous round. Would you have lost if you were stronger then? And you still say that your goal is to be number 1. Don't spout nonsense. At most, you'll be number 2. Someone was dissatisfied with Augustus, they snorted coldly. The person who spoke was a beautiful woman. There was a huge longbow on her back, it was out of proportion to her body. Her eyes were shaped like a falcon. What's your name? My name is Nero, a free hunter from the kingdom. All right, it's decided. You shall get 16th place in this competition. A flame flashed in Augustus' red eyes. A layer of flame immediately appeared on Nero's body. It hurt so much that she fell to the ground and tried to extinguish the flame. However, no matter what she did, the flame did not show any signs of extinguishing. Instead, the fire burned more vigorously, as if it came out of her own body. A scum who is not even platinum tier dares to shout in front of me. Waving his hand, Augustus had a disdainful look on his face. That move was called Void Fire. It was the ability of a third-era holy relic. It could make space burn. Even space could burn, let alone the people in the space. Next, it's your turn. Augustus glanced at everyone in the arena, ignoring Nero, whose unconscious body was scorched by the flames. Apparently, his purpose was very simple. As long as he eliminated everyone at the same time, he would be in the first place. As for the rest of the people who would fight for the second, third, and fourth places, it had nothing to do with him. All holy relics have been fused, and the power of Starlight Tier will be displayed. Augustus spread his arms. The outline of an illusory spherical energy body appeared in the sky, containing the power of a Starlight Tier elite that was as violent as the sea's surface. The power that Augustus displayed last time was the power of the sun. At that time, he demonstrated the power of the void. Under the semi-transparent power sphere, the world was divided into different regions. Black holes were faintly discernible, and pitch-black spatial cracks split the entire space within the Royal Academy. Watson, I did not expect you to have the ability to fuse the holy relic last time. But now, I've fused with the new holy relics and obtained the power of the void. You won't be able to get close to me, you can't transmit your power, and you can't absorb the holy relics on me. This time, the winner will be me. Is that so? Watson raised his eyebrows. He could feel that Augustus was telling the truth. He and Augustus seemed to be more than 10 meters apart, but the distance between them was several worlds apart. No attack could reach Augustus, but that did not affect the system at all. The effect was mandatory. Watson had never seen any ability in the world that could restrict the system. You don't believe me? Augustus narrowed his eyes. Watson's response was obviously perfunctory, and it stimulated his competitive spirit. He was about to increase the power of the holy relics and defeat everyone with the power of the void. Casey, who was standing at the side, said, "Augustus, wait. You can eliminate others, but can you keep me here? I spent tens of thousands of gold coins to buy 30 tickets for my revival. If you defeat me without giving me a chance to show off, the money would have been wasted. Spending money to buy a resurrection? What a clown!" Casey's words did not persuade Augustus to sympathize with him, but it made Augustus feel the man was a disgrace. Countless black holes and spatial cracks in the sky immediately floated toward Casey. Casey could not even let out a scream as the endless black holes and spatial cracks crushed him. He barely held the long sword in his hand and blocked the attack. In the end, the platinum tier water dragon sky sword in his hand broke, and Casey's body was pressed to the ground with it. D*MNU, Augustus. You always do that. Can't you just listen to what others have to say? Maybe I've provoked you. The voice came to an abrupt stop halfway. The powerful space suppressed Casey until he fainted. There were other contestants in the same situation. Some contestants were able to break through the encirclement. At the very least, their strength was at peak gold tier. Some of them even had strength comparable to platinum tier. However, Augustus had activated all the holy relics. In front of the terrifying starlight tier power, all the contestants were already on the ground without any exception, and among them were Lily and Christina. Christina was the last to fall. Her hands were clasped as she suddenly released the kingdom of the sword toward the sky. The huge kingdom of the sword crushed the air and pierced a hole through the translucent energy sphere in the sky. Unfortunately, the hole was nothing compared to the energy sphere that stretched for thousands of meters. The spatial energy that poured from the sky suppressed Christina until she vomited blood and flew more than 10 meters backward. Augustus had attacked. In just a few seconds, only Nia from the St. Laurent family and Watson were still standing on the field. There are still 2 people left. Stinky B*TCH and Watson. As expected of my sworn enemies. You're just a little harder to deal with than ordinary people, but that's it. Do you know why the third era is called the generation closest to the gods? Because they have technologies that were closest to the gods, and the best of all of those technologies is undoubtedly the use of spatial energy. Augustus sneered as he extended the 2 fingers of his right hand. Let's say my fingers are the 2 ends of space. Now that my fingers are joined, the space will also be joined. But what if the 2 parts of space are not my fingers, but your heads and feet? Pointing the 2 fingers at Watson and Nia, Augustus softly chanted, "Bang!" Following the sound, Watson felt like the space above and below his body seemed to overlap. A terrifying force beyond description passed through his head to his feet as if it wanted to suppress his entire body to a flat surface. Time freeze. To prevent himself from being pierced by that force, Watson could only activate the effect of the wheel of reversal that was floating behind him, stopping his own time. The energy he felt on his head and feet did not weaken, but the activation of that force was halted. Slightly relieved, Watson looked to his side and saw that the power of space had flattened Nia. Previously, Nia was a living person, but at that moment, she had turned into a piece of paper. Floating in the air, she gradually fell to the ground. That scene looked very strange. A living person had turned into a thin piece of paper. An ordinary person would probably be frightened to the point of collapse if they saw it at close range. Watson, I did not expect you to be able to resist the power of space. The weapon behind you must have played a role. It seems like the weapon that has fused with 50 holy relics is even more powerful than I thought. However, you resisted the folding of 2 spaces. Can you resist the folding of countless spaces? Augustus clenched his fist at Watson. The space above Watson's head and on the ground had been folded countless times. The clouds in the sky had turned into a white line at a speed not visible to the naked eye. The thick and heavy earth was also disappearing layer by layer at a rapid pace. It was as if different layers of soil had overlapped, becoming more and more solemn. The sky and the earth within a few hundred meters of Watson had been infinitely shortened. It had become a thin layer and finally connected, turning into something that could trap Watson. What kind of ability is that? Condensing the sky and earth into a ball, isn't that amazing? The ability to control space has reached a formidable level for one to be able to do that. The audience watched as Augustus used that method to seal Watson. Watson relied on the time it took for the world to remain in the shape of an eggshell, unable to continue shrinking but also unable to get out. I did it. From now on, I am the victor, the #1 genius in the kingdom. After Augustus sealed Watson, he raised his hands, shouting as if he was the victor. The victory was such a joy, not to mention that he had single-handedly killed everyone else. He was destined to be recorded in the annals of history, becoming an existence as great as the ancient Dark Archon. Just as Augustus was savoring the joy of victory, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. No, you are not. What? Augustus could not believe that someone had escaped his attack. He turned his head in disbelief. Just as he turned his head halfway, his body was frozen with a series of cracking sounds. Other contestants, including Watson, were also frozen. Nia's body had returned to normal from her paper-like state. She sat on an icy throne and looked around the arena. All she could see was silence. The third round of the match had ended unexpectedly quickly. No one foresaw the match to end so soon. One contestant had killed all the contestants in an instant. Unfortunately, it was not Augustus but Nia. Chapter 428, The Child of God and the Chosen One. Is the ice demoness Nia so strong? I feel that Augustus is even stronger than a day ago. How could he lose when he had already mastered the power of the void? That is too surprising. Facing such a powerful Augustus, Nia only waved her hand to freeze him. If it weren't for her overwhelming strength, she would not have been able to do that. Even Watson barely won against Augustus and almost lost. Doesn't that mean that Nia is even stronger than Watson? Many of the audience were shocked. Augustus. Newman looked at his son with a worried expression. See, I told you not to fuse more holy relics with Augustus. What's the use of giving those holy relics to him? If we use them for research, those holy relics might allow us to discover new technologies. But if we give them to Augustus, he will only be defeated and make a fool of himself. I say that the puppet project itself is not very valuable, McGee shouted from the side. After a few words, Armand stopped him. That's enough. After Augustus fused with more holy relics, his strength is even stronger than the last time. I did not do anything at all. That proves that the fusion between holy relics is beyond anything we've ever seen. Even if we don't do anything, they will still fuse. Just that discovery alone is enough. Furthermore, Augustus failed not because the idea of fusing with holy relics was not good, but because the enemies he faced each time were too powerful. Armand stared at Nia, who was sitting on the icy throne, with a frown. After the fusion he tested Augustus' spatial power. It could fold up to 1,000 layers of space. Those spaces could not only fold but also expand. Each expanded space was the size of a world, and it was equivalent to 1,000 worlds protecting Augustus. A normal attack would be impressive even if it could pierce through 1 or 2 worlds, let alone 1,000. How could Nia's attack penetrate through layers of space to get to Augustus? It was clearly just an ordinary ice element spell. How could it be so powerful? Armand did not know what principles it contained. Even though he did not know, Armand knew that Nia's attack was not simple. Why is Watson trapped? First Augustus and then Nia. Are those two that strong? Kiana, who was sitting in front of the audience, nervously crossed her hands. When she saw that Watson was frozen in the shape of a folded eggshell, she was very worried. Flame Consul Augustus and Ice Demoness Nia. Those two were originally the strongest geniuses in the capital. I thought Augustus would be a little stronger. After the holy relics transformed his entire body, Augustus was on a different level from other geniuses. I did not expect that he would still be no match for Nia, the first prince muttered to himself. The other two princes had complicated expressions on their faces. I did not expect that there would be other monsters in the kingdom besides Watson. Those monsters were right in front of us, but we could not tell. Our ability to judge people is still far inferior to Father's. I thought Watson would definitely win this competition. Now that Nia has displayed such powerful strength, it's hard to say. At first, it doesn't matter who becomes the winner. But now, my sister's heart is with Watson. It's meaningless if Watson doesn't win. I hope he has a way to break out of the sealed state and defeat Nia. The princes were a little worried for their sister, Kiana, because they could feel that Kiana was 100 times more anxious than them. From Kiana's slightly trembling arms and legs, she seemed impatient to rush onto the stage. Only Watson could get her to act that way. Just as all the princes were thinking that, Kiana exhaled a breath of hot air and crossed her legs. First she sealed a person on an indestructible eggshell, and then she covered the eggshell with a layer of ice. Augustus and Nia certainly know a lot. Especially Nia. Previously, they thought that she was cold and unlikable, but it seems like she is quite skilled in torture. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the initiative to approach her. Perhaps we could have become very good friends. It was over. Kiana had fallen ill again. The princes were speechless. They had initially thought that Kiana's restlessness was because of Watson, but in the end, they discovered that Kiana did not want Watson to escape but wanted to take his place. In King Landar III's private viewing room in the sky. As expected, after the Winter Nation people had left, the viewing quality of the competition had changed. The 16 geniuses are worthy of praise, indeed. Although I was upset that Augustus did not wait for me to finish my words before taking action, I can tolerate competent people. In addition, he had already been frozen and received the punishment he deserved, so I won't mind it. King Landar III swirled his wine glass. I don't know if Watson can defeat Nia and break through in the final battle that I arranged for him. If he can't do it, I will be greatly disappointed. King Landar III had anticipated every battle in that exhibition match, including the outcome of the fight and the reactions it would cause. If anything exceeded his expectations, it would be that Augustus had been modified without his permission. He had even fused with dozens of holy relics, but that would not affect that battle. That Nia girl, I remember she's from the Saint Laurent family. She has such powerful strength. The cold air that emanates from her body is too powerful. Even though I am watching from such a distance, I still feel as if the blood in my body and even my soul are about to freeze. Antonio was sitting near King Landar III. He was also curious about the strength that Nia had displayed. That power seems to be Starlight tier, but that young girl appears to be peak gold tier. That is really illogical. Reed frowned. After all, even Watson could not make a peak gold tier elite unleash the Starlight tier power. At most, Watson could only make a peak gold tier person unleash a diamond tier move. Antonio, Reed, are you guys wondering why an ordinary-looking girl would have such terrifying power? King Landar III asked with interest. He paused for a moment and waited for Antonio and Reed to become impatient. Then he said, I wonder if you have heard of an existence called the Child of God. The Child of God? Antonio and Reed's expressions changed when they heard that word. They knew what it was. The Child of God? Then, even Watson might not be able to win. That is his trial. Don't forget about the conditions that I set for him. If he can't win first place, I will punish him on the spot and kill him. That is not a joke. King Landar Ii's voice reverberated in the room, filled with cruelty. In the Saint Laurent family's seats. The Saint Laurent family had many women in their group, and they preferred to wear long skirts made of purple irises. They wore black veils to cover their faces, and they also wore black gloves on their hands. At that moment, an old woman sat in front of the group. Her white hair indicated her age, and she looked to be over 80 years old. However, her face was reddish, and there were no wrinkles. At that moment, the elderly woman was looking at Nia on the stage with a kind gaze. The child of God refers to the position when the gods were dissatisfied after reaching the starlight tier. However, because of the limitations of their talent, they could no longer improve. Therefore, they chose to reincarnate into the body of a low-tier creature. They can start cultivating from the beginning to reach a higher level. A god who can reincarnate not only needs a powerful tool to avoid the limitations of the rules, but also has enough power to tear the passage between the divine and the mortal realms apart. That requires the god to be at the peak starlight tier. And a god who comes to the mortal world through that method will trigger the memories of their previous life bit by bit, awakening the divine power that does not belong to a mortal, even though that process will gradually erase the human's mind. Nia was a child of God, and the god who possessed Nia was a goddess with the same name who symbolized ice and cold. The god was not satisfied with her power, so she sealed her power in a certain artifact. She entered the body of a newborn baby girl in the Saint Laurent family and fused with her. Although Nia was only 14 years old, the divine power in her body had already awakened quite a bit. That was also why the family had pardoned Nia after accidentally killing someone in the Saint Laurent family. The lives of a few mortals could not compare to the benefits that a child of God could bring to the family when she grew up. To the gods, humans are no different than other living creatures. We are just ants. They think they can kill a few ants as they walk, but they crush a few ants out of curiosity. That is very normal for the gods, just like how humans don't care about how many ants we kill. I'm not sure about other kingdoms, but at least in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, no genius can surpass Nia. These so-called geniuses are just mortals and ants. How can they be compared to gods? The old woman sighed and shifted her gaze from Nia to Watson, sealed in the ice. That child is destined to be no match for Nia. Nia has become a stone on the path of the gods again. However, that child's appearance looks very similar to a certain person in my memories. Am I overthinking? While everyone was in their own thoughts, suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the center of the arena. The frozen layer of ice that sealed Watson suddenly shattered. Watson crawled out from within and shook off the ice shards that were on his body. As expected, Nia, you are a mighty opponent. Charlotte had always told me to be careful of you. She was right. However, why did you freeze Charlotte, who is also a member of your family? Watson looked around. The reason he could come out was that Augustus had been frozen. The layers of the world that had sealed him in immediately lost their support, causing him to be able to use infinite time to accelerate the decay of the world and get out. Otherwise, he would be trapped for a while. Watson realized that other than himself, everyone else on the scene had been frozen, including Lily, Charlotte, and Christina. After all, Augustus was someone with ambition. However, he could not understand why Charlotte, Nia's sister, had also been attacked. Because that is the rule. When there's only one person left, I will thaw them out. Nia was still sitting on the frozen throne, tilting her head slightly. Or did I do something bad? I don't quite understand. I was just worried that Charlotte would get in my way, so I sealed her. That way, not only would it ensure the smooth progress of what I'm doing, it would also keep her safe. For a human sister, that should be enough. Human sister? Does that mean you're not a human? Sort of. Taking a deep breath, Watson spat out a ball of ice mist. No matter what you are, I don't intend to admit defeat just like that. Time reversal, activate. Following his voice, Watson reached out his hand and held onto time. The time around him receded rapidly, and soon, the ice cubes on everyone's bodies began to melt. It was as if time had arrived before the start of the battle. What happened? I remember that Brother Augustus attacked everyone first, and then Sister Nia froze us. Lily's shoulders trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. The memories from earlier flashed through her mind, making her feel terrified. Sister Nia, Charlotte recalled what had happened, and her expression became conflicted. Since everyone has recovered, then leave this place quickly. Next, this battle is between Nia and me, and it will become very dangerous. Watson waved his hand. Although everyone was unwilling to accept his words, they knew that their lives were still important. They immediately began to retreat. Only one person did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward Nia. That person was Augustus. Despicable woman. I was ambushed because my attention was on Watson. This time, it won't happen. Activating all holy relics at full power. Peak Starlight Tier ability, 1,000 layers of space shattering. Die. With an angry roar, Augustus put his hands together, and his entire body started to burn. Just like the last time he fought with Watson, he burned his life, and his terrifying power that surpassed ordinary Starlight Tier spread forward. 1,000 layers of space overlapped in the original world, covering Nia. The tremendous power of the 1,000 layers of space destruction caused the audience on Augustus' side to lose their connection with the entire arena. They flew out abruptly, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. They only stopped after knocking down a wall of the Royal Academy. The audience in that part of the area cried out incessantly, their faces filled with terror. That was under the circumstances where Reed and Antonio had worked together to cast a protective barrier. Otherwise, the aftershock from Augustus' attack would have caused tens of thousands of people to disappear. The aftershock was too powerful, even for Nia, who was at the center. However, what was surprising was that Nia only blew a breath toward Augustus' powerful attack. He maintained his posture and froze on the spot. The 1,000 layers of ice were like huge icebergs. However, those icebergs were in the air and looked very spectacular. Is that for real? A wave of exclamations came from the audience seats. They could feel the terrifying pressure even if they were far away. However, Nia could still deflect it easily. That was too strong. Watson could not help but feel shocked by Nia's strength. Even if he wanted to withstand Augustus' attack, it would not have been so easy. It was clear that Nia's strength was above his own. Even a true god was not comparable to her. After thinking for a while, Watson took the opportunity to go to Augustus' side. He cast time reversal and rescued Augustus from the ice seal. DMN that BTCH. Augustus, who had thawed, did not continue with his attack. Clearly, he also understood that there was a huge difference between him and Nia. Watson, that annoying woman is too strong. I can't defeat her alone. Let's work together, and after we defeat her, we will decide the victor. Augustus, your suggestion is not bad, but you should rest. Fusion system, activate. Watson extended his right hand toward Augustus. Instead of supporting him, he activated the fusion system. The dozens of holy relics on Augustus' body fused in a burst of light, causing Augustus to become an empty skeleton once again. The reason he did that was that there was no team battle in the third round. Augustus would not be allowed to join forces with him to deal with Nia. Furthermore, Augustus was too hot-tempered. He would charge forward at the slightest disagreement, and that would disrupt Watson's formation. It was better to get Augustus off the field. Lily, I'll leave Augustus to you. You guys should leave quickly. I got it, Watson. Lily nodded hurriedly and carried Augustus, who had turned into a metal rod, and ran out. There were other contestants with them. Seeing that Augustus had been frozen many times, they understood that that was no longer a battle they could participate in. At that moment, following the evacuation of many contestants, Many spectators stood up nervously, and the Campbell family was the most apprehensive. D***MN that Watson. How can he still take the holy relics on Augustus's body when Augustus is using more than 1,000 layers of space to protect himself? What are the conditions to activate that ability? Does it require the energy to touch the enemy? But if it doesn't require any energy, then what is Watson using? The Campbell family's patriarch, Armand, was about to vomit blood. He had planned to turn Augustus into a puppet once again and find Watson to avenge himself. He did not expect that he would not be able to take revenge. Instead, it was the Campbell family who suffered even more losses. At that time, the Campbell family had fused all of their holy relics on Augustus. They had none left. Therefore, the holy relics were even more powerful when fused. Congratulations on successfully fusing a large number of holy relics, Master. You have obtained a peak starlight tier peak tool, the God of Space's limitless compass. Peak starlight tier tool, the God of Space's limitless compass. This item's soul is bound. It can't be dropped or stolen. Effects: absolute distance. Regardless of whether it is an attack or an item on the body, it can be transported to any place at any time, regardless of distance. Absolute mark: using space to mark an item, the mark will not disappear, and the item can be recalled without external resistance. Space manipulation: it can fold multiple spaces into one, or it can turn one space into multiple. Space flashback: fusing space into the body, allowing the damage to be transferred, and space destruction, allowing space to explode, destroying everything within. Additional abilities: Hidden Void, opens the door to a random dimension, connecting to an abyssal world, the depths of the sea, or ancient ruins, releasing random creatures. Parallel World, creates a world similar to the current world, replicating its existence against enemies, replicating the combat power of the world with its own strength. Following the system notification, a strange compass appeared before Watson that looked square on the surface but triangular and circular in other places. The scale on the compass pointed to the top of the compass no matter which direction one looked from. After the semi-transparent compass appeared, the volume of the wheel of reversal behind Watson immediately doubled and floated to Watson's right, while the compass flashed and came to Watson's left shoulder. Two weapons were peak starlight tier weapons, one controlling time and the other controlling space. It made Watson look like a god who controlled time and space. An aura that surpassed ordinary starlight tier emanated from his body. Nia, who was facing that aura, was still unmoved. Instead, she said calmly, "It seems like you don't intend to admit defeat. You're the only one on the field now. That means that as long as I defeat you, I can obtain the final victory. If you can do it, feel free to give it a try." Watson gestured to Nia with his finger. She did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of her hand, a cold wave that filled the sky swept in Watson's direction. As the cold wave came, Watson suddenly felt the shadow of death. He understood why Augustus had released such a powerful force and was still frozen. The cold wave that attacked him was not real cold but a strange rule. The effect of that rule was to reduce the operation of the energy factors, making the collision of all the energy factors return to calmness. It was the result of the impact of countless energy factors. That result was not only reflected in the explosion. Even if it was a stone or a blade of grass or a person who did not move, it was formed by energy factors gathered from various forces. If those energy factors did not move, then the form they displayed would be frozen. Therefore, when she faced Augustus' attack, Nia did not freeze his attack. She just stopped the energy factors contained in his attack. The energy factors that stopped moving then froze on the spot. Unfortunately, Watson was not Augustus. The divine artifact he controlled was also more powerful than Augustus' random holy relics. As a result, Watson used a layer of space to wrap the rules that stopped the energy particles. He also used time freeze to harden the entire space. After it was penetrated by the power of the paused energy particles, he used another layer of space that had been frozen to wrap it up. In that cycle, he had sealed Nia's power to prevent it from leaking out. The resulting phenomenon was that the cold wave that Nia summoned went back to Watson's side, then spread, and went back again. It was very magical. It's not only the human body, even space and time contain energy particles. It is precisely because of the diversity of energy that world can produce space, time, and many elements. However, that ability can affect the energy elements themselves. I wonder what that ability is called. After Watson blocked Nia's attack, he asked that question tentatively. His original intention was to get some information and see if there was a way to crack that terrifying rule. He thought that Nia would not reveal it so easily, so he did not expect Nia to open her mouth as soon as he finished speaking. My ability is to control the movement of energy factors. It can speed up the movement of energy and also reduce it. I call that ability molecular control. Nia's ability was no longer controlling the macroscopic power of space or time but the control of the surrounding particles. From vast to small, from empty to clear. That was the difference between gods and humans. The symbol of being close to the universe. To be close to the universe was to understand the truth. Are you human? Watson asked with a strange expression. He had reached Diamond Tier. Although he could use Starlight Tier moves, they were crude and could not be compared to a real Starlight Tier god. When the same Starlight Tier ability was used, it would only take a fraction of the god's power to destroy him. That was the difference in understanding power. Watson had understood the concept of time and space, but Nia had already understood the essence of the energy factors that made up time and space. How could he fight her? He had used the system to get to where he was that day, so Watson understood how difficult it was to master that kind of power at his age. However, Nia was stronger than him. That was too exaggerated. That was also the reason he asked Nia if she was human. He felt like no matter how talented a human was, they would not be able to reach such a level. Nia did not answer Watson's question. She extended her hand silently. Watson did not need Nia's reply because he already had the answer in his mind. Starlight Tier ability, Void Vault, activate. Starlight Tier ability, Time Reversal. Watson used two different peak Starlight Tier weapons in succession. The former tore through space, causing the space around the entire Royal Academy to become pitch black. Within it, many spiral-shaped tunnels connected different worlds. In one of the spiral tunnels, colorful rainbow colors were reflected. Giants of various colors that were thousands of times taller than humans appeared from within the tunnel. In a nearby tunnel, a huge scarlet eyeball appeared, and as the eyeball approached, the outline of the entire body was revealed. It was a giant dragon head that stretched for 1,000 meters. There were also giant tentacles that extended from the passageways. Each tentacle had a scarlet eye hanging from it, spinning and shining in different directions. The Void Vault could connect to all the hidden dimensions in the world. No matter where that dimension existed, whether it was protected by magic or not, time reversal could reverse the time of those mysterious dimensions to thousands of years ago. The more time passed, the more powerful the creatures in those mysterious spaces would be. That was the method Watson wanted to use to defeat Nia. His own strength was not enough to defeat Nia, so he might be able to use those terrifying creatures. What are those creatures? A huge hole appeared above the audience. A claw of an unknown creature stretched out from it. It looked like it was made of white bones, but it had 8 fingers, and it was huge. The claw scared them so much that they crawled under the chair. He summoned so many terrifying creatures. Is Watson still human? The others were the same. They dared to crawl under the chair, and the cowards simply collapsed on the ground, their faces pale. The double protective barrier built by Antonio and Reed was useless in front of those ancient monsters because the attacks released by the Crown Staff and the Thread of Destiny were only comparable to gods, and those monsters could be gods themselves. After those monsters appeared, Nia's expression changed. Watson, you can summon so many ancient creatures. Forget about the giants. You actually summoned the ancient demonic dragon, the evil god, and other creatures. Some of those creatures are very talented and can barely fight against gods. I have to say that it was a strong move. It's a pity that you are facing me. Nia stretched her hand outward, and the cold tide that filled the sky pounced on the ancient creatures. The creatures used different methods to block it. The giants used weapons that could split the world and the cold tide. The ancient demonic dragons swallowed the cold tide in one go, and each eye on the evil god's tentacles emitted a red light that melted the cold tide. Those ancient creatures were very powerful, so they had a lot of energy in their bodies. The collision was intense. Even if Nia had the ability to slow the molecules, she could not freeze all the creatures. After knowing that, Nia did not hesitate. She reached out and pulled out a crystal necklace from her neck. There was a horn hanging on the chain. She put the horn in her mouth and gently blew it. The ancient sound traveled through time and landed on the earth. It was like the sound of countless gods fighting on the battlefield or the explosion of stars in the opening of the universe. Almost everyone covered their ears in pain when it exploded. Some of them were even covered in a layer of frost. The tunnel that Watson had summoned to connect to the mysterious space was suddenly covered in a layer of ice. It froze in mid-air. Watson was also frozen in mid-air. Victory and defeat are already decided. You've forced me to use the Nirvana horn that has been with me since I was born. Watson, you are a good opponent. Nia put down the horn and looked around the frozen arena and the Royal Academy as she muttered to herself. That item was a divine artifact from when she was a god. After her reincarnation, that item had become a container to store her power and memories as a god. Nia's body was only at peak gold tier. There was a limit to how much power a god could unleash. However, the Nirvana horn was different. For a short period, the horn would allow her to unleash the power of a true god. Watson, as a mortal, deserved a word of praise for fighting a true god. That was an affirmation from the gods. It seems like Watson is done here. King Landar eyes constantly swirled the wine glass. I'm afraid that the plans I made previously won't be of any use. At the Saint Laurent family's seats in the audience, the old woman stared at Watson for a long time before revealing a thoughtful expression. That face is really similar to Edward, who left the Saint Laurent family. I heard that he went to the border. I also heard that the youth is also from the border. Is he Edward's son? We can talk about that matter later. No matter what, Nia has won the battle. Indeed, no matter how talented a mortal is, they can't defeat a god. That is the gap between their levels and their understanding of power. It seems that the outcome has been decided. Watson is already very powerful to be able to summon so many terrifying creatures. I can see that each of those creatures is no weaker than Augustus. It's because his opponent is too powerful. The Ice Demoness lives up to her reputation. I wonder what kind of magic is capable of freezing those creatures in an instant. Watson has tried his best. It seems like he can only stop at second place. The winner is Nia. Many of the audience climbed up from their chairs and calmed down from the fear caused by the powerful monster that Watson had summoned. At the same time, they looked regretful. Watson was so powerful, yet he could not get first place. That made them feel sorry for the genius, just like they felt sorry for Augustus, who Watson had defeated. The conversations gradually grew louder. Everyone felt like Watson had already lost. Nia had already turned around and walked down the stage. In the sky, it seemed like even King Landar III had given up. However, at that moment, crack! The sound of ice breaking rang out, causing Nia, who was about to leave, to turn her head in surprise. Her pink lips slightly parted, only to see the ice layer on Watson gradually shattered, causing him to fall to the ground. Miss Nia, the battle is not over yet. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I haven't finished using my moves yet. System fusion, activate. After Watson left the ice seal, he immediately extended his fingers in all directions. The bodies of the strange-looking magical beasts, which had been frozen in the sky, melted with the ice on them. They turned into rays of light, fusing in front of Watson, forming an even larger phantom image. Watson is fine. He can still fight. Furthermore, Watson used his unique skill that allows him to fuse the holy relics. Previously, he used that skill to fuse the holy relics into weapons. I wonder what he will fuse this time. A wave of cheers erupted on the stage because of Watson's comeback. Rays of light in front of Watson suddenly expanded and contracted, turning into a bumpy sphere that emitted the light of the stars. On the ball's surface, there were also several irregular spheres of different sizes that revolved around it. It was clearly only the size of a human head, but the moment it appeared, the entire Royal Academy's ground sank by several meters. The audience subconsciously reached out to grab the armrest of their chair as if there was a powerful magnet pulling them in. Congratulations, Master, for fusing so many ancient magical beasts and creating a living miniature planet of a peak star light tier magical beast. Peak star light tier magical beast, living miniature planet. This magical beast is a sentient planet. Abilities, creature creation, it consumes energy to create a race. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can create any known race. Planet power, contains the power of an entire planet. The force of the explosion will destroy the planet. Stellar evolution, it can consume all its abilities to evolve into a star. After it evolves into a star, its energy will expand by tens of millions of times. It can only be used once until all its power is exhausted. Although the fusion of the magical beasts contained very few abilities, every skill was powerful, especially the evolution of a star. Watson could turn a living asteroid into a star, and the star was also the sun. There were energy collisions all the time, but even after hundreds of millions of years, the energy would not dissipate completely. No matter how powerful Nia's ability to stop the energy molecules was, it could not cause a sun to fall into extinction. That was his trump card against Nia. Watson, you just asked me a question, and now I want to ask you as well. You just asked me if I'm human. What about you? Are you human? After Watson created a living asteroid, Nia could not help but ask him that question. In Nia's heart, Watson's actions had already exceeded the limits of a human. She suspected that Watson was the child of God, like her. However, the battle still had to continue. Watson, I just told you that I have two abilities. One is to slow the movement of molecules, and the other is to make them move faster. I've only used the first ability. Now, it's time for you to see my second ability. If you detonate that living asteroid, I might be difficult to deal with. But if you give me time to react, the situation will be different. Nia spoke with a calm expression. She picked up the horn and blew it at the living asteroid. At that time, the horn no longer had the power to freeze things. That power accelerated the operation of all things, and it was displayed on the living asteroid. The power contained in that asteroid could have existed for hundreds of millions of years, but under Nia's control, the power collided in an unprecedented way, causing that living asteroid to collapse. The star was instantly exhausted, and the remnants of the upgrade shot toward Watson's direction. One could only imagine the power that shot out and directly pierced through Watson's chest, leaving a large hole in his chest. A few broken ribs could be seen inside. It almost pierced Watson's heart. Watson, you should have admitted defeat. Nia looked at Watson, who was clutching his heart with one hand and supporting himself with the other. Watson's face distorted in pain, but he was still holding on. That made her a little uncomfortable, and she changed her tone. Watson, I beg you, admit defeat. Chapter 429, The Kingdom's Strongest Genius. There was once a god whose power was so great that everyone feared him. Wherever she went, the ground was filled with glaciers, and all things died. Anyone who disobeyed her was turned into ice sculptures and dust. Her power was unparalleled, even in the many divine kingdoms filled with gods. However, she was not satisfied with that. She still desired a more powerful tear, so she pulled herself down from the high altar and became immortal to cultivate it again. Her name was Nia, the goddess who was crowned with ice and cold. Nia looked at Watson, who was kneeling on one knee. It seemed like his ribs were broken. He was clutching his heart, but he did not admit defeat. Her eyes were cold. In the past, she had witnessed the rise and destruction of countless kingdoms, and some were even destroyed by her own hands. She had fought against heroes and gods countless times. Among them, many had the same strong fighting spirit as Watson. However, no matter how tenacious they were and what kind of fighting spirit they had, she always managed to kill them. She was tired of such actions. In that life, she only wanted to seek Deo. She wanted to pursue the peak of power. In her eyes, as a mortal, Watson was able to do that, though he could barely fight against her. Such a person might become a god in the future. It would be a pity to die there. She looked at Watson with no killing intent, only pity. Miss Nia, you haven't won yet. I still haven't used my strongest move. If I can't make that move, then I will admit defeat. Watson spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered to the ground. It looked gorgeous. For Watson, he had experienced many battles with powerful enemies because he controlled the system, but he had won them all. Some of the fights were dangerous, but he had never been injured so severely. If he had not used the power of the Wheel of Reversal to seal his own time, he might have died in the next moment. The intense pressure stimulated his strong fighting spirit. His goal was to overthrow the monarch and become the new ruler of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. If he could not even defeat Nia, who had the strength of a god, then how could he defeat King Landar III, who had the support of 7 gods? Flames burned his eyes. Watson endured the pain and got up from the ground. The Wheel of Reversal and the compass floating behind him automatically floated into his hands. This is my strongest move. I can't hold back. Miss Nia, you have to be careful. I'm not sure how powerful this move is. It's very likely to kill you. I hope you can surrender. Nia did not say anything. She just looked at Watson quietly, as if telling him to continue. Watson nodded and did not say anything else. He combined the limitless compass and the Wheel of Reversal and used the most powerful skill of the Wheel of Reversal, which he had not used since the beginning of the battle. Summoning my future self. As Watson shouted in his heart, the Wheel of Reversal burst with bright light. A door made of pure time appeared behind Watson. Countless hands circled the door, pushing time into an infinite future. A hand stretched from the door. It was hard to imagine what kind of hand it was. It looked white and slender, no different from an ordinary person, but it was filled with divine radiance. There were tiny spheres on the fingers that were emitting starlight. They seemed to be miniature stars. The moment he summoned that hand, Watson suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The time froze his body to maintain the stability of his injuries seemed to be somewhat unstable, but he did not care and continued to summon his future self. When he had obtained the Wheel of Reversal, he tried to summon his future self from the next 10 years. His future self was too powerful, so he failed. At that time, things were different. He had obtained the limitless compass that contained the energy of space and could fold the distance between 1,000 worlds together. If his future self were too powerful and could not descend through the time gate for a short period, then he would use the limitless compass to shorten the distance between himself and his future self, forcefully descending into his main body. The limitless compass and the Wheel of Reversal, open it for me. 10 years from now, I will descend here. His voice squeezed through the gaps between his teeth and spread throughout the entire area. In that instant, the originally small time gate behind him suddenly increased in size and split, from 1 time gate to 100. Each gate was 10 times larger than the previous. After the gate of time expanded, the future Watson, with only one hand stretched outward, suddenly revealed his entire appearance. The future Watson had a head of brilliant starlight hair. Every strand of hair was made of gentle light, and his appearance was 90% similar to Watson's, only more handsome and mature. The most striking thing about his weather-beaten face was his eyes. His eyes were all-encompassing, as if they contained the rise and fall of the sun and the moon, as well as the flow of the nebula. In the future, Watson's temperament would be different from his old self. Even the clothes he wore were filled with extraordinary characteristics. It was a long robe with the starry sky as the background. Through the robe, one could see the endless universe. A glorious divine kingdom floated between the universes, and continents covered in balls of light were beneath those kingdoms. Numerous rings of all sizes were waiting outside the balls of light. They were coveting the continents. When their eyes glanced at the future Watson, who was the size of an ordinary human, they spontaneously revealed a fearful expression. It was as if they saw future Watson as a monster that they could not look directly at. "Seems like my past self has summoned me. It looks like it has been almost 10 years. After the future Watson appeared, he looked at Watson and looked around. He immediately familiarized himself with the situation and spoke slowly. His voice was very ethereal, as if it resounded in everyone's mind. After seeing the future Watson, many audience members covered their eyes and cried out in shock. Some even had blood oozing out of their ears. "My eyes hurt so much. Why can't I see anything? What happened? It feels like someone is talking in my ear. What a strong voice. My eardrums are about to be shattered." Those people could not see the future Watson. They only felt a blank space in front of them. At the same time, it sounded like someone was using a booming voice to say something in their ears. They could not hear it because it was too loud. It was beyond the limits of what they could hear. Watson, who had summoned his future self, was also a little stunned when he saw himself. He had a feeling that he would be very strong in 10 years, but he did not expect to be that powerful. When he looked at his future self, the other man only glanced at him and extended a finger toward him. A strand of starlight from the finger wrapped around the stars that fell on his body, immediately healing the injuries that Nia caused. Watson discovered that the big hole in his chest had completely disappeared. A powerful strength surged from within his body. It was even stronger than before the battle between him and Nia. The future Watson retracted his finger and gently waved his hand. The wheel of reversal and the limitless compass immediately flew to his side and shook slightly. Looking at the items in his hand, the future Watson said slowly, "The wheel of reversal and the limitless compass are nostalgic items. It's a pity that these two items are only at the peak of the starlight tier. They won't be able to support my current strength for long. As I don't have much time, I'll make it short. From now on, you must seize the time to become stronger. Your real enemy isn't in this kingdom, but in the Thorn Empire in the east. Remember, you only have 3 years. Perhaps you won't understand what I'm saying now. You only need to remember what I said. In 3 years, you must eradicate the Empire because..." When the future Watson said that, his words became blurry, and even his incomparably powerful figure became blurry. "Looks like it's time." Watson vaguely heard those words, and then he saw his future self turn his head and extend a finger to Nia in front of him. Ever since his future self descended, Nia had not made any movements. Instead, there was a look of doubt and even fear on her face. Facing her future self, even someone as powerful as Nia could not remain calm. After seeing the future Watson stretch out his hand, Nia did not hesitate. She immediately put her hands together and formed a strange shape. The horn hanging around her neck shattered and turned into snow-white light spots that gathered in her hands. They formed a complicated and mysterious huge magical array, activated by her ability to accelerate molecules. A bright light immediately erupted. The light was so huge that it blotted out the sky and the sun. It was brighter than the sun and was thousands of times stronger than the move Nia had used on Watson. Watson had a feeling that he would be melted into dregs if he could not resist that move. He even felt like Nia's move could blast the capital to the end of the world, turning everything along its way into ashes. Nia must have felt an intense threat from Watson's future self. She did not even hesitate to destroy a divine weapon to launch that powerful attack. The power of that attack was unquestionably Nia's full-strength attack. However, it was useless against the future Watson. He only gently pressed down with his outstretched finger. The terrifying attack that could pierce through the entire world in front of Nia was completely absorbed. The huge magic array quickly shrank and turned into a small black dot. Following that, Nia's body also shrank and turned into a small black dot. Then, the small black dot disappeared into the air as if nothing had happened. After that, future Watson looked at Watson before his figure disappeared into the time gate that was gradually collapsing. The time gate disappeared, and Watson sat on the ground. The limitless compass and the wheel of reversal returned to both sides of his body to protect him. His whole body was in pain. Even though his soul felt a piercing agony, his soul still had a starlight tier chaos elemental magical source. More than half of the energy had disappeared and was close to drying up. Watson smiled bitterly. Even though the future me has healed my injuries, I am still so exhausted. Fortunately, the battle is over. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me even to lift a finger. Unfortunately, Nia disappeared after future Watson attacked her. He did not understand it, it was beyond his comprehension level. He had tried to persuade Nia, but she did not listen. He had done everything he could. Even if he felt guilty, there was nothing he could do about it. He took a deep breath as he lay on the ground and looked at the white clouds floating across the blue sky. He felt relaxed. Finally, it's all over. This win has not come easily. Before the competition, he did not expect that there were still people in the kingdom who could fuse holy relics to obtain starlight tier power. He also did not expect that there were monsters with true divine power hidden in the kingdom too. However, after the battles, he felt like his strength had improved. At the same time, he had touched a corner of the great power hidden behind the kingdom. That made him feel like his efforts had not been in vain. The only thing that weighed on his mind was what his future self had told him. What do you mean by the real enemy is not in the kingdom but the Thorn Empire? Logically speaking, the Thorn Empire is not as powerful as this kingdom. They don't even have a diamond tier elite. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to act rashly because of Master Reed's deterrence. If I become the king, won't I be able to control the fate of my friends? Is there something in the Thorn Empire that can threaten my family and me? Also, why did future me say that I only have 3 years? What will happen to the Thorn Empire in those 3 years? Watson pondered that for a moment. He felt like the information he had was too little, so he decided not to think about it for the time being and enjoyed a moment of silence. What happened? Why did Miss Nia disappear? Does that mean that Watson has won? In the audience stands, a certain nobleman finally regained his senses after Watson defeated Nia. He rubbed his sore and tearful eyes and looked at the arena with great difficulty with a surprised expression. Not far away from him, in the direction of the Saint Laurent family, the old woman suddenly stood up from her chair. Her expression was filled with panic and a trace of terror. Nia has disappeared. As the child of God, how could Nia have lost? Perhaps Nia was unable to withstand the other party's attack and took the initiative to hide? That was impossible. How powerful must one be to defeat a child of God? They must be at least starlight tier. Did that mean Watson was also a child of God? In King Landar III's private viewing room in the sky, the king tightened his hold on his wine glass slightly, causing a crack to appear on it. What just happened? King Landar III looked around him. Antonio and Reed, who were sitting next to him, were also at a loss. Obviously, they did not know what had happened, which made his face turn a little gloomy. With the help of the gods, he had reached the peak of diamond tier, which was not bad at all. However, he had always concealed his strength. When Watson and Augustus fought, even if their strengths had reached the starlight tier, he would not think much of it. He knew that there was a fundamental difference between barely used strength and a godlike existence. However, he had changed his mind. He saw and understood Nia's ability, but he did not understand Watson's actions at all. "Watson, you have really exceeded my expectations once again. That is great. If you are not a genius at this level, then my plans would be useless. Watson, are you going to show off your brilliance to your heart's content? The more dazzling you are, the more helpful you'll be to my future." Just as everyone was deep in their own thoughts, a sudden change occurred on the stage. Nia, who had initially disappeared, suddenly emerged from a small black dot. At first, the small black dot was barely noticeable, but it quickly became a person-sized shape. Nia, who had escaped from the black dot, had also changed from the size of a pinhole to the size of an ordinary human. However, Nia was covered in blood. Her long, iris-like dress had become tattered. The silver-grey curls that she had so carefully styled had become stuck to her face. "No way! You managed to escape? How am I supposed to win this?" Nia's appearance caught Watson's attention. He rolled his eyes, and the corner of his mouth had started to twitch. His opponent was too powerful. It seemed like he had to admit defeat, even if he did not want to. "Miss Nia is still alive." "What?" The audience burst out into cheers. In the direction of the Saint Laurent family, the old woman realized that Nia had returned. She sat back on her chair. Then, a smile appeared on her face. "I told you that Nia wouldn't be defeated so easily. Now that Nia is back, the battle will continue. It seems like Watson has lost his strength after that unknown attack. Nia's victory is within reach. Our Saint Laurent family will control the kingdom's future king." Then, the old woman's smile froze in the next second. Nia, who had escaped from the black dot, raised her right hand to the sky. "I admit defeat. Watson won this match." "What?" The old woman's eyes widened. It seemed like Nia could still move. Why did she not go up and finish off Watson? She did not understand it, but before she could react, King Landar Ii's voice immediately burst from the private room in the sky. "Since Nia has admitted defeat, then the final winner of this competition has been decided. Thank you for your contributions, allowing everyone in the kingdom to see your strength and witness the rise of our kingdom. I hereby announce that the winner of this competition is Watson. From now on, I will bestow upon him the title of the kingdom's strongest genius." Chapter 430, First Kiss. Clap. No one knew who in the audience started clapping, and then more people started clapping. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was thunderous, and every spectator stood up from their seats. When Watson summoned his future self, they felt tremendous pressure, as if the world was collapsing. They could not help but feel the fear of death in their hearts. However, that feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared, making them wonder if what they felt was an illusion. No matter what, they all saw an exhilarating battle. Initially, they were there to see Augustus and Watson in a similar match as before, but they did not expect the situation to be 100 times more intense than they had imagined. That match would be the most exciting battle they had ever seen in their lives. Without a doubt, perhaps no one would be able to surpass Watson and Nia until they died. Whether it was Nia, who nearly killed the entire stadium with her kingly posture, or Watson, who was still tenacious even after falling into a difficult situation and finally turned defeat into victory, their strength and spirit were worthy of everyone's admiration. "Good job, Watson. I knew you could win. D***MN. I bet 100,000 gold coins on Augustus. I had hoped that Augustus would be able to turn defeat into victory, but in the end, he did not even enter the finals. I've wasted 100,000 gold coins. If I had known earlier, I would have placed my 100,000 gold coins on Watson. To be able to see such a thrilling performance is truly a life without regrets. The only flaw is that the audience stands are too close. Several times, I felt the aftermath of Watson's attack pass through the protective barrier and almost kill me. His Majesty has named Watson as the kingdom's #1 genius. I don't think that's appropriate. I think he's the kingdom's #1 elite. The spectators were discussing it animatedly, each of their faces filled with enthusiasm. Watson looked at Nia in a daze. Why did you admit defeat? Future you has shown mercy to me. That's how I escaped from him. From now on, I owe you my life, and you've given me hope of breaking through to a higher level. In return, I'll give you this victory. At the same time, I hope to become your servant. I'll observe you closely and learn how to become more powerful. Nia's serious reply made Watson feel somewhat puzzled. His strength was not even as good as Nia's. How could he let her learn from him? Nia even wanted to become his servant. It was not fitting for the Saint Laurent family's future heir to be his future heir. He would not agree to it, let alone the Saint Laurent family. Watson was still complaining when he saw Nia walking straight toward him. When she got close to him, Nia reached out and picked him up. Then, she lowered her head slightly and pressed her lips against his. The boisterous crowd fell silent at that moment. They stared blankly at the young boy and girl who were kissing in the field. What was going on? Watson felt the softness of Nia's lips. Since he had transmigrated to that world, he had come into contact with many girls. Many girls had intimate contact with him. For example, Wendy always helped him bathe. However, that was the first time he had kissed a girl. In other words, that was his first kiss. After being at a loss for a few seconds, Watson suddenly reacted and pushed Nia away. Miss Nia, what are you doing? My honorable young master Watson, I am helping you with your treatment. As a servant, am I wrong to do that? Many members of my family like to do that to the servants. I thought that was something that a servant should do for their master. Nia touched her lips, then turned her head, appearing very silly and cute. That was definitely a problem with the Saint Laurent family. Covering his lips, Watson suddenly realized something. After the battle, it had been difficult for him to move his fingers because he was tired. After that kiss, though, he was full of energy and did not seem to be tired at all. It seemed like he could fight Nia for another 300 rounds. I can move. I used the power of acceleration to stimulate the magical elements in your body and soul, master, and restored your condition to the peak. Thank you. No, don't do that to me again. Watson thanked her, and Nia began to approach him again. The Saint Laurent family members never thank the maids. They only ask them to take off their clothes. If master is not satisfied with my behavior just now, I can find another way to make master happy. No need, Miss Nia. I have already recovered. I don't need you to do those unnecessary things. Watson quickly held Nia down, who was trying to do something. If Nia did something even more outrageous in public, his reputation would be ruined. Watson turned around. He realized that all the noblemen in the audience were giving him strange looks. There were also whispers of gossip. No way. Miss Nia actually kissed Watson on her own accord in front of so many of us. As a nobleman, it must have been too passionate for Watson to express his love in public. Furthermore, Miss Nia was fighting Watson to the death. Is that a lover's spat? Well, people do say that fights lead to friendships. Perhaps Miss Nia was attracted by Watson's strength during the battle. A strong man attracts girls. Now it seems like it's true. Watson's head hurt when he heard that. Things were not what they did at all. He wanted to explain, but a young female voice filled with anger came from behind him before he could speak. Watson, you ****. How could you kiss other women besides me? Don't you know that you're my future husband? You planned to have an affair before you got married? Or have you forgotten how sweet we were when you tied me up and dipped me in the hot spring when we were in the Sword Saint's courtyard? It was Princess Kiana. She held her golden red dress with both hands and rushed toward the arena. She ignored her image and jogged toward Watson. She looked furious. The three princes chased after her helplessly. As they chased, they ridiculed her. The eldest prince said, "Kiana, pay attention to your image. This is a public place. Also, what one does before one gets married is not considered cheating." The second prince said, "And Kiana, what do you mean by binding and soaking in the hot spring? Why didn't I hear about that?" Only the third prince waved his fists angrily, looking at Watson with an unfriendly gaze. "Kiana, did that guy bully you? Don't worry. I'll avenge you." The scene immediately became even more out of control. Being tied up in the hot spring? I didn't expect Watson to have such a hobby, doing such a terrible thing to the young princess, a nobleman whispered in the audience. The people nearby nodded as well. According to the princess, she had a relationship with Watson before the end of the competition. What would she do if Watson was not the champion? Although the probability of that happening is tiny. But not only did he make Miss Nia like him, but he also seduced the princess. Watson's luck in love is really enviable. Many of the spectators revealed looks of envy and hatred toward Watson. Which man did not yearn to have two women in each arm? Furthermore, one of Watson's two admirers was a noble princess whose status was above everyone else, and the other was the Saint Laurent family's daughter. Her status was equally noble, and her strength was formidable. Watson's future was simply unimaginable with those two women. "Everyone, it's not what you think. You've misunderstood. I'm innocent." Watson shook his arms and tried to explain himself. However, his voice drowned in the waves of other people's voices. No one paid any attention to him. On the contrary, after Kiana came to him, she panted for a while. Then, as if she wanted to retaliate against Nia, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Watson's face. She pointed at Nia and scolded, "You shameless woman! Watson is mine! Get out of my way! Did I do something bad? I'm sorry, I've decided to become Watson's servant. I apologize if I made you unhappy, but I won't leave. You stinky woman! I'm so angry!" Kiana stomped her feet in anger. The crown was in an uproar when she kissed Watson. Some people even whistled frivolously. Just as the situation was about to get out of hand, King Landar III's majestic voice came from the sky. "All of you, be quiet. The competition is over. As the champion, Watson is now my daughter's fiancé. At the same time, he will obtain the right to become the future king. Your rude words to Watson are an insult to the future king. Do you know your crime? If there is nothing else, all of you will stay here and continue to watch the battle between the other geniuses. It will determine the kingdom's genius rankings from the 3rd to the 16th place. If all of you don't want to watch, you may leave." The crowd quieted down and began to leave. At least half of the audience had left. After watching Watson and Nia's outstanding performance, the fights between the other geniuses sounded dull. The crowd had also told their relatives and friends who were not there about Watson's encounter with the two beautiful girls. "Watson, you heard what father said? Now that you're my fiancé, you can't be with other women, especially that battered woman whose face is covered in blood." Kiana glared at Nia. She grabbed Watson's hand. "Come, follow me back to the palace. I'll show you my room and finish what I did not finish the last time." "What did you not finish the last time? Can I take a look? Maybe I can help." Nia did not understand why Kiana was angry. "You can't help. I told you to stay away from Watson. Why can't you understand that?" Nia angered Kiana again. "Enough. I'm tired. I want to go home to rest. I'm not going anywhere." Annoyed by those two girls, Watson shook off Kiana's hand and disappeared with a teleportation spell. Only Kiana and Nia were left on the spot, looking at each other and quarreling. One girl said, "It's all your fault for quarreling and letting Watson run away." Then, the other girl said, "Really? I don't quite understand, and the one who has been quarreling is you." Several members of the Saint Laurent family asked the old woman, whose expression had darkened. "Master, what should we do now? What else can we do? Bring Nia back and lock her up. If she continues quarreling with the princess, our heads will fall." Nia actually kissed Watson in front of so many people. As the child of God, doesn't she have no feelings? The old woman's face was ashen. Nia's actions had caused the Saint Laurent family to lose their standing. At that moment, she could feel many burning gazes coming from all directions. "Yes, master." The Saint Laurent members nodded respectfully and were about to leave when the old woman suddenly said, "Wait a moment. After you take Nia away, investigate that boy called Watson and find out what his background is and which border family he is from. I have a feeling that the boy is very similar to someone I know. If they are related, then it doesn't matter even if Nia doesn't get first place in that competition." He did not know what had happened on the competition grounds, nor did he know that the rumors about him, the princess, and Nia would spread throughout the capital. After Watson teleported to the Sword Saint's courtyard, he told Samuel and the other senior brothers that he was tired and had to return to his room to rest. He did not want to see anyone, even his masters. Then, he returned to his room and fell asleep on his bed. He did not know how to explain what had happened in the competition, including how he had defeated Nia. However, his masters and Christina would definitely ask him about it when they returned. He decided not to explain. Watson did not sleep well and had a dream. In the dream, he accepted the title of the strongest genius conferred by King Landar III in front of many Royal Academy members and was forced to marry Kiana. However, on the day of the wedding, Nia barged in and fought with Kiana. In the end, Nia and Kiana held onto each one of his arms and argued. Then, they used a knife to split him into two. Whoosh! Watson got up from the bed and lamented that it was a nightmare. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead, but at that moment, someone handed him a towel. He subconsciously said, "Thank you." Then, he wiped his forehead with the towel. Suddenly, he felt like something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a 14-year-old girl standing at the head of his bed. Silver-grey Roman curls hung on both sides of her body. She was dressed in a decent maid's outfit. She humbly placed her hand on her lower abdomen. "My master, you're awake. May I ask if you had a nightmare?" "Nia, why are you here? Today is the Royal Academy's opening day. I'm here to wake you up, master." "That is my job as a servant," Nia replied calmly. She was there to wake him? A huge question mark appeared above Watson's head. He wondered how she got into his room. That was the Sword Saint's courtyard. No matter how strong Nia was, she could not have appeared there so quietly. Master Antonio and Master Reed would not have agreed to do that. Boom! Suddenly, someone kicked the door open. Kiana, dressed in a gorgeous long dress, went into the room as two maids helped to hold her skirt. She looked at Watson. "I'm here to wake you up. You should be grateful, Nia, why are you here? You're such a clingy girl. I knew you would not give up so easily. Get out of my way. Watson is mine." Kiana was like a lion who had seen its enemy. She pounced on her with bared fangs and claws, but Nia easily dodged her. On the other hand, Kiana tripped and fell on the soft bed because her skirt was too long. She raised her head and rubbed her forehead. Kiana did not leave the bed. Instead, she climbed up and wrapped herself with the blanket. She wriggled on the bed like a worm and approached Watson. "Watson, let's play a game." Watson had a headache. He bounced from the bed and stood in his pajamas. "Let's forget about Nia. How did you get in, Princess Kiana?" He remembered that he had made it very clear to his senior brothers that he did not want to be disturbed while he was resting, not even if King Landar III was there. As one of his believers, Samuel would not have gone against his will. "I walked in through the door." Kiana saw that Watson was not paying attention to her. She rolled a few times on the bed to entice him. Then, She sat on the edge of the bed and pointed outside. I only gave them a little reward, and your two masters let me in. What? Watson looked outside the door. He saw Antonio and Reed leading Samuel and the other disciples to stand in 2 rows in the long corridor. They looked like a group of guards. A group of luxuriously dressed noblemen stood in front of them. The leader was the old woman from the Saint Laurent family. There were dozens of people following behind her, each of them was holding a diamond-tier holy relic or an equivalent treasure in their hands. Watson has just been through a battle and is extremely tired. He doesn't want to talk to anyone. If you want to go in, you'll likely make him angry. He has a bad temper. When he gets angry, we can't control him. However, if you can give him a holy relic or an equivalent gift, perhaps he won't be so angry. Antonio stroked his non-existent beard and smiled. Reed, who was beside him, said, "That's right. As Watson's master, no one knows him better than me. His favorite thing is to collect powerful treasures. As long as the treasures satisfy him, he won't complain. You can talk to him and ask him anything." "Of course. Master Antonio, Master Reed, don't worry. Just say the word. We will try our best to make Watson satisfied." The nobleman smiled. Samuel, who was standing behind Reed, said in a low voice, "Master, junior brother Watson said that he doesn't want anyone to disturb him, but you guys are making profits like this. He might get angry if this wakes him. Besides, I think it's not right to use others to make profits." "Are you sure?" Reed glanced at Samuel and handed him a holy relic. "I'm giving you this. Do you still think so?" "I think it's still a little. I'll give you another one." After he was handed the 2 holy relics, Samuel hesitated for a moment, and his expression became firm. "Master, there's nothing wrong with your method. Although junior brother Watson told us not to disturb him, you and Master Antonio his masters. They say that a master is just like a father, a status that is higher than the mountain. You must have a special purpose in doing this, perhaps for junior brother Watson's sake. I believe that he will not say anything even when he finds out about it."